It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon at beautiful Belmont Park. Thanks so much for joining us today. We have some stakes action to look forward to in the Paradise Creek as Big Invasion will look to get his third straight stakes victory for trainer Christophe Mont and owner Dean Reeves. But he'll face some interesting new shooters with some strong European form as Asymmetric will make his first start for trainer Wesley Ward and an equipment change, putting the blinkers on today. We also have live racing for you beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. As in yesterday's stake at Churchill in their Curtana, we saw Brendan Walsh in the winner's circle with Temple City Terror. Today, he looks to win the feature as well with Flown, who was beaten just a nose last time out. There's Shardy Party, impressive in the soaring softly yesterday at Belmont Park. We'll talk more about her and all of the great racing coming up on today's card. As you see the Belmont Park paddock showing off. We are watching America's Day at the Races, of course, brought to you by America's Best Racing. I am your host, Acacia Clement, pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Andy, it's finally feeling like some springtime weather. Of course, part of this special Memorial Day weekend we have just loaded with terrific cars between yesterday, today, and of course, Big Apple Showcase tomorrow.
No, I agree. It's an absolutely beautiful day today, and I think the Paradise Creek came up a very interesting race. I know it's not as big an overflow field as we saw for yesterday's Soaring Softly, but there is a lot more talent, I think, overall in this race. There are legitimately four major contenders in this field.
We'll talk more about it in a minute, but always fun to learn a little bit about where the name comes from for these stakes here in New York as we look at Paradise Creek, the horse in the 1994 Manhattan, a four-time Grade 1 winner, the Virginia bred for trainer Belmont, as we have a turf sprint stake for a horse that really excelled going longer distances on the grass.
He did, but he did win his grass debut by, I think, 11 lengths, going 7 furlongs at Belmont Park as a 2-year-old. Paradise Creek is one of my favorite horses. He finished a distant second to Lure in Lure's incredible Breeders' Cup Mile performance in the 1992 Breeders' Cup at Gulfstream. But he had an incredible run going forward and just winning one big race after another and running against some very good horses.
Bred by the Firestones, owned in large part for the beginning of his career by them. His last race of his career was a second in the Japan Cup, too. Just a horse that showed up every time, and was taking a look at that very impressive performance. 9 career graded stakes wins at 8 different racetracks, which is just sensational.
No, I loved Paradise Creek. He was really a terrific racehorse. One of my favorite memories of a race he was in, he actually didn't win, but the Berard Baruch in 1994 was actually Lure's final career win. And Lure beat Paradise Creek, which is not an easy thing to do for Lure at 1 1/8. 4-star Dave, and what may have been his final career start, I think he was injured in there. He finished 3rd in there, but he was good enough even under that to finish behind truly great horses.
I always love that we get a chance to learn a little bit about some of the horses that made such an impact here in the New York circuit with the stakes named after them, as we will pay tribute to Paradise Creek with his namesake race today, 7 furlongs on the Widener turf, 1 scratch, the main track only, who did run in the Philly Stakes yesterday. Take a look at the 6-5 morning line favorite, though, Big Invasion, who, after being beaten by a wire-to-wire winner in his debut, has won his last 3 races, including 2 stakes. This is his win in the William Walker last time out.
And this is the second day in a row that Christophe Clement is going to try to stretch out a very talented turf sprinter that's been successful at 5 and 5.5 furlongs to the 7 furlongs. It didn't work with Derry Nane. Now, you don't know it's going to work with him either, but in my opinion, I think he has a better chance to stretch out, because Derry Nane's a deep closer who has that powerful run, and sometimes those turf sprinters with that powerful closing runs, it just mute it when they stretch out. Whereas Big Invasion has the speed to put himself in the game, so he's not going to be compromised if he's sitting close to a sort of more moderate pace the way Derry Nane was yesterday. So I'm not saying it'll happen, you don't know, and he may stretch out successfully and still have trouble with some of the other players in here, but I'm not as concerned with him getting the distance.
He's won his last 3 races, including 2 stakes wins at a couple of different tracks, and will face some good company a little bit later on in the Paradise Creek. That is, of course, the feature today at Belmont. We'll be bringing you races 1 through 9 fast and firm here in New York. Of course, we have that triple play pick 3 in action today. Churchill Downs. We also have races 1 through 10. As always, today's races are presented by Claiborne Farm. There's no better time to join Naira Bets than right now. You can get a $25 free bet for the Belmont Stakes Believe it or not, we are now under 2 weeks away. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And you can join now at NYRABets.com for that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. We'll get ready to kick off our live racing action at Churchill Downs as we will see if jockey Tyler Gaffalione can continue the strong run he's had under the Twin Spires. He has mounts in 9 out of the 10 races on the Churchill card today, and we'll look to keep all of that good momentum going.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Glad to have you with us on America's Day at the Races as we get ready to kick off our live racing action. Our first order of business is race 1 at Churchill Downs. The 2-year-olds in the spotlight. This is a maiden claiming, so you have some first-time starters, some horses dropping in class. Just one scratch of the number 3 as the favorite. Co-favorites right now are the 5 Spurs Up with experience and the 6, a first-time starter, KB. See you later. We'll meet the field, though, Andy, starting with the number 1, Overly Dioro.
Yeah, this one has experience, but didn't really do any running whatsoever first time out at a big price.
Totally outfooted out of the gate. Another one with experience. Here's the 2, Book of Kells.
Really the same for Book of Kells. Both these horses were in maiden special weight races, didn't take any money, and didn't do any running.
That's a cult by alternation as we look at some first-time starters, starting with the 4, Doc Ballard.
Second foal from this dam, sold for $16,000. Not overly familiar with the trainer.
She, Mary Lightner, we'll talk more about her in a moment, but very, very sharp horsewoman who does help with Shooting Star Thoroughbreds, the syndicate that owns that one. The number 5, Spurs Up, is next.
Spurs Up seems like the logical horse in this race. Ran well enough first time out.
And a little bit green, that first-time starter. KB, see you later.
A very logical horse, but a half to 3 foals, didn't do much running. Didn't love the 2-year-old work. And Joe Sharp's record, we'll get to that after the post-parade.
Here is the number 7, Ramos, another firster.
And Elliot Walden's son, William Walden, is the trainer. We'll see what we get from this one. Not much from the dam side. I was going to say with Joe Sharp, 2-year-old first-time stars in dirt sprints. Overall, he's 10 for 98, $1.34 ROI. At Churchill Downs, he's 2 for 30 with a 29-cent ROI.
Mary Lightner may be known best purchasing a talented horse by the name of Chance It down in Florida, who was at one point looking to be on the Kentucky Derby trail for Saffie Joseph Jr. Meanwhile, we have some company with us here at Churchill Downs. Paul LaDuca, who's been with us for the last few weeks, and Gary Stevens, Hall of Fame jockey, joining him too. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. What can we look forward today to at Churchill coming up?
Thank you, Keisha. First of all, I want to welcome Gary back, and back on the men, Gary, and everything's going well, and you got a beautiful day here on a Sunday.
It is a beautiful day. I was able to enjoy the Kentucky Derby a 3 weeks ago, and glad that I'm back right now. I had a little health-related or COVID-related illness that I had to go through. The great doctors at Northwestern Hospital in Chicago got me back, and I'm sure happy to be back, Paul.
Well, and listen, man, it's good to have you back, especially with 2-year-olds here in the first race. We do have the scratch of the 3 in here, so we got 6 runners in here, Gary. And you were pointing out here a little bit, the Joe Sharp runner, 9-5 right now, opened up early as your early favorite in the wagering. But you like another horse in here.
Yeah, I do. I like the 5 horse in here. Spurs Up with Ricardo Santana, an apprentice, 7-pound apprentice. Beckman rode him at Keeneland in his one and only start. Finished 4th in that race. Broke slow today. He's dialed in. He should show good speed today with the change to Ricardo Santana. Nothing against Beckman, but we've got the experience going for him. And KCB later, the 6 horse, who is favored right now. Noticed when he came on the track, he was acting a little bit cheeky, trying to bite the pony a little bit and then sucking away. So keep an eye on him, Paulie.
What about the 2 in here, Book of Kells? I thought that horse with Edgar Morales made a decent impression. John Ennis's horses usually show a lot of speed. He did not show much running at all. Do you think he'll show a little bit more speed, especially in this group?
Yeah, and I mean, James Graham was on him the first time, and he didn't get away good, but James is a really good gate rider. He goes to Edgar Morales today. Edgar, a nice winner yesterday with the 2-year-old for Tom Amos, son yesterday of Bolt de Oro. So, you know, this horse is dropping down in class. There's a maiden special he ran in on May 4th here, and dropping in for the 50 today, but he's still going to have to improve off of that first race.
Well, down here, it's good to have Gary Stevens back. I'm on the 5-2. I think this race is 5-6, Acacia. But tell us about Mary Lightner, because I might have to go back and throw the 4 in. What's going on here?
Well, Paul, it's good to see Mary. Got to know her a little bit down in Florida as she and her dad, a sharp operation, particularly with pinhooking horses, and they run the Syndicate Shooting Star Thoroughbreds, which does own the 4 Doc Ballard. And as I mentioned, I think probably the best known, the horse named Chance It. There was another one, I'm blanking on the name of it right now, but they had purchased 3 horses at the sale. Chance It became a multiple stakes winner for Saffie Joseph Jr. Another one was purchased by Matt Shearer and became a graded stakes winner. Winning down at Gulfstream too. So they're a sharp operation. Mary doesn't train so many anymore, but I wouldn't look at the numbers and see that the barn hasn't had many starters and think it's a negative.
Well, in general, they're horses they didn't sell.
Right.
You'll see that sometimes. You'll see some of the owners. More is an owner thing, but you'll see them with horses that people you know are more pinhookers, and they horses don't sell and they run. But that doesn't mean they can't run. Sometimes those horses do just fine.
Absolutely. That horse is 4-1 right now. Doc Ballard with Corey Lannery in the saddle. 6-5 still on KB. See you later. As you mentioned, Andy, this one sold as a 2-year-old just back in March. Went 10-2. I didn't love that sales work either. I wonder if it's some quick gate workouts, but sometimes that can be a little bit of a negative too, especially how this horse is acting.
I think this horse is short because there's really nowhere to go other than the 5, and I agree with Gary. I like Spurs Up as he does, who got left last time out. And right, no knock on the apprentice rider, but it's not a bad thing to switch to Ricardo Santana. Yep. And the fact that the horse has experience helps a lot as well. I think KBC later is getting bet because there's nowhere else to go, and it's Tyler Gaffalione. Yep. No, not saying that Joe Sharp, but Joe Sharp's not going to take money. Tyler Gaffalione is continuously overbet down there. On the other hand, he wins so many races down there. I'm not sure how overbet he is, and he is a fabulous rider. I don't feel like, I feel like if there was a story on this horse could be 4-5 in here. Because who are you afraid of? That's not to say he can't win, but I don't think he's really bet just because he's now 8-5 in there. And I prefer Spurs Up, the horse with experience. There are 3 in here with experience, and he ran far and away the best race of anybody in there. The second place finisher, in that race. I think came back and ran a 62 buyer at Churchill Downs in the stake in his next start. So, I mean, if you sort of extrapolate from that, he probably, this horse was capable of running around a 50-ish buyer, which frankly is probably going to be good enough to win this race.
Absolutely. Off slow in that debut, but was closing on that left lead. You would certainly think will show some more professionalism today, and picking up a strong journeyman rider in Ricardo Santana Jr., taking a drop in class. This one actually has a nice pedigree too. Called by Dialed In, but on the bottom side, mostly turf. But the dam was a grade 2 winner, and the one foal that has won from the family was turf as well. But Dialed In, you don't necessarily think turf.
No. I love Dialed In, though. He was actually the favorite in the Preakness, I believe.
Yeah, I think
was
so.
he favored in the Derby? He was favored in the Derby. I think the Preakness favorite was Animal Kingdom, maybe.
That would make sense.
But I think he was favored in that Derby. And he was up in the Preakness for a $5 million bonus, because Stronach Group had offered at that time a bonus if you win the Florida Derby and the Preakness. There's a $5 million bonus. He finished 4th. I think Julian Leperoux rode it.
The sire of Gunavera as well.
I love Dialed In. He was a really cool horse. You know.
He is the sire of the number 5 Spurs Up, who drops in class today as they go into the starting gate. 2-year-olds to start things off. Everyone looking for the first win of their career. Some making just the first start of their young career. We go to the voice of Churchill Downs, Travis Stone, standing by with the call of the opener.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Book of Kells breaks alertly. Spurs Up comes on to grab second. K-Bye See You Later racing up into third. Overly Doro losing ground toward the rail 4th. Then it's a margin of 3 back to Ramos and the trailing Doc Ballard. They're about 8 lengths off the lead. 4 furlongs remaining, and it's Book of Kells onto the far turn. Spurs Up, though, keeping the pressure up in second. K-Bye See You Later, 3 wide and asked to go from there third, dropping a length and a half behind now. And it's a big chasm back to the rest. Overly Doro up into 4th. Doc Ballard under a ride while 5th, and Ramos has been last throughout. The opening quarter clicked off in 22 and 2. They come for the top of the stretch, and it's Book of Kells off the turn. Book of Kells to leader. Spurs Up trying to get by from second. Is asked to go now with 1 furlong to go. Book of Kells kicks clear again. Book of Kells leading by 2. Spurs Up fights on from second. These two with 100 yards to go. Overly Doro late on the scene. Book of Kells is getting wary. Here's Spurs Up to nail it on the wire. Spurs Up needed every foot of the Churchill Downs stretch to catch Book of Kells. Overly Doro was third.
Just in time, Spurs Up on that drop in class, making his second start, a winning one under Ricardo Santana.
It's funny watching races, and we watch so many races. It's hard to pass at Churchill. And at first it felt like this 5 wasn't going to get there, Spurs Up. But then right about in here watching, you go, the horse is kind of packing it inside, and Spurs Up got it done. And all you had to do in this race was make a triple box of the horses that experienced, because they ran 1, 2, 3.
Experience holds strong in this opener with these 2-year-olds, a lot of them making just their first starts, and that is the fun of 2-year-old races too, Andy. You get a chance to see how horses handle things, and sometimes, especially as we get closer to Saratoga time, and even Belmont, some of these nice 2-year-old races, and in Kentucky as well, you want to see the ones who you want out of their first race and see them move forward.
There is no substitute for experience in 2-year-old races. I've seen many truly easy goer lost to a horse that about a year later was running in a $14,000 claiming race.
We take a look at the opener at Belmont Park. Meanwhile, a key scratch of Suppressor in the first race for this maiden claiming, so that means Inspiration Point is a very short price. First off the claim for Chris Engelhart. We'll talk more about that gelding and the rest of the field in the first race at Belmont Park after this. Stay with us as we get ready to kick off the live racing action from New York on America's Day at the Races.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Anybody going? 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns to Belmont Park June 9th through 11th. This year is packed with world-class horse racing and entertainment, headlined by a live performance by the New York Bee Gees, presented by Mohegan Sun on Friday, June 10th, and world-famous DJ Paulie D on Belmont Stakes Day, Saturday, June 11th. From Secretariat to American Pharoah, the Test of the Champion is home to the most memorable moments in sports. Are you ready to strike rich this year at the Belmont Stakes? Tickets are now on sale at belmontstakes.com.
Our approach to mental health counseling started with a focus mostly on substance abuse. And then in time we realized there are also a group of people who have mental health problems apart from substance abuse. Problems with depression, anxiety would be the main problems that they have. So we developed collaborations recently with Northwell Health to provide mental health counseling and a much expanded continuum of mental health care. And we have similar programs in Saratoga as well. So our primary health care doctors and nurses and others are trained to see mental health as part of a holistic issue. The mind is connected to the body, and the body is connected to the mind, and absolutely the two are interrelated. And it's a real mistake in medicine to treat mental health as a silo, as if it has nothing to do with the rest of you. So yeah, we're always trying to do it in an integrative, holistic way.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1 as we get ready to start our live racing action here from New York with the first race at beautiful Belmont Park on what is an absolutely gorgeous Sunday afternoon. 6 furlongs for this maiden claiming race, 3-year-olds upward. Yes, it's a key scratch of suppressor. That means Inspiration Point, Andy, is a very short price. Can you see a potential alternative in this opener?
I guess Cougine is not impossible. Ran against much better horses last time, was a little bit off the inside. I thought ran okay, but at the end of the day, it's 5 and a little 3 for me. I was going to try to beat Suppressor, but now I'm getting no price.
We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting with the Charlie Baker layoff runner. Here's Moon Shining Bright.
Much as I like Charlie Baker, this horse has just done no running in his career, and he's never taken any money either.
He's 3-1 today, I think, by default, too. Here's the 2, Sharpoon.
Now, this is the rank outsider in the field. This horse is highly unlikely.
Linkers going on as this one does drop in class for the first time. Here is another class dropper back to the level at which he debuted. You mentioned Cougine.
Gets Lasix and a rider upgrade to Jose Gomez, so certainly a possibility.
Apprentice rider Jose Gomez, who's certainly been making a splash here in New York, scratched the 4, who would have taken quite a bit of money for Rob Atras. But here is your current favorite, Inspiration Point.
Don't know what went wrong last time, but he ran a winning race 2 races back. Now, he's had his share of chances, but in this field, he is way the horse to beat, and the distance shouldn't be a problem.
And the number 6, Dennis, second-time starter.
Ran off with a rider that's usually riding runoffs. Now he gets another 10-pound rider for this start. Not a lot to like about him, but he may have some early speed.
We'll see if he is able to sustain that speed. As your favorite is 4-5 now. That's the field for the opener. Again, we're fast and firm here in New York. We kick off the early pick 5 in this first race at Belmont Park. Love that shot of the grandstand. The number 5, Inspiration Point, Chris Englehart off the claim. This horse, as you mentioned, Andy, disappointed last time out. We did see the top 2 finishers come back and run some big races in their subsequent starts, but the race 2 starts back when beaten by 3/4 of a length would likely make him a major threat to find the winner's circle.
I agree. Now, the second place finisher in his last race, Balthazar, finished 3rd in here. He had a bit of a trip, too. Balthazar got claimed, and he came back and beat Maiden special weight horses and ran a buyer figure in the 80s. This effort will get this horse home by a city block. He got left. He ran very well in there. Last 2, I believe, a Rudy Rodriguez first-time starter, I want to say. Funny joke. I'm not certain, but I think it was a Rudy Rodriguez Rapoli firster. He's had his share of chances. I get it. I don't know what went wrong last time. Replay not available, so couldn't watch that. Dots Dollar won, but the first 2 finishers we know came back to win. It was a legit field, and you're just not left with that many alternatives in this race. And unless you like Cugine cutting back in distance, he may just win this race by default.
We have seen Inspiration Point going longer show a little bit of speed, but he does have the tendency to not break very well. Is that something that concerns you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's always a problem with horses that have trouble getting out of the gate. I agree, and he's done it throughout his career. So it's a possibility. You have to hope for the best. And in this spot, he may be able to break a little slow and still win. There's just nowhere really else to go, as you say, with Moonshine and Bright is taking money in here, because there's nowhere else to go. I mean, I'm not saying he can't win. He's off a long layoff for a very good trainer, but he's never run a step.
You've got a good trainer and a good jockey with Charlie Baker and Dylan Davis teaming up, but let's see if they can get around the big favorite. For more on this field in the opener, though, we welcome in former champion jockey Richard Migliore here with us trackside. Richie, 3-5 on Inspiration Point. Are you going to try to beat him in here?
I am going to try to beat him just because he's 3-5, and I just have a hard time in races like this, lower level, maiden claimers, to take a horse at a very short price, particularly a horse that's had, a lot of chances. He has had 8 tries, and certainly his race 2 back absolutely does win this. But I thought there was some other interesting plays here. The one, Moonshining Bright, just made a really nice impression. Looks very fit up the layoff. Was speaking with Bobby Messina, assistant to Charlie Baker, and he said the horse has been doing extremely well, and he looks very, very sharp. The 3-horse Cugine is the horse I'm going to try to beat the favorite with. I like the turn back for this horse. I'm seeing a horse that I think will appreciate going 6 furlongs. He gets a Lasix for the first time. He gets an apprentice in Jose Gomez that really has seen a race. There's a point in an apprentice's career when they start to see a race, and they have more experience, and you're starting to get a big advantage getting 5-pound break in the weights with a kid that, to me, has shown that his field of vision has gotten bigger, and certainly things have slowed down for him. He can see the race very clearly. The 5 Inspiration Point favorite looks great, very, very sharp. I do think that he's going to be very formidable to beat, particularly what I saw from a physical perspective, and obviously he looks great on paper. The 6-horse Dennis showed very high speed last time. Son of Bank Heist. Gary Richards rode him last time. He kind of sent him along. Gets a 10-pound apprentice today. Was talking with Eduardo Jones. I said, it's one of those circumstances where you don't have to make a horse be fast. Just let them be fast. You don't have to get in their way. Don't have to force them either way. Don't grab them. Don't send them. Let them be fast naturally, and he might be able to carry a little bit further coming off that one try where he was sent hard to the lead.
All right, Richie, thank you. 12-1 on that second-time starter. Meanwhile, you can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Go to naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races for today's show. Back at Churchill Downs, we do owe you some prices as the number 5 Spurs Up second-time starter was victorious on the drop in class. The son of Dialed In gets the win under Ricardo Santana Jr.
All the experienced horses ran 1, 2, 3, and look at that try. $80 try. Just box the 3 that ran. Key the 5 on top.
Easy game, right?
It's such an easy game. I don't know how we don't win every day. We were talking about Churchill off camera a little bit. Gunite, who won the Hopeful, is coming back in an allowance race at 7 furlongs on Friday at Churchill, the 7th race. And I'm looking through the field, and there's one contender after another in there, including Call Me Midnight, who some might remember upsetting Epicenter in the Lecomte earlier. That's a race to look forward to, the 7th race at Churchill on Friday.
Yeah, can't wait for that. Be exciting to see.
Yeah.
Gunite, who, as you mentioned, was part of that hopeful victory and just absolute dominance of closing weekend at Saratoga by trainer Steve Asmussen, who had a terrific meet in general. Meanwhile, back here at Belmont, we're getting ready for the first race, 3 to 5 on Inspiration Point. We have some stakes action later, Andy, but tomorrow, the Big Apple Showcase. I know you are just as excited about that as I am. The first of these kind of showcase days. We have 3 over the season here in New York, and just so awesome to get a chance to see those New York breds in the spotlight, kind of like a New York bred Breeders' Cup type of day.
Yeah, it's always fun to see the New York bred races and we put them together. It's a fun day. The Memorial Day card we have here. It'll be interesting. Unfortunately, American Revolution won't get to run. Looking forward to him. But I thought the Mike Lee came up a competitive race. Be interesting to see how it plays out throughout the day. And those races, I think the second race is a stake, second or third, and then they finish up in like races 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Mike Maker with a very strong 1-2 punch into Kingston, and seeing some of those runners who have been so successful against Open Company coming back in with the New York bred friends, so to speak. So looking forward to that day tomorrow. Don't forget to come on out if you have the day off of work and join us here at beautiful Belmont Park. It'll be a really fun day, and it's all about celebrating the New York breds. Or, as always, you can tune in and watch all of the action on America's Day at the Races with that special Monday show. Getting ready for the first race, 3 to 5 on Inspiration Point. First off the claim for Chris Engelhardt, as we have a beautiful shot of the flag, courtesy of Mitch Levitas, as always.
There's very little you get courtesy of Mitch Levitas, just so you know. I've known him longer than you have, believe me. It is an absolutely beautiful day, and if you get a chance to come out, not watch this on TV, but come out to Belmont either later today or tomorrow, it's spectacular out.
See a lot of people on the apron right now. I saw them unloading a bounce house when I pulled in today, too. I don't know if that's for
There's
tomorrow.
A bounce house?
Or it might
Are we going there after we're off the air?
I feel like we should.
I love a bounce house.
I feel like we should.
Yeah, bounce house? Can we get Mitch in the bounce house? We get Mitch in the bounce house. I'm definitely going.
That would be a real show. Maybe Maggie could do her paddock report
from the bounce house. Can we get it in the paddock?
That would be great.
That would be great. You're teasing me with this bounce house. Now I'm not going to be able to concentrate the rest of the show.
Well, we've got the first race at Belmont Park for you. Fast and firm. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon as we kick off the live racing. Here is the voice of New York racing, John and Brielle, standing by with the call.
We are set for the Sunday opener. And they're off. Moon shining bright from the rail, out for the early lead, with Dennis moving up on the outside into second. Sharpoon is next in third, followed by the favorite Inspiration Point, and it's 4 lengths back to Kujin, who trails in fifth. Up front, it's Dennis on the outside and Moon shining bright on the inside, and the two of them hook up as they go around the far turn. Inspiration Point is getting closer now in third. It's Sharpoon down at the rail and a big break back to Kujin. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Moon shining bright, challenged now by Inspiration Point as Dennis drops back. Inspiration Point on the outside and Moon shining bright down at the rail. And the two of them come to the head of the stretch. Inspiration Point bearing out there as the field comes into the stretch. Moon shining bright has once again taken the lead. Inspiration Point running in second. Then Sharpoon in third. Kujin has moved to fourth. It is Moon shining bright who has the lead. Inspiration Point on the outside getting closer again in second. Moon shining bright. Inspiration Point. They come on for the finish, and it's going to be Moon shining bright, 3/4 of a length. Inspiration Point was second. Then Sharpoon and Kujin.
The layoff runner just able to hold on over the big favorite, Moon shining bright, and Dylan Davis win the opener.
I'm going to say somebody knew this horse was going to run today. I know it wasn't a very strong field on paper, but this horse has had one race where he ran about a half an inch, and every other race he ran about a millimeter. And he's coming off a 10-month layoff, and he's 5-2, and he gunned with the lead. Inspiration Point lost because he's never going to win a race, honestly. Right. I mean, he lost a race because he just does not want to win. He did everything a horse could possibly do to lose an unlosable race. The moon shining bright. They knew he was going to run for Charlie Baker off the layoff, and run he did.
Charlie Baker, top-class horseman, has this son of Malibu Moon ready off the bench. Dylan Davis, who is just having a tremendous meet here at Belmont Park, continues that good run that we've seen from him, picking up another victory in the opener at Belmont Park. Put this horse on the front end, aggressively handled, and it paid off as Inspiration Point finishes where he seems to like to finish, in second.
This was a race where he just did not want to win.
We'll bring you prices and recap more of what happened this week at Belmont Park and look ahead to what else is still to come. Stay with us for more on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race at the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free. We're seeing his progeny excelling around 2 turns and doing just about everything on the racetrack. And the first race at Belmont Park is in the books. Moon shining bright, aggressively handled by Dylan Davis, and it paid off as this gelding by Malibu Moon was ready off the layoff for trainer Charlie Baker.
Yep, was straight as a string as opposed to his competition on the outside. Didn't want to go anywhere. And gets it done. Congrats to Charlie.
Over the big favorite, the number 5 Inspiration Point, who will have to settle for second under Eric Cancel. Dylan Davis picking up another win here at Belmont Park. This horse did take quite a bit of money too. Ended up paying $750 over the 3-5 favorite. Big price with that drop in class and blinkers on. Sharpoon checking in third. Back at Churchill Downs, we get ready for race number 2 now. It's a maiden claiming 6.5 furlongs on the main track for the Phillies and Mayors. That'll be our next order of business. And Grace's Secret to the inside. We last saw her in January at Oaklawn, Andy, as she was facing the boys in maiden special weight. And can that be correct that there are 4 horses on the board right now at 3-1? Wow.
I guess, including a first-time starter for Ron McQuaid, who does not win with a lot of first-time starters.
Here's the field, though, starting with that drop-down runner, Grace's Secret.
Obviously, she can win this race, but for me, she's just had too many chances.
She's making start number 9 already. Here's that first for Ron McQuet. You talked about Lunch Lady.
The only her fault from this dam actually ran, it was okay and ran in Puerto Rico.
I'm No Good, who did actually win a few times sprinting on the dirt in North America as well. Here's the 3 Parish Bell.
I know this horse ran Evangeline last time, but this horse really ran, and I think this horse is the one to beat.
Beaten just by a head last time out. Here's Jumacan Bourbon.
Right. Well, good job pronouncing that. Gets Lasix for the first time. Maybe it'll make a difference.
5-1 right now. Here is the number 5 Shaolin.
There must be a story, right?
I think
this
so.
horse was 25-1 first time out. Did absolutely no running whatsoever. Drops a little bit. Gets blinkers on. And is the 5-2 favorite?
Rusty Arnold's been having a big meet.
This must be a wild story on this horse. Supposed to be working up a storm or something.
And a first-time starter. Here's Day in the Stars.
Not a lot to go on here. No real pedigree on the dam side.
A couple of first-time starters. Everyone looking for the first win of their career. We'll check in once again with Paul LaDuca. Paulie, pretty wide open board right now for race 2.
Yeah, kind of a confusing race as you look at this race, because when you get to 2 Lunch Lady in here, this horse got the early money from the jump. So what ends up happening is when that happens is usually these horses work well in the morning and they work fast early. That might be a good thing, because when you look at this race, the 3 Parish Bell fell out of the gate. The 4 Jumacan Bourbon fell out of the gate. The 5 Shaolin, I know, is against better. The blinkers are going on, fell out of the gate. The 6 is bred to run 2 miles. So just by process of elimination, if you look at Julien Leperoux and Ron Moquette, together they're 20% together. I'm just hoping that this filly by Jimmy Creed can break, get out of the gate, and might have a lonely lead. And you know, when first-time starters get on the lead by themselves, they can get brave. Right now, 7-2 starting to float up. Decent price.
All right, Paul, thank you. An interesting point that he brought up, as well as they're really, from the horses that have run already, there isn't speed unless one of the second-time starters breaks better, shows a little bit more aggression. Maybe a firster could be the one to set that pace.
No, that's an interesting point. And when a firster gets bet, it usually means they have speed. Now, Lunch Lady may be getting bet because there's just nowhere really else to go in this race, or nobody that's that appealing. And maybe, I mean, Shaolin, it's a little weird that this horse is bet as strongly as she is. I also think Parish Bourbon, if she can get out of the gate, Parish Bell, excuse me. I'm looking at Jamaican Bourbon. We've decided it's Jamaican Bourbon.
Yeah, that's what Greg Wolf says, so we're going to go with Greg Wolf.
Greg Wolf has never been wrong in my entire life around him. I wonder if Parish Bell breaks if you see Raylu on the front end with this horse. When I first looked at this horse, I said, oh, yeah, I'm going to fall for a horse that ran at Evangeline. I looked the race up. The 4th horse came back and improved his buyer 11 points, winning at a short price. Speed held up. This horse got completely left, two lengths, was 4 or 5 wide around the field. This horse ran.
Yeah,
and
a lot of ground.
I like Parish Bell. I know she's favored here, and I know I'm probably the race. I'll say that's what I get for taking a horse that came from out of town, but I don't know. But I would use the 5 because it does feel like something's up.
Story for perhaps as we take a look at Grace's Secret. Meanwhile, this is a horse who's run 8 times already. This is back in November at Churchill when she was beaten by half a length. And the question is, she's actually never been favored in her career so far, Andy. The question is, with all those chances, is today the day she finally gets it done?
Not for me. She has absolutely no speed whatsoever in a race, as you pointed out, that has a murky pace. I get it. I'm not saying she can't win here. She's also, I don't know, this is just not my kind of horse. She can win. I'm not going to tell you there's anybody in this race that I would take a big stand against because nobody in here particularly looks reliable. But this one's just had so many chances. I shy away from these type of horses.
I think we see that reflected in the board as well with how wide open this race does appear to be. And she's not a filly that I'm that familiar with, of course. I haven't actually seen her in person ever, but she looked to me like she might need perhaps a race off a bit of that freshening since January. 5-2 on Parish Bell now, who does drop in class after facing fellow Louisiana breds last time out. You mentioned the good race that she put forth. The number 5, Shaolin, who's been taking all of that money She did not show any speed in the debut. That was against a maiden $100,000 field. So tougher at Keeneland. She was headstrong, hard to handle. There could be the natural progression and improvement second time. But as you mentioned, the money seems noteworthy on this one.
And the fact that this horse is getting bet the way she is means she's probably going to have speed today. I always assume in the story there's some sort of story about how the horse has been working or something. Now, obviously, looking at the workout, she's not fast, but looking at workouts in the paper is a dicey way to handicap workouts.
Had her last workout from the gate at Churchill Downs, maybe showing a little bit more improvement coming out at the start, as she didn't show any speed in that debut at Keeneland. A couple of first-time starters. There goes one of them, Lunch Lady, filly by Jimmy Creed. Maybe she is aggressive and forwardly placed. We shall soon find out. And the other firster in the field is Day in the Stars. A wide-open race here in race 2 at Churchill as everyone looks for the first win of her career. Here's Travis Stone standing by with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Lunch Lady looking for the lead. Day in the Stars is there. Parish Bell is sent on for speed 2, and Shaolin's not far behind either. And it's Lunch Lady down inside with an arrow lead as they cross over. Parish Bell's on the chase from second. Day in the Stars in the clear third. Shaolin fourth. Here comes Jamaican Bourbon advancing toward the inside, up into third now. And struggling at the back is Grace's Secret already. 8 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds. They're on the far turn. Lunch Lady the leader. The leader by just more than a length. Parish Bell is hard on the chase in second. Jamaican Bourbon tucked away third and toward the rail. Day in the Stars has lost a bit of ground back into fourth. Shaolin toward that one's inside, and now Grace's Secret is launching a bid from the back, but is forced to go 5 wide by the quarter pole. Top of the stretch, Lunch Lady. Off the turn in front, Parish Bell is right there. These two head in head. Jamaican Bourbon's trying to split rivals. 1 furlong to go. Parish Bell comes away with the lead. Opens up by 2. Jamaican Bourbon is green and behind. Is going to angle inside. Parish Bell to catch. Jamaican Bourbon continues to rally. They come together right at the 70-yard pole, and it's going to be Jamaican Bourbon to get up and do it. Jamaican Bourbon got up to win it. Parish Bell was second. They brushed it right inside the 16th or so. Grace's Secret was third.
Jamaican Bourbon was headstrong and hard to handle early on in the race as we saw some greenness from Parish Bell. Just waiting was Rafael Bejarano trying to get some room and was able to gut it out down on the inside.
Yeah, I mean, she was running up on heels in the backstretch, and usually they're expending energy, but she got the Lasix for the first time and dropped down, and she got it done. Parish Bell ran a race, and she ran a winning race, just wasn't quite good enough, and a mystery shall remain as to what the heck the story was with Shaolin, why she took all that money, because she didn't. She ran back to her first race, not at all.
Paul was right on how the pace could potentially play out. Lunch Lady set the pace under Julian Leparoux, just didn't have any punch when it came time at the end. Wasn't able to sustain that speed. Perhaps will improve after having a race under her belt, but it's Jamaican Bourbon and Rafael Bejarano. There she is, as she will make her way back to the winner's circle. When we come back, though, we'll talk about the test of the champion, the Belmont Stakes. We saw Todd Pletcher run a filly in 2007 in Rags to Riches, and that turned out pretty good for them. Can he do it again with Nest? More on that after this.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clutch champion, Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th left has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Stretch. A filly is in front of the Belmont, but Curlin is right there with her. These two in a battle of the sexes in the Belmont Stakes. It is Curlin on the inside, Rags to Riches on the outside. A desperate finish. Rags to Riches and Curlin. They're coming down to the wire. It's going to be very close, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont. Rags to Riches has beaten Curlin, and 100 years of Belmont history. The first filly to win it in over a century.
History and a thriller in the 2007 Belmont Stakes. Rags to Riches over Curlin. What a race that was.
It was a great race, yeah. I remember watching it right down by the finish line, the boxes, and it was an amazing performance. She didn't break. Rags to Riches was a superior talent. While she only unfortunately made one other start, and it was a losing effort to Gazelle that fall, she came in the race with just extremely strong credentials. So far superior horse to Nest. On the other hand, she was running against a horse, Curlin, who would probably win this year's Belmont Stakes by 15 lengths. So I guess I can understand the appeal, and my guess is it's probably more the connections than Todd thinking of this, because she's a horse that would be a likely winner of our Mother Goose prestigious race run 2 weeks later. So I'm not sure she'll show up in there. I wouldn't bet Ness, but I'll tell you what, Rags to Riches, she was a good one.
Trained by Todd Pletcher, of course, ridden by John Velasquez. Tanya and Ruthless, the other two fillies to win the Belmont Stakes. Meanwhile, Nest comes out of the Kentucky Oaks as she was a horse that ran a good race this day, had come into the race in good form as well. She's certainly one that I think improved as a 3-year-old too for Todd Pletcher. You mentioned some of the other options for 3-year-old fillies later this year. It is a little bit murky waters in the Belmont Stakes, maybe wanting to take a chance, and we'll see a Secret Oath, who won the Kentucky Oaks, did run 4th in the Preakness.
Yeah, she has improved a lot this year, and she's a very nice horse, and she's one of the better horses in the division. There's no question about it. But I thought her Kentucky Oaks are in some ways a little disappointing, because she really got a great ride from Ira Ortiz. As usual, I read some idiotic criticisms of his ride, and I thought he gave her a tremendous ride.
I agree.
And she ran fine. She lost a horse that was much better than her, and a horse that is good, but may not be as good as some of these. On the other hand, maybe, listen, I think if Todd was confident that she would improve with more distance, and I understand, look at the field, he's not that scared, but he also has a horse who may be favored, Mo Donegal. We'll see if she ends up running. She could add some intrigue, but in general, I think she's probably over her head if she runs in this race.
Todd Pletcher could potentially have 2 starters in the Belmont Stakes this year, with Mo Donegal, winner of the Wood Memorial, as Andy mentioned. And you think that he could potentially be favored over Rich Strike?
It's hard for me to believe that Rich Strike would be favored. I'll be very surprised if he's effective at 1.5 miles. I honestly think if he had a chance to be effective in one of these races after the Derby, it would have been the Preakness. They didn't run, and he'll try the Belmont. We're glad to have him coming here. I hope he runs well. Maybe he's a horse that just turned the corner, but he is a horse that got an unbelievable setup and a great ride and trip. But he also did beat Mo Donegal, and he beat him convincingly, and I don't think they had significantly different trips.
Well, the test of the champion, it's going to be quite a day, quite a weekend as well. Tickets for the 2022 Belmont Stakes are going fast. We're capping attendance at 50,000. Don't miss out. The 3-day Belmont Stakes Racing Festival is June 9th through the 11th, jam-packed with excitement. Some of the best racing in the world, of course, headlined by the test of the champion, the Belmont Stakes on Saturday, June 11th. Go to belmontstakes.com to get your tickets. We certainly hope to see you there. It's going to be a tremendous weekend of racing. We have race 2 at Belmont coming up next, though. The number 1 Elegant Lauban will kick off the post-parade, Andy.
Yeah, should have been disqualified when she broke her maiden last time out. The stewards let her stand, and she comes in off a win. In this field, I'm not going to say there's anybody that can't win.
First off the claim, here's a Rhubarb Martini.
Yeah, I picked this horse, a new face here, claimed out of town, now with the Cantermachi barn. And this horse's last race I thought good enough to win, and this is a race begging for a stranger.
Here's the 3 Intelligence Report, back to the dirt.
Yeah, it's just never run a fast race. That's the problem, but does get Lasix for the first time.
Filly by Cupid, who also drops in class. Here's the 4 Game Theory, stretching out.
Yeah, I mean, listen, based on the last figure, this horse can win, but it won for 22, a tough gamble.
Second, last time out, that was going 6.5 furlongs. We'll try to navigate the mile today. Here's Simple Sugar.
Yeah, Simple Sugar's got the one race 3 back that gives her a chance. The last 2 efforts have been woefully slow.
Blinkers going on today, as there's the number 6, Gagliano.
He's the trip horse in that he was 4 wide against a gold rail last time out. He's also 1 for 32 with just 2 seconds and 10/3, so he's hardly reliable. But at 5-1, he's very playable in here.
And what do you do with this horse? Won on the turf last time out. Now in the dirt, here's Rain Out.
Well, we'll see if wise guy Roy Lehrman can win one here. Seems to be an underlay at 7-2. Not really sure why you'd like this horse. Has absolutely no pedigree for the turf. And who is that sire? Only you would know who that sire is.
I actually don't know much about him, just that he stands in Florida. We will talk more about this race number 2 coming up next, a mile on the main track, as we'll see who can get the second win of their career. More in the second race from Belmont after this break on America's Day at the Races.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You could bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to nairabets.com or download the app today. The sun is shining. What more could you possibly want on a Sunday afternoon with some live racing sprinkled in there as well? Here's a look at the field for race 2. Rhubarb Martini now 9-5. For more on this fresh face and the rest of the field, let's go trackside and check in with Richie Migliori.
Thanks, Acacia. You know, in lower level races like this, I feel like you start looking at horses from a physical perspective becomes more important. I actually lean a little bit more on it because it feels like any one of these horses, you know, you can kind of throw them up in the air and it could come down with a different winner several different times. The 2 Rhubarb Martini looks good. Mert Cantamasi's barn has come to life. She makes a lot of sense. She's a stranger. I think that's a good thing in here. I do think she'll be tough. But I did like the way a few other horses looked better. Game Theory made a real nice impression. She's dappled out, light on her feet. Mile might be stretching her a bit, but she was definitely sharp, and she made a nice impression. But the horse I went to is big price, the 5, Simple Sugar. I think she looked good in the paddock. Big, strong, raw-boned filly, rangy. But I love the way she framed up on the racetrack. And in a race where I can't have a lot of confidence in anybody, I'm going to just go with what my eye tells me, suspend the form a little bit more than I might in a better race, if you will. And at this lower level, I'm going to go with the 5 Simple Sugar and hope that I get sweet.
He didn't really just say that.
I see what you did.
The king
there,
of cheese
Richie.
there, down there.
Hey, you knew if somebody was
Mig.
going to say it, it was going to be the Mig.
He's just worried. He's not here. He's just thinking about the Rangers tonight. Who's he kidding?
He is a little distracted, I would
It's
think.
tomorrow. It's tomorrow. That's right.
Tomorrow.
Or he's all worked up after the big win last night. Was a big win.
Yeah,
Pretty cool.
Absolutely. He was explaining the season to me and Maggie and about what's,
Sorry, I missed that.
What's coming up next. It was
You want to call me to come down for that?
We thought you'd really want to know. Meanwhile, the 7 rain out, 3-0. Raced 8 times for Roy Lerman, still a maiden, and now stands in Florida.
Yeah.
It's not a smart strike.
You know what? Roy got the money last time. Roy knows how to get the money. They don't call him wise guy Roy Lerman for nothing. He's Roy's been around a long time. He lives in Saratoga much of the year. But he has the farm, right? What's the farm down in Lanholm?
Lamhome, yeah.
Yeah, the farm in Ocala. Is Ocala? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's where the stallion stands, 3-0.
He runs primarily at Tampa, though, in the winter, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
No, Roy's won his share of races at Saratoga at prices. We were just recounting a story, and you were telling me a story, and I had bet the horse, too, of a first-time starter of his that won it about 20. I know it was a first-time starter, first-time turfer. I'm not sure it was first-time starter or not. It might have been, but it was first-time turf for sure.
Travers Day.
Yeah, Travers Day, 25-1.
I wasn't working in New York yet, but my friend Ron Nicoletti had bet the horse and
I
got
bet it too.
DQ'd. Yeah, so you and Ron.
It was a legit DQ, as I recall. It was, and it was a close finish. I feel like George Weaver finished second. I'm not sure. They put the horse. Yeah, it was not. It was a close finish. The horse. I think Manny rode the horse. Either Manny got put up or he rode the horse.
Tyler Gaffleone, I know.
Oh, Tyler rode him.
The
Okay,
Roy
maybe
Lerman
Manny
horse,
got put up.
because Tyler wasn't really riding in New York yet, but we can reminisce. Even
Well, there
more.
are DQs where you feel like it was just bad luck, you know, whatever, you understand the DQ, but your horse would have won anyway. And there are DQs where you say, this horse, like if they had taken the 1 downs, they should have, in this race last time, well, the horse wouldn't have won if it hadn't badly interfered with the runner-up, and badly interfered with it.
Elegant Lauban, you watch the head-on of that race.
Crazy.
You even see it in the short comment. Herded Foe really came out into the center of the track. Got the win that time. Does she try to show speed once again today? We'll soon find out. As Richie going with Simple Sugar, Andy with a new face in Rhubarb Martini. You like a Rhubarb Martini?
At this point, I'd be happy for any martini. And I've never had a Rhubarb Martini, but I do like rhubarb.
Yeah, it's a cool flavor.
It is. Have you had a Rhubarb Martini?
I have not had one, no. I'm trying to learn some new cocktail.
I try not to have too many espresso martinis to stay up in Saratoga, but they are tough to resist at the end of the evening.
That's the place for them, that's for sure. There's intelligence report giving the starting gate a little bit of a tough time. Loading into the starting gate, they will get her in as she makes start number 4 of her career back to the main track, as she did this last time too, giving them a very tough time getting into the gate. That's just a typical of this filly by Cupid, who's a little bit tough at this point. She's in, and we continue on loading the rest of the field. John Imbriel standing by for race 2 at Belmont.
Waiting for Galliano and rain out. They are all in line. And they're off. There's Simple Sugar, and now Rhubarb Martini and Elegant Lauban. Elegant Lauban and Rhubarb Martini, and the two of them are right together going up the backstretch. Simple Sugar sits just off of them in third. And then it's 2.5 lengths back to Rain Out, along with Game Theory. Intelligence Report is down at the rail, and the trailer is Galliano in seventh. Rhubarb Martini now takes over from Elegant Lauban. Rhubarb Martini clear by 1.5 lengths. Simple Sugar moves up on the outside, and down at the rail is Elegant Lauban. The quarter went in 23 4/5 seconds. Game Theory runs in fourth, 3 lengths from the lead. Right alongside is Rain Out, and now Galliano has picked it up and has moved up into sixth as Intelligence Report drops back to last. The field heads around the turn, the half in 48 2. Rhubarb Martini by 1/2 length. Simple Sugar on the outside is in second, 1.5 lengths. Elegant Lauban down at the rail. Game Theory alongside. Then a Rain Out, who is dropping back. Galliano on the far outside, and Intelligence Report as they come for the head of the stretch with Rhubarb Martini on the inside and Simple Sugar on the outside. They are heads apart as they head for home now. 3/4 in 1, 13 1. Simple Sugar and Rhubarb Martini. Simple Sugar on the outside. Rhubarb Martini continues to battle on. Game Theory is next in third, and then Galliano now is 16th to the finish. It is Rhubarb Martini and Simple Sugar. They continue to battle it out right to the finish. Rhubarb Martini, Simple Sugar. It's going to be Rhubarb Martini. Simple Sugar was second, then Game Theory and Galliano.
They made it a thriller here in race 2 at Belmont Park. Rhubarb Martini and Simple Sugar. And Andy, as you said, right after the wire, though, they were out in the center of the track. What did you notice in the stretch?
Well, it does feel like there was some drifting. Nothing like the drifting the one was involved in last time out. And by the way, a good pick by the MiG, who's horsed at a very big price, almost got the money. I'm not saying anything happened. We will try to see if we can find that head on, but they do finish out pretty well out in the track. Now, to be fair, they started out fairly well out in the track when they came in the stretch. So I'm not saying anything happened, but we do like to look at these. But a game performance, and I tell you what, a race on paper that may not have looked too scintillating, this was a heck of a stretch run.
They made it a horse race, that's for sure. Rhubarb Martini in the red cap, Simple Sugar in the yellow cap. And here Trevor McCarthy is going left-handed. Rhubarb Martini
he hasn't even heard it, though. I mean, the other horse was out far enough away. Now, how he's coming out a little more, there's some drifting, a little hurting, but nothing. I mean, if you showed that one next to the one that the one was involved in last time, you would chuckle. And nice job by our TV crew, by the way. Great job, guys, getting that head on up. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Rhubarb Martini with Simple Sugar. Here's a nice recipe for you and that little exacta.
Yeah, I hope Richie could have had this number. He could have had a little 2-5 here. Good call by Richie with the 5.
Absolutely.
I made fun of him, and he was right.
Simple Sugar running well with those blinkers on. You liked Rhubarb Martini. Mertken Cantermasi and America's Pastime Stables, who picked up a lot of new claims at Keeneland.
Yes, they did, and I'm always happy to see them win. They're such good guys. I love to see them win. Such
Richie,
positive guys.
We'll bring in Richie, though, too, our former champion jockey, for an input here. Richie, did you notice anything in the stretch as far as that drifting was concerned?
You know, there was definitely some drifting going on, but I think what wound up happening, guys, was the 5 Simple Sugar drifted away under left-handed pressure from Jalen Samuel, and Trevor McCarthy on the winner, Rhubarb Martini, just kind of kept on taking up that slack that was provided him by the other filly drifting. So even though they both drifted, it wasn't so much the inside horse hurting him as keeping his horse engaged with the outside horse, because he knew she was going to keep fighting for him. And sometimes when you get away from a horse, that's when they get the little edge on you. He did a great job to keep his horse engaged with the outside runner because they both were drifting.
Oh, they certainly made it exciting down to the wire, too. Trevor McCarthy, who we saw unseated last week after his mount stumbled out of the gate, some lower back soreness, and great to see him coming back. He won actually on his first mount back and gets another trip to the winner's circle.
Trevor's a terrific rider.
Yeah.
He's never going to get the mounts with the other riders coming in that he got at Aqueduct, but the horses he's getting, he's riding them well, and when they can win, he's helping them.
Picked up the first grade 1 of his career, too, in the Man Award just a couple of weeks ago. Meanwhile, at Churchill Downs, we have a good one coming up next, a maiden special weight for the Phillies, going 1 3/8 on the turf. I love these marathon turf races. You do have some who've had quite a few chances in this race, but it always makes it interesting, tactically speaking, too, Andy, to see how races like this play out.
And there's a horse owned by Burt Bacharach. The problem I have is no horse has any experience going long. 1 3/16 is the farthest one, and the distance can be a great equalizer. I do think the 6 may be the horse to beat and is a very generous price right now, but it's hard to be confident here.
Well, we'll meet the field, starting with the number 1, Pure Country, who will break to the outside.
Yeah, got a tough outside post. This horse to me looks like she's run better than she has in her races because of the nature of turf racing. Not impossible, but not for me.
Here's the rail runner, blinkers on, English Treasure.
Yeah, and she ran her best race in 1 3/16 when forwardly placed, and I think she has a chance to wire the field.
She looks like she has the speed. Here's the 3, Under One Sky.
Trainer switched from Shug's son Reeve to Eddie Keneally. Eddie's going to have a yeoman's job getting this one to improve. Maybe the distance will help.
Here's the 4, Quality Star.
Ran well enough last time behind Joyful Applause to say is not without a chance.
Number 5, Red Light Racer. I know distance has always been the plan for this mare.
Problem is she does not have the form she had when she was with Chad Brown, and she's a Chad Brown horse that failed in races she should have won.
Here's Joyful Applause, who ran quite well last time
She
out.
should be stalking English Treasure. I think she's the horse to beat.
Start Class goes back to the turf for the first time in a while.
Yeah, a long shot.
And here's the number 8, I believe it's Cinq Soir.
You're the French. Don't
Well,
play
it's
the
spelled incorrectly if it's French.
Whatever.
Believe
Whatever.
me,
Stop
I tried.
covering for yourself here. This is embarrassing, Acacia. This horse has a modicum of turf pedigree.
If it was sister, it would be Soeur.
Yeah. I know it's Sarah. Come on. Not that uneducated.
Pretty provocative. It's next.
This one tries turf for the first time without much pedigree to speak of, and those Union Rags, they're not turf horses.
I will say, my notes from her last race at Gulfstream said that she looked like a turf horse.
Hey, it's a big price. Throw her in.
We'll see what happens. Here's the 10, Duvet Day.
That's the one owned by Burt and Jane Bacharach. Actually, Burt Bacharach's had horses for many years. I always like to see Michael McCarthy with horses here, and his horses run well in Kentucky. I don't know if this horse wants to go 1 3/8, though. I'm surprised. You surprised this horse is the co-favorite?
A little bit, yeah. This horse is coming out of 1 3/16 race where she finished 6th. So we'll see what happens. But let's go to Gary Stevens, our Hall of Fame jockey, here with us. Gary, these kind of races are fun to handicap, 1 3/8. Tactically, as a rider, how do you make a game plan here?
Well, the first thing what you do is get these horses in a rhythm. Make sure that they're breathing, that they're relaxed early on. Like, you got to put yourself in the place of the horse. Pretend that you're running the 1 3/8. Well, if I'm going 1 3/8, I got to concentrate on the finish, not the early part of the race. So I'm going to breathe, and try and have a turn of foot at the end of the race. There's other horses in here. You're going to race against some guys or women that have some early speed, and they just continue to go. So the biggest thing is just to get them to relax, get them in that rhythm, make sure they're breathing steadily, and save as much as you can for the last 3/8 of a mile. I think one of the most interesting horses in here is Joyful Applause for Helen Pitts. It's got turf written all over it. It's got distance written all over it. Her daddy, Kitten's Joy, he was a champion marathon horse. The Dam's sire, Theatrical, another one that was a champion route horse, won a Breeders' Cup Turf way back in the day. So I love the pedigree here. Third out of her life. She ran 1 1/8 last time out and really ran a nice race in that race. Led all the way to the final parts of the race, weakened late. But look for Julian Leperoux to get a lead. To have the 2 horse in here has got some speed, drawn down in the 1 post position. So I look for English Treasure to possibly go to the lead early on, and Joyful Applause and Julian Leperoux sitting just off of it. And Andy, I agree with you. Duvet Day, I don't know how much turf, how much distance there is there, but right now currently at 7-2. Guys?
Gary, thank you. 7-2 co-favorites right now, actually, with Joyful Applause and the 10 Duvet Day. Duvet Day, who does have some questions as far as how far she may want to go. Meanwhile, Joyful Applause went 1 1/8 miles at Churchill last time out, and Gary talked about the pedigree. There's plenty of pedigree here to suggest that this one will handle the distance.
Yeah, I mean, you see Kitten's Joy, and if you want a horse for distance, it gives you some comfort the horse could be able to handle it. You obviously don't know they do in the racetrack, and I like forwardly placed horses in these races because the paces often get kind of tepid, and it really helps them. You know, there's so many things in racing that I think, especially when you first get in the game, that you get confused by. It's like a closing sprinter should be better with more distance, and it doesn't work out that way. And more distance, the Belmont Stakes. The Belmont Stakes is probably one of the easier races in the Triple Crown to wire, or at least be forwardly placed, because pace becomes a much bigger factor in longer races. So I'm not going to assume that just because a horse wants to close at 1 1/8 that horse is going to be effective going 1 3/8. And I would rather have horses like the 2 and 6 that I have confidence will be forwardly placed, and they can run the turf.
The number 2, English Treasure, filly by English Channel. That also says distance on the turf. The best race of this filly's career was going 1 3/16 at Keeneland when she tried to wire the field behind Flanagan's Cove. The blinkers go on. I think that speaks to the intent that they have with her today.
And I also want to say, I know she ran poorly last time. And listen, she was easily beaten by Joyful Applause and the 4 Quality Star. However, the turf course, especially on Derby week, was... I don't know if it was slick. I don't know the reason for it. But there were an awful lot of horses that just completely failed to show up. And we had talked about the Turf Classic on Derby Day, how I've never really seen a turf race where the first 2 horses ran and everybody else ran something like 15 to 40 points worse than its usual buyers. And turf races aren't run like that. Dirt races can be run like that. Well, the horse who was easy in that race came back and won the stake yesterday at Monmouth at 7-1. And I think if you like English Treasure into that horse, maybe you want to say, I can forgive the last race because maybe this horse just didn't handle that course at all. And I think she's very dangerous today. I'm going to bet a couple dollars on her in box 2-6.
There she is at 5-1, English Treasure as 5-2 favorite on the number 6, Joyful Applause. Now, it was a big price last time out. Looks like distance will be her friend. A wide open board once again here. There's a look at the Twin Spires. A great crowd on track today, too. Love to see that on a beautiful day at Churchill Downs. We'll be going over a firm turf course here, going 1 3/8 miles. Interesting to see how it will play out. You heard some tips as far as jockey tactics from Gary Stevens. Into the gate they go. Graduation day for one of these fillies. Here's Travis Stone standing by with this 3rd race live at Churchill Downs.
Waiting on Pretty Provocative, Duvet Day, and Pure Country. They're in the gate. And they're off. Joyful Applause and Quality Star, those 2 fastest out. Joyful Applause quickly up to take the lead. Here's Duvet Day from the far outside, racing up to grab second. Meanwhile, at the back of the pack, English Treasure and Red Light Racer both checked and steadied, lost a couple of lengths each. So around the opening turn, Joyful Applause secured the front end, but here's Pure Country now. And Pure Country comes up to engage Joyful Applause. And these 2 will turn into the stretch together for the first time. Duvet Day backs off into 3rd. Quality Star toward the inside is 4th. Start Class comes out in 5th. Pretty Provocative is 6th. Under One Sky 7th. Red Light Racers back in 8th. Sinksors is 9th as they head by us the first time. And the early trailer is English Treasure, about a dozen lengths off the lead. The opening quarter in 24 seconds flat. One circuit remaining. Joyful Applause with company in Pure Country. These two in tandem into the second of 3 turns. A margin of 3 now back to Quality Star, who heads over to the inside to be third. Duvet Day is coasting along in fourth and is only 4 lengths off the lead. A break of 2 back to Pretty Provocative, who's advancing down toward the rail. Up into 5th, Under One Sky 6th. Start Class 3 wide 7th. Red Light Racer racing in 8th. 6 lengths off the lead. And then it's Sink Sewers and English Treasure still at the back. But the pack is tighter as they move down the backstretch run. 14 and 3 for 3/4, 4 furlongs to go. Joyful Applause and Pure Country continue on to the far turn together. Quality Star perched out there 3 wide. Duvet Days worked out a good trip so far. In Between Horses racing 4th. Pretty Provocative given more rain 5th. Under One Sky launching a rally from 6th. Red Light Racers asked to go now 7th. English Treasures catching up as well. 6 lengths to make up there. They come for the top of the stretch. 3 abreast at the quarter pole. Joyful Applause, Pure Country, and Quality Star. 3 of them off the turn together. Duvet Days switched out for the final furlong. Under One Sky is 5th. And Quality Star is first with a furlong to go. But Duvet Days coming hard. Joyful Applause fights on. Final 16th, and Duvet Day has taken the lead. Duvet Day roused clear by 3 and scores on the wire. Quality Star was second. Joyful Applause was third. Under One Sky and English Treasure.
Duvet Day took the early money, and she delivered today with a much improved performance, getting the win under Florent Giroux.
Well, we got this one in the winner's circle. Didn't think she necessarily wanted the distance. She did. She's got the nice win. Florent gave a good ride and got the job done. And I don't know if something happened at the start with the number 2 English Treasure. Obviously, if the intention was to drag that horse completely out of contention back to last, it was a foolish plan. She was flying at the finish. I think she was galloped by everybody in there. She's the one with the white blinkers on the outside. I'd want to watch the head-on. You can see it in the pan that there's some nonsense going on. I don't know if it was I just don't have any idea. That horse was a clear speed. Instead, she was last early.
Changed the pace dynamic completely as far as what that third race would be. Meanwhile, when we come back, as we mentioned earlier, Big Apple Showcase Day coming up as New York breds take center stage on Memorial Day. Some Like It Hot Brown and City Man met in the Mohawk. They will both be featured in the Kingston on Monday. More on them and the rest of the field after this.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer. ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Coming up tomorrow, as that is tomorrow's Belmont Stakes for Big Apple Showcase Day. Looking forward to it as some like it hot brown. In the Kingston, one of two for Mike Maker, who looked very strong in that race. But we have 5 stakes coming up for those New York breds. The Kingston will go as race 9, a mile and a 16th on the inner turf. And this came up salty, Andy.
It did, but some like it hot brown has such a ridiculous tactical advantage over this field, and especially on the inner turf course where speed can be so deadly. It's going to be very hard for him to lose. He's only going to lose this race if he fails to show up, and it seems like he almost never fails to show up, layoff or not.
Multiple graded stakes winner, successful against Open Company. We last saw him at Belmont in November in the Mohawk, where he wired the field over Sanctuary City and City Man, familiar foes who are very nice New York breds as well, will be in this race too. But that speed of some like it hot brown, always so deadly. Does have a layoff to contend with. That is always a question. But as you mentioned, that speed, so dangerous. And Jose Ortiz will be in the saddle once again.
And I would prefer Sanctuary City on the Widener, which this course race was on. It's better for closers, and he has been in great form. This would be a good race for Christophe Clement to stop acting like City Man doesn't have speed and taking him back. I think he needs Joel to be aggressive out of the gate, make sure he makes some like it hot brown, do a little running early, put a little separation, and sit second behind him, so at least he has a chance to beat him. If City Man gets a lax ride in this race and allows this horse, because he's the only horse that has some speed, then it's all over. And I really believe that City Man has the talent, perhaps, to beat him, but he's not going to beat him if he concedes the race to him early.
We'll see how that pace shakes out in the Kingston on Monday. Looking forward to that race as we have race 3, New York bred maiden special weight, coming up next here at Belmont Park as the number 5 Price Discipline first-time starter 7-5. Let's get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And it's certainly an interesting runner coming from a top outfit. Chad Brown always has his horses prepared. Let's go to the inside first, the 2 Patrick the Great. This son of Bellamy Road, I think, is going to really appreciate stretching out. He's a big, rangy, raw-boned horse that just, to me, last time he was a little slow early, but he didn't have like a turn of foot. He just seems like he's just a kind of a big galloper. And I think he's going to really love going a mile here. It is his 3rd start, so he has a lot of foundation. The 5 Price Discipline, I mean, he looks terrific. It's a Chad Brown runner. Really got much more animated when Flavian Pratt got aboard. He was very, very quiet up to that point. I'm going to keep an eye on him as he goes out to the racetrack. But Chad Brown covers all his bases. His horses are always very well schooled. The 6, 2 for Charging. The other Jorge Abreu runner, he also has Patrick the Great. They come out of the same race. This horse finished better of the 2 last time. But I wonder if, it's just that he had a turn of foot and not necessarily that a mile is going to make that closing kick better. He just looks like a horse that a little bit shiftier, and that doesn't always translate to a horse that was closing at shorter distances being as effective going further. I actually, of the 2 Jorge Abreu horses, prefer the 2 Patrick the Great, and then the outside runner, 7 Our Son Jack, just makes a really nice impression. He is by Tiz Now. He certainly should appreciate getting the mile, and he's making his 4th start, also another horse with foundation.
All right, Richie, thank you. 3-2 right now on the number 5 Price Discipline, who Andy, you and I were talking about back in the day as a 2-year-old, worked very well in 10 flat at the OBS April 2-year-old sale. More on him in a moment. Here's one of 2 for Jorge Abreu, Patrick the Great.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with Richie. I don't think this horse did any running whatsoever last time. He dropped back, but he saved ground towards the inside, had no finish. Richie and I are on a different page with him. We'll see who's right.
Ricardo Ortiz will be aboard as we look at the 3 Curlin's Wisdom.
He's starting to run out of chances. He ran fine last time out. I wonder, though, if he wants a little less distance. Clearly, the connections don't agree.
Showed speed to finish 2nd in his first start for Linda Rice. He's also 7-2 on the board. Here's Kong Loves a Fight.
Finished just behind Curlin's Wisdom last time, and that was in the first week here at Belmont when the Noda horses were running through walls. They have not been running as well in the subsequent few weeks.
That horse is a much bigger price right now with Manny Franco aboard. Here's your favorite, that first-time starter, Price Discipline.
You and I were talking off camera. Very impressive 10 flat work, the 2-year-old sale, but now he debuts going a mile. We'll see what we get. He's getting bet, but is he getting bet because of connections?
And he does debut as a 3-year-old, too. Here is the 6-2 for Charging.
I think he's way the horse to beat in this race. I don't disagree with Richie that just because because he closed at 6.5 means a mile is going to be good. But what impressed me was not that. It was that race was dominated by inside horses that were forwardly placed, as a lot of the day was, and he ran very well against the flow of the race.
And here's the 7, Our Son Jake.
Just going to have to get faster, second off a layoff, and Joe Brocklebank is the assistant to Mike Maselli, who's currently serving a suspension.
As he will stretch out in distance as well. 8-5 on that first-time starter. He's a fresh face in a race with some horses that have had some chances, as the number 3, Curlin's Wisdom. This horse did show speed last time out and finished second when running first time for Linda Rice. Konglo's Fight also comes out of this race, finishing third. As you mentioned, Andy, it is an interesting point of view with a horse that has speed. They tried him running short a couple times, but it does seem, yes, he's by Curlin, and Connection's intent on giving him a chance to go longer.
Yeah. Well, if he fails here, maybe it's time for Linda to run him in a shorter race. But we'll see. He's had his chances. Listen, he's made over $50,000, but he's always had too many chances for me. Short prices almost every time he runs. At some point, the competition gets more strong, though. I'm not saying he can't win, and I don't understand why he's a bigger price than the number 2. I'm guessing the 2 is getting bet because it's Irad Ortiz.
Irad Ortiz, as Jorge Abreu just has himself well covered with his 2 runners. He has Irad Ortiz on the 2, Patrick the Great, and Jose Ortiz on the 6, 2 for Charging, as Patrick the Great I thought really kind of outfooted, flattened in that race. Irad Ortiz rode him that day. We'll ride him back, as this is a horse that's been up at Saratoga with Jorge Abreu's string up there on the Oklahoma training track. The other one, 2 for Charging, was the one that really closed and did make up some ground in that race.
Yeah, I mean, that race in particular, the winner was a speed. The second horse stayed in the rail and angled out. I think if you look at that day, there's an argument that being inside was the best way to be. He wasn't that wide. He was 2 wide in the turn, angled 3 wide in the stretch. But what I liked about him was that he made a big run at the end. And nobody else was making that big run at the end. And that was a pretty interesting maiden race. He's a will take charge, so you would think, his sire, that he should not have a problem with more distance. But, you know, you do have to be careful. It's because they close at 6.5. Doesn't mean they're going to like a mile. The pedigree, though, suggests that he shouldn't have a problem with it. Listen, maybe the first-timer is good. I know nothing about this horse and, you know, the way he's getting bet. But is he being bet because it's a Chad Brown first-time starter? Maybe that has a lot to do with it.
Well, for more on the rest of this field warming up on track, let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, I just think it's a really interesting race. I think that the Jorge Abreu runners are very live. I am going to stick with my gut instinct on this and go with the 2, Patrick the Great. I just, from a physical perspective, appears more of a horse that's really going to relish the mile. I agree with Andy. The pedigree on the 6, 2 for Charging, you know, says that he should get the distance. But from a physical perspective, I just prefer the 2 stretching out. He also has a very sharp work after his last race, sometimes third start, stretching to the mile. I like that angle. They just have more foundation. So I'm going to go with the 2, Patrick the Great. The 5, Price Discipline, made a real nice appearance. He warmed up solo under Flavian Pratt. And, you know, something I look at a great deal, it's pretty incredible to me, Klarovich Stable, Seth Klarman, there's a certain price point. He's not a guy that steps out and, you know, spends millions of dollars on a single horse, you know, and they went up to $300,000, which is, you know, an expensive New York bred here, but that's usually towards the outer limits, and it's amazing at how much success they have. Whoever scouts their horses and the team that Seth has put together to pick horses out have done an incredible job, because they seem like from that $150,000 to $300,000 range keep coming up with one good horse after another.
Richie, thank you. As we want to also mention that those of you just tuning in on Bally Sports Southern California, welcome to America's Day at the Races. We're glad to have you with us. That was a trackside report from Richard Migliori. I'm Acacia Kamal, pleased to be joined by Andy Serling. Of course, our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. This third race is a New York bred maiden special weight. And as Richie was just mentioning about Price Discipline, Andy, Seth Klarman of Klarovich Stables has had a lot of success with horses in a certain kind of budget type of range.
He's a man who's done well having price discipline in many ways in life. and Richie, you know, mentions the good job the team does. And I think a lot of that credit belongs to Mike Ryan, who picks out horses for him. And it was nice to see Chad Brown give Mike, as he always does, but give him credit at the press conference after early voting won. But Mike is a very important part of that team in picking horses out.
It is such a team effort. in every part of horse racing. As we see the picks up on the screen, Andy going to 1 from the Jorge Abreu barn, 2 for Charging. Richie with the other one. Patrick the Great liking what he saw from him physically. The public, though, on that Chad Brown firster. Price Discipline as Flavian Pratt will team up with Chad Brown once again, as they've proved to be a very potent duo here in New York.
Yeah. You know, sort of moving the horse around, a lot of them between he and Irad Ortiz, but obviously Jose Ortiz in the mix as well. And Manny Franco's won a lot of races for Chad as well, especially over the last couple months.
Manny Franco with a lot of success here at Belmont Park throughout this spring meet. 2 for Charging Jose Ortiz's mount. Jose Ortiz, of course, teaming up with Seth Klarman and Chad Brown to win the Preakness Stakes. Aboard early voting. Jose will be aboard Chad's former assistant, Jorge Abreu, who has 2 for Charging coming up here in race 3. New York bred Maiden Special Weight next on the agenda. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
And they're off. From the outside, Our Son Jake, 2 for Charging is right there. Curlin's Wisdom was away well. Patrick the Great now advances at the rail. Then it's the favorite, Price Discipline, who runs in 5th, and it's almost 5 lengths back to Kong Loves a Fight, the trailer, in 6th. Patrick the Great moves through on the inside to take over the lead from 2 for Charging. It's Patrick the Great in front, getting clear by 2 lengths. 2 for Charging in 2nd. Our Son Jake is on the outside. Then it's Curlin's Wisdom, who runs in 4th. Price Discipline, and farther back, Kong Loves a Fight. Opening quarter mile in 23 and 1. It is Patrick the Great, the leader here by 2 lengths. 2 for Charging in 2nd. Our Son Jake and Curlin's Wisdom. They are heads apart 3rd and 4th. Price Discipline now begins to pick it up from 5th. And the trailer is Kong Loves a Fight. It is Patrick the Great by a half length. 2 for Charging in between horses. Our Son Jake on the outside. Price Discipline continues to advance. Will be widest of all. Curlin's Wisdom is in behind a wall of horses as they come for the top of the stretch. The half mile went in 46 and 4/5 seconds and 3/4 in 1:12. Price Discipline on the extreme outside has surged to the front. It's Price Discipline in front. Then Our Son Jake, Curlin's Wisdom moving up on the outside. Price Discipline has the lead, and the lead is 3.5 lengths. Price Discipline, first-time starter, breaks his maiden, going a mile. Price Discipline the winner. Curlin's Wisdom was 2nd. Our Son Jake finished 3rd.
Price Discipline, first-time starter, took all of that money, and the debut was worth the wait.
He absolutely galloped in here. I mean, he just crushed these horses. A few ticks under 137, 136.97 is a fast time. First time starting 3-year-old going a mile. It's a promising debut for this horse. Where he goes, you know, you debut at a mile. A 3-year-old, I guess the long-term goal for him right now is probably the Albany at Saratoga.
Yeah,
at a mile and 1/8. A race won last year by American Revolution. I'm not sure he's American Revolution just yet, though.
Well, we'll see, as it does look like he has a bright future. Price Discipline with Flavian Pratt aboard, Richie.
Yeah, I love this effort for so many reasons. Obviously, you know, he won, and he won easily, but he got such an education from Flavian Pratt here. He was, you know, kind of jumped in the bridle, leaving the 5/8 pole, and Flavian made him stay right in behind horses, take the kickback. You could see he had a lot of horse, but he was determined that he was going to learn more out of the race. He got a lot out of this physically, mentally. He tipped him out into the clear, leaving the 3/8 pole, and he just glided up 4 wide outside of them. You want to win first time. It's always great to win first time, but to win like this where you get something out of it and learn, it just creates a better horse for a career. This was impressive.
One to watch moving forward, that's for sure. Price Discipline, the New York bred son of Overanalyze, wins at first asking for Chad Brown, Seth Klarman, and Flavian Pratt aboard. And Richie bringing up some good points as to the education that this horse got too. So often we see first-time starters win by just wiring the field and not having to overcome any adversity. So having to come from off of it a bit like he did will teach him moving forward.
I mean, in general, right. They're more impressive when they do this because they're running more like professional racehorses than a horse that's just sort of ready to win first time out and has blinding speed and just sort of outruns the competition because the horse is just sort of more trained up for the race. these kind of horses that win like this, they're often more professional going forward, and we'll see what he does. But this is a very good start to this horse's career.
Sold as a 2-year-old last year in April. Took a little bit more than a year for him to get to the racetrack, but it was worth the wait. Wins at first asking. Price discipline does bring prices, reactions, and a lot more live racing to come. It's all about the New York breds this weekend. Stay with us for more on America's Day at the Races.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of War Front proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and Bally Sports Southern California. Fox Sports 1, I should say, today. We're glad to have you with us as you're taking a look at the beautiful Belmont Park Clubhouse as we see a first-time starter go into the winner's circle. Price discipline in race number 3. Impressive debut for Chad Brown with Flavien Prat in the saddle.
Yeah, I mean, he basically looked like a winner every step of the way, and as soon as he just started moving, you could just see that Flavien had a ton of horse. I mean, it seemed like Jose Ortiz had some horse, but then he starts asking right in here on the second choice, and he just had nothing. And I mean, Price discipline just inhaled the field. It was a race that kind of came apart a little bit, but nonetheless, 24.8 and change his last quarter, mile first-time starter. This is a horse that potentially has a bit of a future.
Impressive winner, the number 3, Curlin's Wisdom, second, picking up the 3rd second of his career. Gets another check, does that, New York bred son of Curlin. But no doubt about the winner. Price discipline, $4.80 winner.
Yeah, you have to imagine Chad Brown's probably thinking, okay, it's the end of May. I would think the Albany's the goal.
Yeah.
So maybe a mile, if they can get a mile and an eighth New York bred race relatively early in the Saratoga meet for him, and if he runs well there, then you point him to the Albany, because obviously he's got some talent. I doubt they would go to Finger Lakes and run like the New York Derby as his second start. He'll probably look for a non-winners of 1 in New York. And
we'll look forward to seeing him there and potentially in the Albany, which is one of our other New York Showcase days. We have one tomorrow, the first of 3, and that is in the Big Apple Showcase Day. And we'll talk about the Critical Eye, which goes as race number 6 on Monday's card. This is for the Phillies and Mayors, as you do have some horses coming out of graded stakes company, including Bank Sting for John Terranova, who finished fourth behind the super talented Search results last time out.
Yeah, Maiden Beauty's a really nice horse, but she was also very opportunistic, and there's an exceedingly more speed in this race than she's faced in many of her races with Mashni Girl in here, the improved Mashni Girl. Bank Sting's legit. She's the horse to beat in this race. She won a race sort of beating a bias, and I think it's between her and Make Mischief. I mean, they're the two favorites, but you're going to have to get somebody to improve to beat both of these horses, in my opinion.
As we did see Bank Sting impressive in the Heavenly Prize 2 starts back at Aqueduct. Finished fourth in the Grade 2 Ruffian. Last time out, she'll be back with her friends in New York bred company for trainer John Terranova, mare by Central Banker, who is banked just under $500,000, and one of yet another really cool New York bred who has shown she can be successful in open company.
Yeah, no, I like watching the New York breds do well. I'm not a New York bred, but I've spent most of my life in New York bred, and the program has been terrific. I mean, I go back to the early days with horses like Vandy Sue and Fratello Ed. So many good New York breds over the years, and many of whom did well in open company as well, including American Revolution.
Absolutely, Grade 1 winner, as we'll look forward to hopefully getting a chance to see him sometime soon. Will not run tomorrow. Back at Churchill Downs, though, we get ready for the 4th race, as this one is a starter allowance, 6.5 furlongs on the main track for 4-year-olds and upward. The number 5, as expected, Divine Leader, a very short price. Here is the post rate, though, starting with, don't forget,
this doesn't have that much speed, but there should be a pretty honest pace in here. Spent a lot of time at Oaklawn, but good form.
Has been consistent, second in 3 of the last 4 starts with a win as well. Here's Rolling Fork.
Just going to have to improve dramatically off his recent form. He has back form, but nothing recently.
Second last time out at Oaklawn Park. Ray Luke Gutierrez will be in the saddle. Here's Wild Behavior.
His recent form just isn't good enough, and it feels like at best he's part of the pace. I know it's Tyler, but he's got to improve to be effective here.
Talking about pace, here's some more of it. Samurai Prince.
I think what Samurai Prince has over Divine Leader, who beat him by 2 1/4 lengths last time, is he's been off for 24 days, whereas Divine Leader is outside of him, is making his 3rd start in 24 days.
Yeah, he came back in 10 days, won last time out, did Divine Leader, and now we see him again just about, 15 days later after that.
He's in raging form. You worry, though, about all those races in a short period at some point taking the toll.
And here's the 6th, the Queen's Jewels.
I didn't think this horse was totally impossible to get a piece because there should be some pace in here, and he'd be my upsetter if I was looking for a price.
Wrapping up the field, Lost in Limbo.
I just don't know if he's good enough to beat these horses. His last race was pretty good, but overall he's probably looks like a 15-to-1 shot.
Divine Leader, meanwhile, is a short price favorite, 3 to 5 right now, as he'll make his 3rd start of 2022, and all in the month of May. We saw him come back on that 10-day turnaround last time out and get the win, running quite well. After 2 back, he finished 2nd behind Baby Yoda.
Yeah, I'm a little annoyed because I bet him when he finished 2nd to Baby Yoda. He had no excuse, but he was 4 to 1. Now, I didn't do those races that day. I wasn't covering the late races on May 15th, but then he comes back and wins at 5 to 1. This horse is in great form. I guess they're striking while the iron was hot, or is hot.
Only disappointing performance recently was in Stakes Company. Back in February, we saw him come back, and again, that 2nd behind Baby Yoda with the big win last time out. Coming from a little bit off of it, too. He rated a bit last time, which was nice to see another dimension. He does come back again pretty quickly after that, whereas you mentioned, by contrast, Samurai Prince, who we saw in that Baby Yoda race, hasn't run since May 5th.
Right, and listen, on the form, Samurai Prince isn't as good as that horse, but maybe having a little extra time could help turn the tables. And I think 8 to 1, if you're looking for an alternative with Samurai Prince, isn't that bad. He's better than the number 6. The Queen's Jewels is my other horse in here. 3 to 5 is an awfully short price.
What do you think about the 1? Don't forget, who's 4 to 1 right now. I know he's in pretty good form coming in from Oaklawn, though. Does that stack up here against these?
Well, if I think Queen's Jewels is a chance, why wouldn't I think this horse can win in here? So I can't argue his form is good. I've stayed away from the Oaklawn horses that sort of had a tough run. He ran 5 times at Oaklawn. It's pretty demanding down there. So I've tried to stay away from those horses and look for horses that are more fresh.
Into the gate for the 4th race, Divine Leader, a short price. Here's Travis Stone standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Samurai Prince pops out in front. Wild Behavior comes through toward the rail, and now that one's the leader. Wild Behavior streaking to the lead. Opens up a length and a half. Samurai Prince is back in second, and Divine Leader comes away third. Lost in Limbo and the Queen's Jewels, they're together fourth and fifth as Rolling Fork heads to the rail sixth, a break of 3. Back to Don't Forget the Trailer. The leader is Wild Behavior, who rattles off an opening quarter in 22-1. And is on to the far turn in control. A clear lead, leads by 2.5. Divine Leader comes on to be second now. Samurai Prince is pushed along third and toward the rail. Farther back in the field, the Queen's Jewels trying to get going as well. Lost in Limbo is wide while Rolling Fork cuts the corner. Don't forget Angles to the far outside, but they all have to catch Wild Behavior, who rolls off the turn on a 2-length lead. Divine Leader is set down for the drive, but is still second. Samurai Prince and Rolling Fork, and don't forget, there's 1 furlong to go. Wild Behavior clear by 3. Rolling Fork is coming up the rail. Don't Forget is coming down the center. It's still Wild Behavior, but here's Don't Forget. And Don't Forget is first on the wire. A length and a half in the end, and it ended up pretty tight there for second between Rolling Fork and Wild Behavior.
Don't Forget in good form, and he picks up yet another victory. Ricardo Santana with his second win on the card.
Good late call by you bringing up Don't Forget. And this is one that ran a lot at Oakland, but ran today, and a big rate run. The 3 was flying up front. I think Tyler gave him his best chance to win. He said, there's pace in here. I'm going to establish myself as the controlling speed. And the way the Churchill Downs Dirt Course been playing, that horse ran better than he rated to run in here. I think because the ride Tyler gave him, he wasn't good enough to win, but he ran as well as he did because of Tyler. So I give him a lot of credit in there. He actually, I'm not sure if he held second, very close, but this horse, big run, great form, and ran well for Ricardo.
Yeah, the 2 Rolling Fork coming up the rail. It was tight for second, but no doubt about the winner. Don't Forget under Ricardo Santana for trainer Aaron Shorter gets the win. A horse in very good form and continues that good run. Prices and more when we come back, as well as a preview of tomorrow's feature race at Churchill Downs. We last saw that filly Sconson winning the Open Mind at Churchill back in September. She'll go postward in the winning colors tomorrow at Churchill. More on that talented mare after this.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Race is brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Tomorrow at Churchill Downs, we will see the Grade 3 winning colors, 6 furlongs on the main track, and it does feature the 2022 return of Sconson. We last saw her at Churchill winning the Open Mind in September, and I've not seen her since, but she's impressive, Andy. She's also the defending champ of this race, having won it in 2021, and certainly a cool horse for Greg Foley.
And I like a race name for a horse like Winning Color. She was such an incredible racehorse. Does it matter that there's no pace in here? Does Sconson just make her run regardless of pace? She's kind of like a turf sprinter in that manner, right? She puts in that run whether they're flying up front or not, and she doesn't have to deal with Bell's the One tomorrow, so she'll be happy not to see her in the paddock.
Yes, indeed, as they met quite a few times last year. Most recently for Sconson, she got the best of Bell's the One, of course, paying tribute, the Winning Colors, to the Kentucky Derby winner in 1988 for Wayne Lucas. Super talented filly.
Tremendous.
As we get back over to Belmont Park, we have race 4 coming up next. New York Bred Allowance, a mile on the main track. There's a look at the field with Añejo currently 4-5, as we have Maggie Wolfendale joining us here. Maggie, welcome to the show. I know you're happy to have some sunshine downstairs there today. What do you see for this 4th race?
Yeah, Acacia, it is absolutely glorious today, this Sunday afternoon, late May. It's just the best time of year here in New York. The horses love it because it's not too hot, not too much humidity, and we, the people, love it as well. So we'll take a look at your current favorite. That's Añejo, coming in off of that big win, a hard-fought battle against Best Idea, who I believe we'll see in the Mike Lee here tomorrow. But Añejo, he looks great once again. The only thing I can say, different, he wears front wraps this time around, which he has yet to wear in any of his previous outings. Jeremiah Englehart will send out 2 in here, and I kind of find it interesting. Jeremiah has taken all of his horses out of Belmont Park and has moved them up to Saratoga, which is closer to where he lives, and he is a bit more present at the barn there. So having all of your horses, well, as well as the ones at Finger Lakes, under one roof where you can keep a better eye on them yourself personally as a trainer, I think sometimes makes a difference. As we see Troubleshooter come back, it's a bit of an Jekyll and Hyde type of horse. Either he shows up and he has a big performance, or he doesn't at all. I don't know what makes him show up and what makes him does not show up, but I like what I see here. I mean, he comes back well-conditioned, very fit, looks like a happy horse. And 2, I like him coming back at this mile distance. I think it suits him very well, this one-term mile. Jeremiah Englehart's other horse is number 6, 6%. He ran well last time, I thought, and a horse that kind of wears how he's doing on his sleeve. If he's carrying his weight and conditioning well, he usually shows up with a big race. Wasn't in the paddock on May 6th, but I like what I see here, and I feel as though that last race, and coupled with what I see from him today, could hint at him rounding back into good form, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 6% keeps Jose Ortiz aboard. Jeremiah Englehart with 2 in the race. As Maggie said, most of his horses, pretty much all of them, at Saratoga. Got a chance to catch up with Maya this week on the rail, the Oklahoma training track.
I haven't seen him in about 3 years, so I'm not even sure I remember what he looks like. It's been, he used to text me.
He has a beard.
Yeah, he used to text. I thought we were friends. I never hear from him anymore.
I'll
He's
tell
out
him.
with me.
I'll tell him.
He's out with me. I'm done. He's watching the show. Are you kidding me? You watch the show every day.
Here's Vintage Hollywood to kick off the post parade.
I like Vintage Hollywood last time. I'm not sure why he was so aggressively winning into that big headwind last time, and I thought he could get a good trip in here, and I thought he improved dramatically last time. He doesn't show it.
Your heavy favorite is next. Here's Añejo.
Rode a very good rail to victory last time. He's massively overbet, in my opinion, at 3-5. Listen, he's run well in his dirt races, but I don't know what kind of giant figure edge he has. These 3-5 in here.
Horse by Freud coming in off the win. Can he repeat it? We'll see. Here's Brewpub.
Brewpub appears to be in a little bit of a tough spot, and I wonder if he wants a little less distance to make his run most effective.
He is 11-1 right now on the board as a horse that, as Maggie pointed out, I think correctly too, Jekyll and Hyde. What version of Troubleshooter do we get today?
I agree. I agree very much with that. He's run some good races, and you don't know what happened last time. So he runs his race, he ran 2 back. This field could be in trouble.
Yeah, he's the very big son of Into Mischief who loves this one-turn mile at Belmont Park. There is a storm brewing.
He does have speed in a race. It doesn't have an abundance of speed, but what he doesn't have is enough talent to be competitive.
Big price on the board at 9-1. And the other one for Jeremiah Englehart, here's 6%.
He ran well last time. He got back closer to that good form. If you go back at one time, he had the form that could win this.
Well, we'll see if he can build off of that second place finish last time out. But we go back to the number 2 Añejo, who did have a nice win last time out with an 83 Beyer speed figure. Can he repeat that effort is the question as he goes to the mile, trying to make it 2 in a row for Jack Sisterson.
This was a very good rail. Now, I understand that Best Idea is a nice horse, and he got him sort of collared and came back, but I think the rail really helped Añejo last time. Now, in his 3 dirt races, he didn't run well against American Revolution, coming back just 16 days after breaking his maiden, but he has run well in both of his dirt races besides that, and I do think he's okay, and he's probably the worst to beat in the here. But I don't know what about him screams 3 to 5. I mean, he doesn't have some sort of massive figure edge over the horses he's running against, and he's an awfully short price. Jack Dickerson is a trainer that does a good job. He won some big races, but he scored some big upsets. And I was looking up his numbers off of wins. Off of wins in the dirt over the last 5 years, he's just 2 for 28 with a 33-cent ROI. So I wonder if they always come back and run quite as well. And I'm not sure his last race is good enough to beat this field.
That's a very interesting stat, too. And you brought up a good point. We've seen the barn doing well with maybe some bigger prices in some of those bigger races. We'll see if Añejo can make it 2 in a row. As you mentioned, after his maiden win, he tried the Albany with eventual Grade 1 winner American Revolution, a talented horse that looks to make it 2 in a row. As you see the prices from Churchill, the one, don't forget the winner, actually a dead heat for second between the 2 and the 3, who ran good races there. $10 40-cent winner at Churchill Downs. There is Flavian Pratt aboard Añejo, who will try to make it 2 victories in a row. The number 4 Troubleshooter is, I think, the wild card in this race. As you mentioned, that race 2 starts back was a big figure.
No, he really ran that day. And his prior race really wasn't that bad. He was running in some pretty good horses that day. He's got some talent. The question is whether or not he can put it together and if he's ready to run that kind of race in a mile off a layoff. But I think he's far from impossible. To me, they're betting it like it's not competitive, and I think it is way more competitive than the board suggests.
The other one for Jeremiah Englehart is the 6%. Second last time out. Got some good notes from Maggie in the paddock as far as how he could potentially move forward, and he's 7-2.
Yeah, I don't think he's impossible because his last race didn't come out of nowhere. What it was is a return to his good form.
Yeah.
That good form that he had is absolutely fast enough to win.
Jose Ortiz going to be aboard as we are about to take a quick pause to welcome in our SNY viewers. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. If you're watching on SNY and just tuning in, we're glad to have you with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Sterling, Maggie Wolfendale, Paula Duca, and Gary Stevens with us as well. Andy, we are getting ready for this 4th race coming up next with the New York breds, and it's a fun one, too.
I think it's a highly competitive race. They're making the 2 Añejo an overwhelming favorite, and while he's probably the horse to beat, I don't think he is anything close to a lock to win here. I'm very interested in the 1, Vintage Hollywood, second off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez, who's had terrific success off the claim, particularly with dirt routers in just the short period of time, about 8 months he's been training on his own, and last time out, I thought he got a questionable ride, and a horse that doesn't need to be forward could be a little more forward today because there's not a lot of pace. We'll see.
We'll talk more about this 4th race in a moment. That, along with several other good races coming up still on today's program. Today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. We're fast and firm here in New York as we have that triple play pick 3 in action today. And race 7, the Paradise Creek, the feature at Belmont Park. Races 5 through 10 still to come at Churchill Downs 2. There's no better time to join Naira Bets than right now. If you haven't already, here's your opportunity. Join today and get a $25 free bet for the Belmont Stakes. New members can also get up to a $200 deposit bonus. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com for that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. The Belmont Park paddock showing off on this Sunday afternoon. New York bred allowance coming up in race number 4, a mile on the main track. As Andy mentioned, Añejo currently even money on the board. But for more on some of the other contenders in this race, let's check in trackside with Maggie Wolfendale.
I'm in the same school of thought as Andy Acacia in that maybe besides Brew Pub, I think any of these 5 runners could win here. And the short price on Añejo, I don't necessarily get because, yes, he does have Flavien Prat aboard, who has shown that he can be aggressive and take advantage of the shortcomings that maybe some other riders aren't as aggressive. And so he kind of exploits that sometimes. But there is another confirmed and dependable speed horse in here who's drawn to his outside. In number 5, there's a Storm Bruin. Now, he hasn't necessarily run as fast enough to be a winner here, but last time he obviously lost all chance because he unfortunately was held at the start, and so therefore we didn't see him up front as we usually do. Jose Gomez is back aboard, and although he won going back to January 27th, going the 2 turn 9 furlongs, I always did feel as though this horse was better with a little less ground. So I didn't like him going the mile and 3/8, obviously back in the stud muffin. So I think this horse could pose a problem, at least for Añejo, and make his job maybe a little bit tougher, though we'll see what kind of trip, Flavien Prat pulls aboard the favored, even money favored Añejo in here, Acacia, as they head into the gate.
It certainly will be interesting. Maggie, thank you. Maggie going with 6% for Jeremiah Engelhart, and you land on the 1 Vintage Hollywood, Andy.
Yep. I used the 4 and 6 a little bit in exactas. I think the 2 is maybe the horse to beat, but I like the 1, and I want to bet against at that price, so I'm going to pitch him from exactas and try to get him out entirely. See how it works out.
Into the gate for the 4th race. New York Reds in the spotlight as we go to the voice of New York racing, John and Brielle, standing by with the call.
They were in the gate. And they're off. There is a Storm Bruin hustled out for the early lead. Troubleshooter came away running in second. Now Añejo moves up, and Añejo grabs second. Troubleshooter is running in third. Vintage Hollywood down on the rail in fourth, 6%. And Brew Pub as they race up the backstretch with There Is a Storm Bruin, the leader here by a length. Añejo, the even money favorite, giving chase in second, and then it's a 3-length gap back to Vintage Hollywood, Troubleshooter, 6%, and Brew Pub. First quarter mile in 23 and 2/5 seconds. There Is a Storm Bruin leads by a length and a half. Añejo remains in second. Then it's the duo of Vintage Hollywood and 6%. A gap of 3.5 lengths to Brew Pub, and Troubleshooter is now at the back of the pack. As the field races midway around the turn, the half went in 46 and 2/5 seconds. There Is a Storm Bruin maintaining the lead here over Añejo. Vintage Hollywood is down at the rail, and then it is 6%. There Is a Storm Bruin, the leader, with Añejo on the outside and Vintage Hollywood down at the rail. 6% is in fourth, farther back Brew Pub and Troubleshooter. They're at the top of the lane. 3/4 went in 1:11. There Is a Storm Bruin right behind Añejo. Vintage Hollywood down at the rail. There Is a Storm Bruin. Vintage Hollywood is the challenger now. Vintage Hollywood looking to come through on the inside of There Is a Storm Bruin. There Is a Storm Bruin holding a narrow lead. Vintage Hollywood in second. There Is a Storm Bruin takes them wire to wire. Vintage Hollywood was second, and the favorite Añejo checked in third.
There Is a Storm Bruin. Jose Gomez sends this horse right to the lead. 6-year-old son of Broken Vow just takes them every step of the way.
I don't know what to say. I have no idea where this horse came up with this race. He's never run a race like it. I'm stunned. That was an honest pace. He just never stopped. I bet the 1. He looked like a cinch in there. Maybe you don't want to try to come through on the rail. I don't know. I tip my hat to Rui Rodriguez. He gets horses to win that surprise me sometimes, and this one's going to join that group. Wow.
This one sharp out of the gate. Jose Gomez put him right on the lead as your favorite, Añejo, was just off the pace, settles for a distant third in here. It looked like the number 1 Vintage Hollywood was just going to go right by, coming up the inside, and was not able to get by that pace setter, who was resolute, holding on under the wire. 5-1 when it was all said and done. 5-1-2-6 in the 4th at Churchill Downs. An upset here. There's a storm brewing at 9-1. Takes them every step of the way. Bring you prices and more live racing from Churchill Downs too, as they're in the paddock for the next race coming up. Race number 5 is our next order of business. There's Honorifique as she looks to get back to the winner's circle and kick off the Derby City 6.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we get ready for race number 5 at Churchill Downs. Coming up next, taking a look at the field, 7-furlong dirt sprint in this allowance optional claiming for Phillies and Mayors beneath the Twin Spires. A good race coming up here. Here's a look at the field. Currently, Honorifique for trainer Eddie Keneally is 5-2 on the board. Lost to Tis Splendid News, who came back to win her next start last time out with the addition of blinkers. Is she able to get it done today, as this is a filly, certainly, Andy, that has some talent, maybe one who's had quite a few chances at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, I know she lost to a horse that won back, but keep in mind, Tis Splendid News won as the odds-on favorite in a 5-furlong off the turf race, so I'm not sure much compliments. But then again, I don't know the competition here, and the 1 is the favorite at 6-5 right now and hasn't run in closing in on a year. I'm never going to take a horse off a year layoff at that price.
Won an allowance by 5 lengths when we last saw her. That was June 19th at Churchill Downs. Has not raced since. Maybe she's been working well for the comeback. We shall soon find out if Tommy Drury has her ready to go off the bench. A barn that is very good off the layoff, but of course at a big price. Love me some me. She does kick off our post parade here. She's 7-5.
She is the speed on paper, but that's a long layoff to take a short price.
Brian Hernandez Jr. going to be in the saddle too. He last rode her when we last saw her back in June of last year. Here's Recoded first off the claim.
Comes off the claim for a trainer who has an outstanding record off the claim.
She last won for $50,000 last time out, stepping up in class today. Here's She's a Dime.
Yeah, she had some good form in California, but she seems to have left her, though. Getting back to the dirt, shipping in for Santa Anita might help.
Last seen going down the hill, sprinting on the turf at Santa Anita last time out. Here's Honor Afik.
20-1 last time, 5-2 today. Not the way I really like to go, but obviously she's a contender, but she has absolutely no speed.
Second by half a length last time out with the addition of those blinkers. Here's the 5, Gianna's Gift.
She just appears to be overmatched.
Goes from turf to dirt. Hasn't run since March at the fairgrounds. Next will be the number 6, Jungle Juice.
She has some back form that's okay, but her recent form, I mean, she wasn't a wet track. She's hard to recommend.
Has some speed, going that 5.5 furlongs at Horseshoe Indy last time out when first off the layoff. Here's Murgatroyd.
Feels like an underlay at 27-1 based on the past performances. I'm not sure where she has a race that makes her even a contender to fill out the Super.
Her last victory came on synthetic. And here's the 8, Well Spent.
Yeah, this is a Diodoro horse coming in from Oaklawn that's not coming in great form, and even her win 2 back, probably not good enough to win here. See what kind of trip she can get. I'm going to bet a few dollars on Recoded.
That's the field for the 5th race at Churchill Downs, fast and firm, as we welcome in Paul LaDuca and Gary Stevens here with us. Gentlemen, big layoff on the Rail Runner. Do you think she can get it done off the bench today?
Well, Tom Drury is very good at this type of situation. He's a very good conditioner. He's sort of a reclamation project type trainer. And listen, they only paid $8,200 for this filly by Painter, but you noticed something in the paddock on the one.
Yeah, this filly, first of all, they had the saddler with the pony, the outright and pony, holding her. They took her off by herself in the corner. Before they put the saddle on her, she was walking by me, and I noticed that it looked like she had either previously had a skin disease or she had some welts. And a lot of times, those welts can happen when horses get nervous. It can be caused by straw, anything. But when she came out on the racetrack, they brought her out first onto the racetrack, attached to the outriding pony, was passed off to the regular pony person, and went off, broke post parade and went off on her own. So those signs, maybe she's always like that. I haven't been around this filly, I haven't seen her, but I don't like the way she's acting at 6-5, 7-5 right now, Paulie.
And she looks like the filly that's going to go to the front end. Now, Gary, besides Rich Strike in the Kentucky Derby, in the last 2 weeks, Andy has mentioned it many times, it's been tough to pass. But so far, we're on race, number 5? The first 4 races, the front end is not the place to be.
No, it's not. Horses have come late. It's showing to be a fair racetrack today. Look, I like the 2-horse Recoded being offered up for the $62,500 today because it doesn't fit this condition. It's optional claiming $62,500. She's won 5 out of her 13 races here. She's a win machine. She was claimed last out by Juan Cano, and he hits at about 25% off the claim. This filly sits just off of the pace. She doesn't need the lead, and there's plenty of heat in here.
Yeah, I'm on the 4 on Farik. I just think a better break with the blinkers on. They put the blinkers on against Tiz Splendid News, who came back to win, and she got left in the gate, and she ran on well. She gets Tyler Gaffleone. What do you do with the California runner? Obviously, you're familiar with all those horses out there. She's a dime for Doug O'Neill. Does have some speed. Dougie ships this mare by Escandarea out here. Calbred for Rafael Bejarano.
Yeah, well, Rafael's already having a good day today with a couple of winners. And listen, this filly, she does have speed. Like I mentioned, there's other speed today. She's coming off of a poor race at Santa Anita on the turf, shifting back to the dirt, going 7/8 of a mile. Listen, I never count Doug O'Neill out. His horses always look good. They show up good. They're training across the street at Churchill Downs Training Center or Spectrum. It's got a lot of different names. But a very kind service and a great atmosphere. I've enjoyed going out there in the mornings, watching horses train. A lot more laid back, a lot quieter than all the ruckus that we get here at Churchill Downs. So never count Doug O'Neill out.
Yeah, Keisha, this is sort of a grab bag. When you look at this race, Love Me Some Me, the 1, 2 for 2 over the racetrack, Recoded 5 for 13. The 4, Honor Farik, does have a win. The 5 in here is 3 for 14. 6 in here is 2 for 7. You're getting the drift in here. A lot of these horses like the racetrack, and that is dangerous for a price.
It is indeed. Paul and Gary, thank you. And some great insight from Gary on Love Me Some Me and how she was acting back in the paddock and out on track at a very short price. And maybe it is typical for her. We're not familiar, but when coming in off a layoff and when she's a very short price and you see some signs that maybe give you some questions, some cause for pause. Meanwhile, on Rafik, we take a look at her most recent start at Keeneland with those blinkers on for the first time, Andy.
Yeah, and she made a big run in here. Now, I didn't follow Keeneland enough to know how the track was playing there. These are the kind of runs we're not seeing be overly effective at Churchill. But I guess if you think that Love Me Some whatever is vulnerable, maybe that helps the race collapse. And I have to imagine with Tyler Gaffalione, he'll be conscious of at least trying to get her into better position because he's aware, obviously, that this is a racetrack where being forward is a big advantage.
I've seen horses come off the pace. As mentioned, Love Me Some Me has not run since June of 2021. She won by 5 that day, this filly by Painter. As we mentioned, Gary brought up some points back in the paddock of some things that he noticed from her that could be a cause for pause. This race was impressive, though.
Well, it was. I mean, it wasn't such a fast race, though. It's not like her figures were so strong that she's supposed to be a heavy favorite off a layoff. I mean, I always just sort of wonder if a horse like this is getting bet like this off a layoff, maybe there's good workout reports and the horse has been doing well coming in the race. So I don't really know what to say. This is not my kind of horse. 7 furlongs off a layoff. I understand 7 furlongs easier to wire than 6 because you usually get away with a bit of a softer pace, but and there isn't a lot to chase her in here. I just can't bet a horse like this at a short price. She's drifting up, and maybe even by post time, is it possible the 4 could be favored?
Perhaps, as you had some interest adds at the boys in the 2, Recoded, who had a win with a good figure last time out. And as Gary had mentioned, she's 5 for 13 over this racetrack at Churchill Downs, as she does come in off the claim for Juan Cano, who has very good numbers with this kind of move.
Yeah, she's run faster figures at other tracks as well. But for my money, the trainer is 7 for 28 off the claim on the dirt. 492 ROI, so he's winning a quarter of his starts with horses that are paying almost $20. So he's getting them home, and he's done some good job with some prices at Churchill as well.
Adam Beschizza will be in the saddle on the 2, Recoded, as the number 1, Love Me Some Me, still a short price favorite. They go into the gate for the 5th race at Churchill Downs. We are over the fast main track in this allowance optional claiming for the Phillies and Mayors. Does Love Me Some Me win off that big layoff? We'll soon find out. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
And well spent. They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward beginning for well spent. Jungle Juice is sent out after the lead. Murgatroyd was showing speed as well, and toward the rail, here comes Love Me Some Me on through to the front. So it's Love Me Some Me, the leader, and Jungle Juice is right there. Her shadow down the backstretch. A break of 3, Gianna's Gift comes away 3rd. Recoded is out in 4th. Murgatroyd 5th. Well Spent is on the move, advancing from 6th. She's a dime toward the inside with Honorifique at the back. A 2-ply battle down the backstretch to a quarter in 22 and 1. Love Me Some Me with Jungle Juice hard on her heels, and these two have separated themselves. They're isolated out there. They've got a 6-length lead on Gianna's Gift back in 3rd. Well Spent takes over 4th. So round the far turn, Love Me Some Me, fleet-footed on the front end. And now Jungle Juice, Edgar Morales trying to motivate her to keep up with Love Me Some Me, who goes by the quarter pole with a confident Brian Hernandez aboard. Top of the stretch, Love Me Some Me, still very confident is Brian. They've got a 4-length lead. Jungle Juice has been trying for a quarter mile and is not getting any closer because Love Me Some Me is getting farther and farther ahead. It's a 6-length lead with a 16th to go, and Love Me Some Me was a sharp victor here. 5 lengths in the end. Jungle Juice 2nd. Honorifique rallied for 3rd, and She's a Dime was 4th.
Number 1, Love Me Some Me. She took all that early money. She got some pressure from Jungle Juice, but it didn't matter, Andy. She just pulled away and won like a short price favorite should.
Yeah, you don't get bet like this, especially when you don't even have overwhelming form unless the horse has to be working well. She didn't even break.
Yeah.
She didn't even break. Not sure why Bashiz on the 2 didn't take an opportunity to shut her off on the inside, but he didn't. And she just got through on the inside and, I mean, just annihilated the field. This is a joke. Now, the racetrack probably helped her, but clearly she was ready to roll off the layoff.
The horse pressing her, Jungle Juice, did manage to hold second, a distant second, though, as Honor Rafik, the gray filly, did check in third, but no doubt about the winner. Love Me Some Me, 11-month layoff. Nearly a year coming back for Tommy Drury, and it gets the win under Brian Hernandez Jr. Dominant performance here in race number 5, as that means it's time for me to say farewell. Done for the day here. Looking forward to be back here tomorrow for Big Apple Showcase Day, and Greg Wolf coming up to take you the rest of the way.
He's sitting here impatiently waiting for you to leave.
He is ready. He's
surprised
excited.
he didn't come in and just drag you off the set.
He's ready. Stay with us for more on America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, as we get ready to kick off the late pick 5 from beautiful Belmont Park. We have the Paradise Creek still to come as well, and a whole lot more on America's Day at the Races after this.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for a serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Well, horses making their way through the iconic Belmont Park Tunnel for this 5th race, maiden special weight 6 furlongs on the turf. And we'll start with some maybe lesser-known commodities, as we'll take a look at number 5, Emboite, who will make his first start for the Mike Maker barn off the layoff. Interesting debut in which this guy was steady back early on in that 6 furlong contest, and the winner of that race wired the field, but this guy came flying late. Now, he has a layoff to contend with. He was purchased for $125,000 at the mixed sale at Keeneland after being a $200,000 yearling purchase. I like him. He's grown into himself. He's gotten bigger and stronger. He's still acting a bit green. So if he can ever put it all together mentally, maybe he does make some noise here. And I'm always scared of a Mike Maker horse, as he is taking money on the board at 4-1. But up on the 3rd floor, we need to say a big welcome to Greg Wolf as he joins Andy Sterling. Hey, Greg.
Hi, Maggie. Glad to be here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. We start off the post parade with Urban Forest. Jose Ortiz aboard.
He can't beat the number 7 Street Fight with a fair trip, even though he finished ahead of him last time.
Cody's Express, not a lot of turf pedigree here.
No, there is not. Even though the sire, Mr. Speaker, was a turf horse.
Say It Loud was second last out of the gate in that debut.
He was, but he also got an incredibly good ride after that and was second in a very slow race.
Yeah, saved a lot of ground on the rail despite that poor beginning. Emboite, Mike Maker takes over for Todd Pletcher.
I don't agree with the chart comment. He was not taken up early. He was too slow to hold his position. He comes out of a slow race where he did no running, but he did get better strongly in that race, and maybe for his new connections, he'll run better.
Proven Hope going to get on turf for the first time. The dam did win routing on the grass.
This horse can run on the dirt, and Street Boss is a very good turf sprint sire. There's turf pedigree. He is an interesting price.
Yeah, Grand Dam was a multiple stakes place runner on the turf as well. Street Fights, we agree from that race last time out, it was better than looked.
With a fair trip, he's clearly better than the one in this race, and not sure that makes him better than the others, though I think it does. The problem is I bet him at 12-1 last time, and he's a fraction of that price. I missed the chance last time.
And a first-timer outside for Anthony Dutrow, American Pharaoh 3-year-old.
I know some of the American Pharaohs have done well on the turf. There really isn't any particular turf pedigree to speak of, and he's not taking much money.
Offspring of the Dam, 0 for 8 in the money combined on grass for the 9. The late
That's
pick
bad,
5,
right? That's
it's
bad?
not good. Pick 5, 237,000 in the pool begins here. Includes our featured later today, that Paradise Creek. We had the 3-year-old filly edition yesterday, the Grade 3 Soaring Softly. Hi, everyone. Greg Wolf joining Andy Serling. Gorgeous weather today in Elmont.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day today. Looking forward to it. And the Paradise Creek you mentioned is a terrific race coming up later.
Here's another look at Urban Forest. So Jose Ortiz will ride for Belmont. Let's show you that race last time out. Did get a very good trip in here against Devil's Outlaw, who would win for Chad Brown.
Yeah, Manny Franco just got very unlucky, as opposed to the number 1 horse, Urban Forest, who got an absolutely perfect trip moving out in the clear. Manny got caught behind horses, and you can see him standing up there in the white silks. And now he tries to angle out, and the whole rest of the field comes and catch him. The winner was a John Gunther, a horse from Europe that Chad Brown took over the training of. And by the time the street fight gets clear, the race is just over, and he's coming running, but just nothing he could do. It's not like he came in that race with no credentials. Yeah, he ran third to unanimous consent, who looked so good winning the Woodhaven back at Aqueduct, a big contender in next Saturday's Pennine Ridge, is maybe perhaps the Belmont Derby, and he didn't even run badly in his debut on the turf. I think he's a very, very interesting horse here, and he's the one to beat.
Co-favorite, yeah, along with the 7 right now. 4 minutes to post in a race that starts this late pick 5 on this Sunday afternoon card, Memorial Day weekend coverage. We're back with you again tomorrow. So we hope to see you again on Monday. Coverage tomorrow begins 12:30 Eastern time. As we get another look here at the 9, that first-time starter, Eric Hansel will ride for Anthony Dutrow. But it's the 1, the 7, taking the majority of the money coming out of that same race last time out.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, you never know from one race to the next for sure. But if they both get fair trips, based on their efforts last time, it's very hard, at least to me, to see the number 1 horse in here, Urban Forest, beat Street Fight.
Stretch was not a kind trip to Street Fight at all, the 7, in that last out effort. So with a better going today, yeah, you would think the 7's going to be able to turn the tables.
I think the 6, Proven Hope, is a little bit interesting in this race. Once again, those Street Bosses, they just are good on the turf sprints, and there's pedigree to speak of for turf on this horse, and he's run okay in his dirt races. I think he's a little interesting if you're looking for a price.
9-1. Yeah, Luis Saez will be aboard. Mark Hennig on this turf debuter with more on Proven Hope. Let's go back down to Maggie Wolfendale.
I'm going to try him once again here, Greg. He was my pick last time when he made his Naira debut against Higher Quality back at Aqueduct going the 7 furlongs. He was still a bit unprofessional that day, lingering on his left inside lead. It was maybe a step forward because he did show a little bit more interest early than his debut, in which he actually ran well. If you go back and watch a replay of that sloppy track race at Gulfstream Park. But I did note in the warm-ups that, and my notes literally say, has a really nice way of going, meaning that he travels over the ground well. And usually horses that have that kind of cadence to their stride and a little bit more suspension, it indicates that they typically will like the turf. So I'm very intrigued to see what he does here. As you mentioned, the pedigree, the Dam is a full sister to Square Eddie, who is a horse who stood out in California as a sire, who ran proficiently on all surfaces and began his career actually in England. So he doesn't scream it physically, but as Andy also mentioned, I do like Street Bosses. They seem to handle anything, and he just seems that much more mature in his third start of his career, where the favorites, they can win. But I would definitely prefer Street Fight over Urban Forest, not to mention the trip. But also, I don't think Urban Forest, despite his running lines hinting at it, I don't think he gets better with less ground. As we'll move on to number 2, Say It Loud, he's going to get out another half a furlong here for lower profile connections. But Flavien Prat does step aboard here for Peter Pugh, who has run limited starters in the last few years. They're searching for his first win in about 3 years. Total sprinter frame. This guy did get away slowly in his, I'm sorry guys, I meant the 3. I told you 2. I meant the 3. Say it loud in here. He got away to a poor start last time. He looks as though he should be quicker. He has that total sprinter frame where he's really built downhill with those very elevated hindquarters to him. So I wouldn't be surprised with the 6 furlongs that he is a bit more involved early, and he did rush up on the inside after that slow break to sit a stalking trip. Number 9 on the outside, the first-time starter, Boston Tea Party, son of American Pharaoh. The dam was a multiple stakes winner on synthetic. There hasn't been much turf production, but there is synthetic production. We'll see if that translates here. He looks as though he should handle it, but from an individual perspective, this horse is really well put together, incredibly athletic. And I know Tony Dutcher doesn't win often with his first-time starters, but at least from my vantage point, looking at him physically, you could not have a horse looking more fit than what Boston Tea Party does, and he's been a professional throughout these preliminaries, Greg.
All right, so some positives there from Maggie with the firster. We mentioned the dam's offspring have not been good on the grass, but the dam herself, yeah, she was 3 for 3 on synthetic. She started out a perfect 3 for 3, including a couple of stakes wins at Woodbine. And we'll see if this one can make any impact on the lawn.
And I know Tony struggled this year, but he's a very good trainer, and I'm sure he knows this horse doesn't have an abundance of turf pedigree. So he's trying him there, and maybe he'll run. I don't think there's any killers in this field, to be honest.
Well, Street Fight hoping, and Manny Franco certainly hoping for a better stretch run than he encountered last time out.
I think in this race where there's less speed, Manny would be served well to be forward. I don't see any reason he's supposed to be that far back today. Last time was just there was a lot of speed in that race.
Meanwhile, there is M. Boite, those 3 Diamonds Farm Silks, was with Pletcher, went off at 3 to 5. Here's the beginning of the race.
It says taken up in the chart. It's simply not true. You see him. That's about as ridiculous a taken up as you'll ever see. And in my opinion, he just wasn't fast enough to stay in the hole. And if you watch the head-on, it's not like that horse who's now third came over on him. He didn't do any running at all in there, and it wasn't a particularly good race. Having said that, he was bet, and he was 3 to 5. So maybe he had shown something, and maybe something went wrong. Now, China Horse Club loaded him. They sold him. If they really liked him out of that, they wouldn't have sold him. I respect Mike Maker. He's dangerous. It's just nothing to bet. You can't be betting this horse based on his first race.
And it's not like when he finally got some running room and into the stretch, he showed some burst of talent.
No.
Yeah, we'll see.
Sucked up for third, the 5-horse field.
7 to 2 here for start number 2. 3-year-old debut, moving from Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher to the Mike Maker barn. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard for start number 2. And you can forgive a debut, even if the horse is 3 to 5.
Sure.
Horses certainly can improve.
Sure.
In the second start, we'll need to.
But it's Irad Ortiz who's always going to get a little over bet in these races. I just think there's better. Listen, I like horses 5 to 2, so I don't love somebody at some huge price. I'm not giving out something clever. I do think it's wrong that the 1 is favored over the 7 based on their last race. He's not going to. He won't. Urban Forest will not beat Street Fight in a fairly run race.
We got some interesting races in this Pick 5 sequence. That 7th, a good one, 32 claiming race. Paradise Creek to come as well. Right now, though, we'll start it off sprinting on the turf. This maiden special weight. There's M. Boite, start number 2. Switching Barnes to Mike Maker. Favorite, though, Urban Forest on the rail for Belmont with Jose Ortiz. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to kick off the Pick 5.
Waiting for Street Fight and Boston Tea Party. They're all in. And they're off. Say It Loud shows first. Cody's Express now moves up to challenge, and on the outside, it's Boston Tea Party running in third. As they race up the backstretch, Cody's Express goes on with it and takes the lead from Say It Loud. Boston Tea Party is next in third. Urban Forest down on the inside in fourth, followed by Street Fight in fifth. And then comes Proven Hope, and Amboite is the trailer in seventh. Now it's a three-way battle up front. Say It Loud, Cody's Express, and Boston Tea Party. They are all right together through a quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds. And right behind the front three, the duo of Urban Forest and Street Fight. Then comes Proven Hope, and Amboite is now gaining some ground. Anybody's race as they come for the head of the stretch. Down on the inside, it's Cody's Express. Say It Loud is there. First-time starter, Boston Tea Party on the outside. Street Fight has now come alive. Then comes Urban Forest, Amboite, and Proven Hope. It is Boston Tea Party who has the lead here, moving for the 16th pole. Boston Tea Party's drawing away here in the stretch, and it's going to be the first-time starter, Boston Tea Party, at 11-1.
11-1 indeed. Boston Tea Party, first time out. Anthony Dutrow, Eric Cancel to kick off the late pick five.
Now, congrats to Tony Dutrow, who's really one of the good guys. And obviously, despite the pedigree, as we said, Tony knew what he was doing, running him in here, and he was ready to roll. And he was much the best in here. I do think Street Fight very, very well to be second, considering his four-wide trip. But there's no argument who was best in this race. This horse was tons the best.
Wanted to keep going. Eric Cancel trying to get him pulled up. Yeah, this horse just scoots away from this group. And late, no contest here at double-digit odds. Son of the Triple Crown champ, American Pharoah, owned by Paul Braverman, Gold Square. And you sprint on the lawn and win by that margin. That's decisive.
No, I agree. This horse was much the best in this race.
108-1.
Now, the turf's very firm, but this horse was much better than these horses.
A hunch play for tonight. Game 7. Celtics got to go to Miami. We'll
They're
see if it's a
favorite
Boston
on the road,
Tea Party
huh?
there. Yeah, road team's done pretty well in that series. So 11-1 start to this pick five. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We're going to head to Churchill Downs when we return from a short timeout. Up next, the start of the late pick five under the Twin Spires. They're going to sprint on the turf at 5.5 furlongs. There's a look at Thunder Love. Paulo Lobo had to deal with Dairy Nane last time out in the Limestone. Little class relief coming up.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Mayo Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Mayo Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5. The Clutch champions Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS1. Good to have you with us on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon in Elmont, New York, and out in Louisville under the Twin Spires. Our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Pick 5 in New York begins with a first-time starter. Boston Tea Party at 11-1 for trainer Anthony Dutrow with Eric Cancel aboard.
Yeah, this horse was much the best. Buried the field. Didn't get bet, just absolutely galloped.
Now, as we had talked about, prior offspring had not run well on the grass. The dam was very proficient on synthetic, but this one showing the lawn is just fine. Winning in the debut, impressively.
I agree, and Street Fight ran well for second, considering he was 4 wide around the turn, but he was a distant second. There was no trip that he was going to have that was going to beat Boston Tea Party. Unless Boston Tea Party, if he didn't finish. I mean, this horse ran well. This horse could have a future.
$24 starts to this pick 5. Yeah, I know that you say this turf course playing fast. It is, but still, pretty sharp time.
Well, as you said, you don't win by 3 or 4 lengths in these turf races. These horses aren't killers, but they're not bad. And he just destroyed the field. I mean,
well, that was the start of the pick 5 in New York. The start of the pick 5 at Churchill Downs begins in this race. 5.5 furlong turf sprint. $62,000 allowance optional claiming field. This is Lemos Cunha, who is a 2-time winner on turf.
It's a good job. This one lacks speed in a race that doesn't seem to have much speed.
Sterling Miss, the 8-5 favorite, trained by Greg Foley.
Should be forwardly placed in here. Seems pretty logical. I didn't love this horse, but don't have a big knock.
Southern Mama, John Ennis trains. Adam Beschitzer rides at 8-1.
Just where are the races on the turf that make this horse competitive?
Yeah, seems a little bit slower, certainly on grass. Big effort on dirt last start at a lesser track at Belterra. Signify was right behind Southern Mama when they last met on grass.
Thought she'd be reasonably close in here. It wasn't impossible.
Perfect Happiness. Strong Barn second off the claim, but the only turf start left a lot to be desired.
Listen, letting Chris Hartman beat you is not a way to make money, but as you say, the one turf race was awful.
Was favored, though, in that race. Thunder Love went against Darynane in the Limestone in the State's debut.
I'm betting this horse. There's something up with this horse. 7-2 in this spot. This horse ran some good racing. You were doing much running. Was 30-1 last time. He was awful last time, but I have a feeling she's going to run better today.
Yeah, not that far back in a Group 2 as well in the UK before coming to the States. Here's Mused Eddie Keneally trainee.
Yeah, I just didn't think she was really good enough to get it done, and she has no speed at all.
So we mentioned Southern Mama Signify, the 3 and the 4. They matched up back on October 16th at Keeneland. Southern Mama actually had the lead in the stretch. She'd wind up getting run down. Signify would wound up 4th with a wide trip.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's really a lot to say in the race that's really that relevant. In this field, the 4 is one of the horses to beat. I mean, it's a field where there's really not a substantial amount of form. Because for Sterling Miss to be 8-5, she's okay. She's run some decent turf races in the back. She is the horse to beat. I'm not denying it, but what's so special about her last race?
11-time winner, but 10 of those on dirt. Just 1 for 7 on the grass for the 8-5 favorite. But there's Southern Mama. We showed you out finishing the 4 Signify with that wide trip when they did meet up. For more on this race coming up, let's go to Louisville with Paul LaDuca and Hall of Famer Gary Stevens.
Thanks, Gregor. And, you know, Gary and I both like the horse you were mentioning, Signify. And the reason why is, you know, Rudy Brissett does a great job, first of all, with his horse's turf sprinting. Horse comes in with a bullet drill at Keeneland. And you mentioned this horse likes to be fresh.
Yeah, she does. Every time she's come off a layoff, she's ran monstrous races. I think she's going to have to speed up to beat a couple of these, but it is a difficult race to read. But I like that filly for this reason. Rudolph, I think, is good off the layoff. He's got a lot of ammo over there to work these horses with. He knows when they're ready, when they're not. And like I said, she has form that says they like the layoff. She runs good off a layoff.
We're both against the 2 at 9-5, or actually 8-5. I get it. She can win this race. But, Gary, she's 7 now, and she has not had a break in 2 years.
Well, Paulie, after what happened in the previous race, we put Tom Drury
that is true.
and the winner right in the winner's circle. So Today, there's some strange things happening.
Right.
So, but not strange things. I mean, horses are running to form. The odds have been about right. Handicappers here at Churchill Downs, very good. I'm like Andy. This 6 filly, Thunder Love, filly from Great Britain. She took immediate action, then she drifted back up to 5-1. She's being bet right now. Joe Talamo, Paulo Lobo had a lot of success over the last year and a half, and this filly's being bet for a reason. I'm with Andy on this.
Yeah, we're against the 2 guys here as the favorite. I just think maybe she's run a lot of races, look for some of the fresh horses. I'm going to land on the 7 on the outside, way on the outside. I know I'm going to be coming from downtown, but maybe Muse could break a little bit better. Maybe she has a shot in here, and hopefully we can get a price.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. Muse, that 7 Paul was talking about. Second off a short left. She is 9-1 on the board. She's looking for her first win on the grass coming up.
I'm not going to knock anybody in this race. I think the favorite's probably the horse to beat. I'm going to try to be a wise guy here to get a horse home here that's going to have to obviously run better than she ran last time by a lot. But I don't think anybody looks overwhelming in here. I mean, it's not like horses in here have like terrific races littering their PPs, right?
No, not at all. Yeah, your favorite at 2-1, just 1 for 7, but the figure she earned in that turf sprint last time out, the best of the bunch in there. So sort of by default, that's where people, and Tyler Gaffleone rides.
And she has speed with Tyler, and she has back races that are good enough. So I don't have any argument against her. She's just not particularly exciting, but she is the horse to beat. I don't disagree with the public. Listen, I'm trying to be smart. I'm trying to be a wise guy with the 6. I was hoping to get a little better price. Now she's 3-1. Maybe everybody knows, and she's going to be a they knew. Or maybe I'm just another sucker who's taking a horse that I shouldn't be taking. I guess we'll find out in a couple of minutes.
A little bit of trouble in that States debut. It was a Stakes States debut. Not far off from being Group 2 placed, as mentioned over in the UK. We'll see if start number 2 goes a little bit better. Tackling older company, though. That was a 3-year-old stake, 3-year-old filly group she was in. When Derry Nane here yesterday for Christophe Clement, she tried to stretch out to 7 furlongs. She struggled in that spot. We'll see what's next for her.
Yeah, I think Christophe mentioned she'll cut back. I imagine she'll point towards the Coronation Cup up at Saratoga at 5.5 furlongs. Whether or not there's a spot before that, I don't know.
Now this 4, Signify, Rudolph Brissett. Right now, co-favorite with the 2. This is Signify. She's going to be making her 5-year-old debut. And with a little better trip, maybe she could have turned the tables on Southern Mama last time out. She is a winner on the grass.
And I think Florent will look to be a forward with her. How forward, I don't know. But she's not, relative to this field, she's not slow.
These are always tough ones to handicap. 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Starts this late pick 5 on the Sunday card at Churchill. Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Perfect Happiness and Signify, those 2 break out together. Signify on through to grab a narrow lead. Perfect Happiness goes with her. Thunder Love comes on to grab 3rd. Mused is out in 4th. Lemos Cunha toward the inside, hustled along while 5th. Southern Mama 6th, and Sterling missed the trailer. So down the back stretch they go, and it's Signify who steps out to lead by 2. Signify's on the far turn with a clear lead. Perfect Happiness is on the chase from 2nd. Thunder Love 2 lengths farther back in 3rd and only 4 lengths behind. Mused angles to the outside from 4th. Lemos Cunha's in 5th, and Southern Mama Sterling miss at the top of the stretch. Signify turning for home still there. Perfect Happiness is set down for the drive, and here she comes now. But Signify is up to the test and holds off that first challenge. Thunder Love coming down the center. Then it's Mused. Final 16th. Signify digs in. Thunder Love surges. Perfect Happiness between them. Signify was undeterred and holds on to do it. Thunder Love couldn't get by. Then it's tight between Perfect Happiness or Mused.
Florent Giroux aggressive with Signify and repels the challenges here for the win off the bench.
No question about it. It was the ride by Giroux that put this filly in front in a relatively paceless race. Not sure if Sterling Miss had some trouble at the start. Once she was in front, she was hard to beat. Joe Talamo was obviously way too overconfident with the 6 Thunder Love. Even though she had the speed to be forward and really ahead of the 4, he was determined to rate her on the backstretch. It was a calculated move that blew up in his face.
So Signify off the bench. Impressive win there to hold off that group and get the win. Florent Giroux, Rudolph Brissett saying goodbye to Andy Serling. Mig's going to join me, Richard Migliori, after a short timeout.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of the afternoon. We're back at it on Memorial Day.
I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Look forward to it.
Got more coming up. Plenty more ahead. In fact, from Belmont, pick 4 is next. And Maxwell Esquire, new barn claimed by Linda Rice to kick off the sequence. 6 furlongs inner turf coming up. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, this looks like another war sprinting on the turf, as we'll take a look at a few layoff runners to kick things off. And number 2, Matta, the Maryland bred, comes back up here for trainer Mike Trombetta. And he's one that got very good in the latter half of the summer last year, winning up at Saratoga in upset fashion, then had another win, and then was favored last time out when seen at Laurel. But, I mean, didn't run that badly. Actually kind of had a steady at a crucial part during the lane and ran on, whereas the winner just kind of got that outside sweeping run to the lead. He comes back here physically. He looks very fit. I mean, he's always been a good looking horse. And it's funny, that race up at Saratoga, I remember it's listed as firm, but that day there was a rain delay before that race. And I remember looking at this horse thinking, if there's some give in the ground, he should like it. And I don't know the actual conditions of the course at Laurel those days. But again, there's not much give in this course here. It does seem to be very firm. We'll see if he needs to start to kind of come back. He's been very quiet here in the paddock. We'll see. I respect him, but then again, I feel like I need to take the wait-and-see approach for this first start back of 2022. Number 4, Rustler pulled off an upset in the Carl Place against straight 3-year-olds in his last race last year. And he's another one, got very good on the turf. It's funny, I'm not sure, does he need a little bit more ground here as he comes back at the 6 furlongs? He was a horse that could be effective at the 5.5, but better efforts came going a bit further than that. So again, another horse that's very fit upon return here. Hasn't done much changing from 3 to 4, but as I always say with the turf sprinters, that doesn't really matter much. They tend to be smaller, compact, and handier types. So we'll see. Rustler, though, he might need just a bit more ground. I find number 6, Voodoo Zip, very interesting here. He has a race under his belt. He does not want to go 2 turns in the 7.5 furlongs. He gets back to 6. I like the distance for him. He looks incredibly fit here. I think he might be the horse to beat, as he is obviously your heavy favorite in here, but we'll see. Can the ex-Christophe Clement horse Maxwell Esquire cause a little problem for Voodoo Zip on the outside? More on this race, including a post parade, as we kick off the late pick 4 here on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS1. You can play all the action we bring you on the program by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Download the app. You can go to nairabets.com as well. Belmont 25, that code to use for new members at sign up. I got a new partner with me on the desk, champion jockey Richard Migliore. Good to see you, Mig.
Great to be here. Beautiful day at Belmont Park. And as John Nairud used to say many years ago, I'd rather have a bad day at the track than a good day anywhere else. We're having a good day, and we're at the track.
How much did he lose on those bad days?
Well, he was training Dr. Fager at the time,
he
so he had
a
lot to feel good about.
Our best is yet to come. We got that Paradise Creek a little bit later on in the card. 7 furlongs, some intriguing runners in there. But up next, it's this pick 4, as Maggie mentioned before we went to break. Former Christophe Clement runner, Maxwell Esquire, and the current Clement runner on the outside, Voodoo Zip.
Yeah, and it's just in a race for a turf sprint. Feels like there's not a tremendous amount of speed that you would normally see. We'll talk more about it when we get to this post break.
So here's Maxwell Esquire. He came back off the bench. He won. He was claimed out of that race. He got a hot pace to run into.
Got a hot pace that day. Doesn't project to get that hot pace today, and does change barns. But Christophe has had this guy his whole career and really knew him well.
Yeah, now with Linda Rice, he will be coming from off the pace. That's his style. Matis, some big numbers this one has run. Now the question, 6 furlongs. What do you think?
Well, he did get caught going 6 furlongs one time. He tried it opening up. I think it's fine, especially a horse getting older. I keep looking back to his form, seeing Faya. And Faya was a heck of a turf sprinter.
Very good runner. Would be a heavy favorite in here. Into the Sunrise, Marcassi, Dylan Davis team up.
This horse finds the speed that he used to possess in 2021. He could be a part of the pace.
4-1 next door. Rustler, who likes to be in front. And he went gate to wire in a stakes race at Belmont the last time we saw him as a 3-year-old.
Kind of feels like he's supposed to be the speed here, doesn't it? And gets Luis Saez, a rider we know can be aggressive.
This will be the 4-year-old debut coming up. That was back in October the last time we saw him. Cajun Casanova, second off the claim for Anthony Ferraro.
Yeah, and this is a little bit tougher than he's been facing, but he gets back to the turf. He is stakes place turf sprinting.
And 8-5. Wow, a lot of money on Voodoo Zip, who had a terrible beginning in that comeback race at Gulfstream.
But I agree wholeheartedly with Maggie. I don't think this is a 2-turn horse. 7.5 furlongs is 2 turns there. I think 6 furlongs suits him much better. And you get Joel Rosario, a rider who knows how to deliver that perfectly timed late run in these turf sprints.
Yeah, bumped around a bunch out of the gate in that comeback effort, hoping certainly for a cleaner break this time around. It's the newest bet in racing here at Belmont, the low takeout as well, that triple play pick 3. It is coming up next in the 7th race. You could play it by looking for triple play P3 in your wagering menu on your Naira Bets account. Right now it's pick 4 time now, and you see $185,000 in that pool. Maxwell Esquire, we've gotten used to seeing him quite a bit on this circuit. He's been around for a while. 6-time winner on the turf from 18 starts, and here's that comeback race of his 5-year-old campaign. They went 21-3. 44-3 to the half mile and set up perfectly for him.
And he got such a great inside-out trip. Got to save all that ground around the turn before easing out, coming to the quarter pole. Hit the front here. Looked to me like once he hit the front, he kind of got to waiting a little bit. Horses get older. They're herd animals. He didn't see the need to do any more than he needed to do, just enough to win. Listen, he goes from one good barn to another good barn. Sometimes older horses perk up with a change. Or sometimes the trainer that had him had the whole card. I just don't think Maxwell Esquire gets the kind of pace that's going to help his late run.
We talked about the 4 Rustler, who we know he wants to go. Into the Sunrise, the 3 used to be quick, hasn't shown that speed as much, certainly the last couple of starts. Cajun Casanova used to be quick. The 5 hasn't shown it, at least last time out, but been on dirt more recently. We'll see who challenges this 4 on the front end.
There's a very strong chance Rustler gets clear and has a big advantage here because, into the Sunrise, where did that speed go? where, it's been non-existent at least the last 2 starts. Here's Rustler on the lead. This was going 7 furlongs last year with Kendrick Carmouche aboard, but set legitimate fractions this day.
I think the 3 might try and wake up, and I mean, that horse just is ineffective not showing pace. But for Rustler here, yeah, gate to wire win, stakes victory, back-to-back wins on grass, and fresh too. Usually you're going to show more speed when you're coming off the bench with a horse who has it.
Usually horses coming off the bench, they have that nervous energy. They're a little bit fresh. They're going to show more speed, making a real nice impression here in the racetrack. For people that don't know, the conditioner Dane Kobiski, road races, also a former Marine.
So he's tough.
You would think.
Rustler's been pretty tough too when he's been in front. Maggie, who's going to be there with him, if anyone, on the front end?
You said it, Greg. But number 3, Into the Sunrise. This horse breaks very well, and you have to be wickedly fast. You don't have to be that fast here going the 6 furlongs as you do going the 5/8 at Gulfstream Park. Now, I don't really know necessarily what happened. It didn't seem there was much intention to get to the front end in that Keeneland race the last time out. He had a little bit of trouble in the stretch, a little bit of not necessarily a clear running room. They ducked to the rail. Okay, fine, whatever. I'm willing to forgive him because this horse, as far as demeanor of these horses and showing their hand, was by far the sharpest. Rustler has gotten a very aggressive warm-up, so he's been kept moving by Louis Saez, who is an aggressive rider. So I'm not going to be surprised when Rustler may be able to beat Into the Sunrise to the front end. But this horse looks quick. He looks sensational, too. I mean, the only time I've ever seen this horse was last year, and he just kind of had that... He was a 3-year-old, so he kind of had that still babyish appearance where he just looked a bit soft. Now he's turned into more of an athlete. That extra weight has kind of been chiseled away, and he just looks bigger, stronger, and more streamlined and athletic than what he did. I'm really intrigued by this horse. Like I said, I hope that Dylan Davis just lets his horse run away from there. Fine if Rustler wants to go to the lead, but just be forwardly placed. That gives this horse his best chance of being effective. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. 6-1 on Matta, 9-1 Into the Sunrise, but the favorite throughout has been Voodoo Zip. Little surprising, down to 3-2. It's Clement, it's Rosario, had that bad break last time out, and second off the layoff.
Yeah, strong connections. Rosario riding for Christophe, turf sprint, horse getting back to doing what he wants to do. Is well drawn outside, not slow, shouldn't be that far away, should work out a good trip. Kind of interesting, you look back through into
even money now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm taking a little bit of a swing at the 4 Rustler, thinking that he can get loose. But looking at the 3 Into the Sunrise, and Maggie talking about the speed this horse has possessed, go back to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint in 2020. He was a half a length off a Golden Pal, the first call. That's quick.
Proven the last 2 years he's been the best turf sprinter in the country for Wesley Ward. That man right there is going to guide Voodoo Zip at that short price. Joel Rosario, the reigning Eclipse Award winner, as outstanding jockey. And would you say he does everything great, but is he the best there is in turf sprints in your mind?
It feels like it to me. He just delivers horses with that perfectly timed late run. He keeps horses balanced. They run up into his hands. There's never any panic about him. He doesn't ride a turf sprint like, oh, my God, I'm going to run out of time. He always seems like he's got plenty of time, and they happen to get there.
Is it important to have that kind of, like he does, that cool, calm mindset in these kind of races?
Absolutely. Listen, all good athletes have to have a little swagger. Joel's got swagger. And, you think back to last year, Eclipse Award-winning year, incredible job by Ron Anderson, his agent, and Joel working so hard, riding at such a high level here. If he doesn't get hurt, he probably breaks. Yeah. He had a very good chance. Maybe that's a better way to put it, to break the most stakes wins in a single season.
And for those that know Joel Rosario, and there he is again, he reminds me a little bit what they used to say about Joe Montana. Cool as the other side of the pillow. He really is.
I like that. Cool as the other side of the pillow. I'm going to use that.
He's on the even money favorite here. That's Voodoo Zip from this outside post. Pick 4, close to $300,000 in the pool. The former Clement. Maxwell Esquire going to be closing from far off the pace from the rail with Irad Ortiz Jr. And the current Christophe Clement runner, Voodoo Zip. The outside post, even money with Joel Rosario. Pick 4 starts here. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Waiting for Cajun Casanova and Voodoo Zip. There in the gate. And they're off. Into the Sunrise is out for the early lead with a Rustler racing in second. And then it is Mata. And on the outside, Cajun Casanova. Then comes Maxwell Esquire. And the favorite, Voodoo Zip, is the last of 6 as they race up the backstretch. Into the Sunrise leads here by almost 2. On the outside is a Rustler, and down on the inside is Mata. They are heads apart, second and third. It is Into the Sunrise who has the lead here. And Rustler, Mata right together. 3 lengths to Maxwell Esquire. Voodoo Zip has moved up a spot. Cajun Casanova now the trailer. Into the Sunrise continues to lead. Ran the opening quarter mile in 22 seconds. They're at the head of the stretch. The half in 44 and 2. Into the Sunrise is the leader. Rustler and Mata continue to give chase, second and third. Then Maxwell Esquire and Voodoo Zip. Into the Sunrise, trying to upset the field here with a wire-to-wire victory. It is Into the Sunrise, but Voodoo Zip putting in a big late run on the outside. Into the Sunrise, Voodoo Zip. Voodoo Zip got there. Voodoo Zip with a big stretch drive under Joel Rosario.
Perfect example of what we were talking about with Joel Rosario running down the speed and timing it perfectly. 107-1 for the 6 furlongs.
This was exactly what we were talking about before the race. Joel Rosario, back, quiet, calm, cool, makes one final incredible run and produce it. And we thought at one point maybe too much left to do. Listen, he's still 6 lengths off the lead, in behind horses. He sifts out to the clear. He doesn't angle out. He slowly sifts out to the clear. He has saved as much horse as possible. And what looks impossible is possible with Joel Rosario in the boot, producing a horse at the absolute last possible second.
And you could say with him, there's no panic, but it's not even panic. There's no even, I'm fine. I'll wait. I'll make my move. Just very easy about it. He knows how to time it, doesn't he?
It's incredible. And again, when a rider gets to save all that ground before sifting out to the clear, he did it in increments. He slowly eased out to the clear. The burst of speed, the turn of foot a horse can show when a rider saves that much horse and that much ground early on. This is just incredible to watch to me. As a former rider, to see a guy who can do this consistently, this isn't a one-off, this isn't by accident, this is consistent Joel Rosario.
And he wins comfortably here, too.
Again, he wasn't demanding anything. The horse was like, we got it, buddy. We're going to get there.
Winning trainer, Christophe Clement. He had that summer a couple seasons ago at Saratoga when he started just red hot leading the way, and a lot of those wins came with Joel.
Well, I think they're a perfect pair. The way Christophe trains his horses is to cover up, sit in behind another horse, even in their morning trials, ease out, finish strong. That's Joel Rosario's style as well.
Voodoo Zip. Give the horse a little credit here, too. 107-1. I know turf course playing fast, but that's a time that's moving a little bit. We're going to get back to Churchill Downs. Riders up for the start of their late pick 4. Main track, 7 furlongs coming up next. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime. We'll talk about the field in more depth when we return.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on FS1. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, Maggie Wolfendale. We got Paula Duca, Gary Stevens with us out at Churchill Downs. This 7th at Churchill. Horses who have not won 2 lifetime, going 7/8 of a mile. And Mr. Sippy, I love his last race. When he got ran down late, second off the bench, he should be a lot tighter. He's a 6-5 favorite in here. We'll get to him in a moment. We start with Tonal Impact. Joe Sharp off the claim inside.
Off the claim, turning back in distance, and should get a little pace to run at. Looks sharp on the racetrack.
Surprised he's 10-1. I thought a major player in here. Spidey War, he is going to try dirt for just the second time. The only other time he was on it, he won on the slop in a race taken off the turf.
Yeah, that was his first time start. Now he gets 7 furlongs to work with on the main track.
Red Knobs, he's graded stakes placed on this track.
Always like when horses run well. Can he do it around 1 turn?
Hunt the front. Nick Zito sends out this 5-year-old.
Yeah, his current form doesn't look that good. 1.5 miles and a mile on turf. Now he cuts back to 7/8. Looks like they're searching a bit.
Soros came back off a lengthy layoff. He did not show a lot of life.
No, really was kind of dull, but that was going 1 mile and 16th. Maybe he shakes the ring rust off.
Turf back to dirt for Pledge of Allegiance. Joe Talamo aboard.
Yeah, I think he's getting back to the surface he prefers. JMS stable and Paul McGee, son of Constitution.
Gulfstream Way, 4-1. He broke his maiden here at Churchill with the biggest figure he's ever run.
I thought this horse was very interesting. I like him turning back from the 1 mile and 16th. He ran in February at the Fairgrounds to 7 furlongs.
Center Run Happy right here. Had a 2-length lead in the stretch off the bench. He got run down late, but he was well clear of the 3rd place finisher.
And it was a very strong pace that he was attending and eventually took over. So I thought a very strong race.
Bullet drill since that time as well to prep for this one. And amongst friends, Rans out the field at 11-1.
Yeah, he'd like to see it get a little heated on the front end, more of a closing 1-run sprinter.
Minute to post in the 7th race. It kicks off this pick 4. Paula Duca, how are you going to play it?
Well, I'm going to play it pretty aggressively. You're going to know how I'm going to be doing after the first race. I'm singling Mr. Sippy in here. Actually sitting right behind the camera is Joe Sharp. He actually likes his one horse as well. But Mr. Sippy, I thought, ran so well last time. Got left out of the gate a tiny bit, had to rush up. The only horse he really has to deal with is the 7 in here on the front end early. Then I'm going to go 5 deep by 5 deep. We get to the last race. I thought the last race was nothing but the 2 and the 8. Not an expensive ticket, guys, but I'm hoping that Mr. Sippy can maybe sit outside the pace or maybe go to the front end. That doesn't look like a ton of pace in here, and Tyler Gaffalione is aboard, and he's got plenty of swagger. And you guys were talking about Joel Rosario having a ton of swagger. My introduction to swagger goes back to 2002, my second full year in the big leagues. And before all these kids now wear these shoes, all kinds of colors, white, blue, yellow, you just wore black shoes. I remember Gary Sheffield came out with white shoes, and I said, Gary, why are you wearing these white shoes? He goes, because I can, kid.
How's that for swagger? He could hit.
I love that story. That's very cool. Because I can, kid. I like it.
Gave the Triple Crown a run for a little while.
Wow.
Mr. Sippy, I'll say this about the 6-5 favorite. He has problems getting out of the gate, and it is just about every single time he lines up on the track, he does not get out well.
Well, and that is problematic, but the good news for him, for Mr. Sippy, is he only has 1 horse outside of him today, and that's a horse that doesn't possess much natural speed, so maybe it hinders him less. You still don't want to give horses head starts, that's for sure.
Well, despite yet another bad beginning, back on May the 4th here at Churchill, off the bench, hadn't run since September. Looks like he's home free here. 2-length lead in the stretch. Tyler Gaffalione, you got to feel pretty good about your chances, but he's going to get run down.
He's going to get run down, but he did break a step slow. He did kind of rush up. It was his first race back. And 22-1, 45-2. I mean, it's solid enough pace. It wasn't as though he was walking up there on the front end, and he had to work to get there. Listen, he makes a lot of sense. I thought the 7 was a little bit interesting. I like the turn back for this horse. Jimmy Baker, real good old school horseman, worked for David Whiteley back in the day. I thought he was interesting on the turn back.
Well, even money on Mr. Sippy. Tyler Gaffalione, he attracts a lot of money too. By the way, back to Gary Sheffield for a moment. And I know Paulie remembers this. That batting stance was one of a kind. The way he waved that bat around, too. He had a ton of swagger.
Because he could.
Because he could indeed. We'll see if this son will run happy. The 8 we're talking about, second off the bench. Can pick up just the second win of his career. And you got to think, too, I mean, that was a sharp drill. You never know what they ask for in the morning in these works. But bullet drill, the quickest of anyone in the morning, quickest of 83 since that May 4th start.
You know, and it just kind of points out that a horse came out of a strong effort, what could have been a taxing effort, in good order. Just showed, kind of touted his good health.
There he is, the 8, and he backs away from the gate there momentarily. Steps back in for Joe Sharp. Overwhelmingly the one to beat. Here to kick off this pick 4. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Spidey War and Tonal Impact Brush coming out of the starting gate. Gulfstream Way caught a flyer. Quickly out looking for the lead and has it by 2. Gulfstream Way crossing onto the main track in front. Soros comes on to be second. Mr. Sippy right up and on the pace in third. Red Knobs toward the rail tucked away in fourth. Spidey War advancing up into fifth. Amongst Friends is sixth. Pledge of Allegiance pushed along seventh, and it's 6 or 7 back to Hunt the front and Total Impact, the 2 trailers, about 10 lengths off the lead. That opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. Heading for the far turn, it's Gulfstream Way, the leader. Cruising along in front of Mr. Sippy, who now takes over second and is coming after Gulfstream Way. Red Knobs is third. Soros losing ground in fourth. Amongst Friends is launching a rally from the back up into fourth now, but is still 4 lengths behind. The rest with a lot to do. At the quarter pole, Gulfstream Way shakes loose by 2. Gulfstream Way is still in front off the turn. Confident ride there. Mr. Sippy asked to go now. Red Knobs is now second. Mr. Sippy's back into third. Amongst Friends is fourth. They're inside the final furlong, and Gulfstream Way spurts away. Gulfstream Way by 4. Nursed on the front end by Mitchell Murrell to perfection. Winning by 3. Red Knobs was second. Mr. Sippy checks in third. Amongst Friends was fourth.
Gulfstream Way, biggest race he'd ever run when he broke his maiden here at Churchill. Now off a layoff. Picks up the second win of his career. Mr. Sippy actually broke very good this time, but no response in the stretch.
Yeah, it was in a decent stalking position, but Gulfstream Way, even though he's coming off a bit of a layoff, hasn't been seen since early February, was turning back in distance. When a horse turning back in distance gets this comfortable on the lead, Mitchell Murrell did a real nice job of just kind of milking that speed along and not asking for his best until almost the 8th pole. And Jamie Baker, a really good trainer. His dad trained a great mare years ago, George Baker, named Politely. There's actually a stake named for her at Monmouth Park. Gulfstream Way gets it done wire to wire, turning back in distance.
Never Better Stables with a victory. 4-year-old son, a gemologist. 7-3, 8 finish. Prices from this one. When we come back from a timeout, we'll also set the stage for race 7 at Belmont. 1-turn mile on the main track. And that is Chris and Dave. He is the one to beat. The 9-year-old showed last time out. He's got plenty left in the tank. He was dominant. 86 buyer in a big win here at Belmont at 1 mile and a 16th. We'll see if he can go back to back for Rob Atras. Stay with us.
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Alan Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
850, 75, 850, 75, 175, Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays feature a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:15, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on a gorgeous Memorial Day weekend. Program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter. Run Happy never lost in his career while sprinting, and did it all while racing medication-free. Now standing at Claiborne Farm in legendary stall number 1 here at Belmont. One-turn mile coming up. We mentioned this race, $32,000 claiming group. Chris and Dave, we saw going to break, Mig. Big effort last time out. Rob Atras first off the claim.
Yeah, big effort. We've seen Rob Atras have very good success with horses off the claim. I think the race sets up just a little bit different this time. I think there is some other speed signed on and potentially a stronger pace than he, was able to set last time.
We're looking at the 3. We've been talking about the 4, Chris and Dave. It'll be his 78th start, by the way, for the 9-year-old. 17 wins, 20 seconds, and here is that win last time out. Dark Storm is going to team up with again this afternoon, was 3rd behind him.
Yeah, well beaten 3rd. But, he got to go 23-2, 47 flat. 1 turn, mile and a 16th. That's not a fast pace. That's a very comfortable, even kind of rhythm. Now, he's a horse that can sit off a horse, but I just think that he's more comfortable when he's involved. And don't you see, like, Musical America coming out of sprint where he was on the pace as one of the speeds, potentially the one Wentz with an aggressive rider in Ruben Silvera?
And no question. I mean, the 2, Musical America, I don't know if that's a win candidate, but horse has sprint speed, and certainly that horse right there coming in from Parks wants to be forward as well. We're 12 minutes to post here in the 7th. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
You guys hit the nail on the head, proverbially speaking. There's a ton of, for a mile race, there's a ton of speed in here. As you guys mentioned, you have Musical America, you have Wentz, you have No Burn on the outside, who isn't slow either. There's a ton of speed in here. Who knows, it might set things up favorably for the 5 Supreme Aura. But I do want to talk about Wentz. He is a horse that, at least has shown that he can win from off of it. He's not that fast. He's probably kind of has the same running style as Chris and Dave, who, by the way, looks fabulous for trainer Rob Atras. But Wentz shipping in here, we've seen Jamie Ness have optimal success, especially at Parks and at other mid-Atlantic racetracks, and sometimes it's tough for his horses to translate it here to the NYRA circuit, though he's had a bit more success as of late than he has had in the past. Wentz stacks up very favorably to his competition today. He's dazzled head to toe. He has that nice forward, confident energy, and last time out, he was coming in off of a layoff, and really, he won the battle. He just lost the war at the end. His Icy Dude came out in the middle of the racetrack and just ran him down late. He looks very fit here, and like I said, he looks as though he shipped well and could have possibly brought one of his better races here to Belmont. Moving on to number 3, Lost in Rome, who has lost his form. But I have a sneaky suspicion that Gustavo Rodriguez could get it back for him. This is a horse who did not look good over the recent months. Had completely lost all his conditioning behind. He had those peaked hindquarters. It's when the tailbone is basically sticking up and all the muscle mass has slacked away. Not the case today. This guy is rounded out once again. He looks as though, the same way he did when he was doing his good running last year, if not better. His coats come around. He just looks like a different horse than what I'd seen him late March, early April. And I think Gustavo could get him back to some of his better efforts as those blinkers do come off here, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, talking about the 3 lost in Rome, Gustavo Rodriguez, the trainer, who claims this horse and immediately makes an equipment change.
It makes an equipment change, and I just like what Maggie talked about from the physical perspective, this horse rounding out again, that muscling up again on the hind end. Horses push themselves off. They don't pull themselves along. They have to have the strong hind end to, show the speed, get their legs, their hind legs up underneath them and be able to propel themselves.
It's Sunday. It's race 7. So that means it's triple play pick 3 time. It is the newest bet at Belmont. Low takeout in that triple play pick 3. It is coming up in just 10 minutes. Play it by, again, looking for triple play P3 in your wagering menu on your Naira Bets account. Opt in at nairabets.com. Good luck to everyone playing the sequence. So this race will begin at the Paradise Creek next, and then we'll close it out, this sequence, mile and 16th on the inner turf in a claiming race for horses who have not won 3. That race seems wide open as part of this sequence. But, wow, 8-5, Chris and Dave. Well, he's won a lot of races. 9-year-old who'd proven he's still right there. And do you feel he has to have the lead to win, or can he sit off it?
I don't think he has to have the lead, but he's going to be involved. And I think we're going to see a sharper pace than what he's faced last time.
Here's Wentz. We know he wants to go to the front. He has the inside post as well.
Yeah, and he has true long speed, or router speed, if you will. But from the rail, Ruben Silvera is not a guy that waits around for anybody. I think he'll put him up in the race.
Next door, this horse showed sprint speed last time out, so you know he wants to go stretching out.
I mean, they went 22-3, 45-3. He was in front last time. You'd have to think going a mile he's going to be part of the pace, if not the pacemaker.
Horse that Maggie was just talking about for Gustavo Rodriguez off the claim without equipment change.
Equipment change, blinkers off, should relax well. He's hoping they go fast on the front end. And the fact that Maggie likes the way he muscled up behind, you certainly should improve.
The veteran win machine looking for the 18th win of his career. Here's Chris and Dave.
A 17-time winner, 20 seconds, 11 thirds from 77 starts. He's like a throwback to one of those tough old horses from the 80s.
Supreme Aura, the apprentice, Jose Gomez having a tremendous meet, already the win today.
Yeah, and a kid that's just seeing the race really has improved so much and continues to improve.
How about this horse? No Burn. He ran just 8 days ago, and he ran the best race of his life.
Yeah, and he's a horse that will be forward. He likes to be involved as well.
Can he reproduce it on such a short comeback here for Oscar Barrera? And then Dark Storm on the outside, 12-1, Trevor McCarthy aboard.
Yeah, he was well beaten last time by Chris and Dave, but he could get a different pace scenario. And Mertcan Kentamachi's barn has really woken up. I mean, the horses, if not winning, they're running well.
7 minutes to post here in the 7th. Start of this triple play pick 3. Coming up June 11th. We're just 13 days away from the 3rd and final leg of this year's Triple Crown. Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike passed on the Preakness. We'll see him back for the Test of the Champion. Tickets are on sale now. It's going to be capped at 50,000, the attendance. So be part of the action. It is one of the great days with that undercard just stacked with grade ones. One of the great days anywhere in the country all year long. So go to BelmontStakes.com to get your tickets.
When you could say a race like the Met Mile is the co-feature, I think you've got a pretty strong card on your
Yes, indeed. The race they call the stallion-making race. And that should be a great one this year as well. Here, who is potentially looking to line up against the Derby winner, Rich Strike. No runners will have run in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown this year. Potentially a filly going to tackle this group. Nest for Todd Pletcher and her stablemate, Mo Donegal, winner of the Wood. What an effort in the Wood for Mo Donegal. It's going to attract a lot of money in the Belmont Stakes.
And I think, well, he should. He's a horse that, to me, in the Wood Memorial, the light bulb went on, per se. He traveled more in the bridle. He wasn't so much that bicycle horse that you got to keep reminding or pedaling, if you will. He angled out. He's got that relentless kind of Uncle Mo stride, very reminiscent of his sire, his head out and down, really reaching for ground. And he just seems like he keeps coming. He's a relentless galloping type that will do well in the Belmont. Thought he had a compromised trip in the Kentucky Derby after breaking poorly, shuffled around a little, had to come wide. But this Wood Memorial, I think, really was a better barometer, a better gauge of the kind of ability he has. And just from a physical perspective, the way he reaches out and covers ground, I think the mile and a half would be
running
fine.
down a horse who was loose on the lead who would wind up winning the Preakness as well.
Yeah, there you go. So it shows you the quality of the Wood Memorial, which, by the way, don't understand how it's not a Grade 1.
So he'll be back for more, tackling 2/3 of this Triple Crown. Meanwhile, Peter Pan winner, We the People, his connections, so happy to put that Arkansas Derby flop behind him because he's so much potential in his prior 2 starts going into that race. I know it didn't work out that day. This day on this off track, jumped out to the lead. The other speed didn't break well out of the gate in here, but he looked very impressive nonetheless.
He looked impressive. From a pedigree standpoint, you'd have to think that the distance should be within his reach. I love the effort in the Peter Pan. To me, this was a perfect springboard race. Now, we've seen over the years, Tonalist used it to go on to Belmont success. Many years ago, Coastal, to defeat Spectacular Bid, won the Peter Pan. AP Indy, after missing the Derby and the Preakness, used the Peter Pan to go on and win the Belmont.
This year, it seems the big guns, they're sitting it out. Zandon's not coming back. Your Preakness winner's not coming back. Epicenter's going to pass. So does it feel like a year that a Peter Pan winner can pull off that double?
Well, it does. In a horse that has speed, and speed does well in the Belmont. They don't change a lot of positions. It's basically, last man standing, who can just kind of keep on grinding away. And it also depends on what you think of Rich Strike. Was this Kentucky Derby an absolute fluke, a product of a 21 and change opening quarter in a 1.25 mile race, 45 and change half in a 1.25 mile race, and a horse that maybe just really relishes that Churchill Downs surface? I guess that's where you'll be looking potentially for an upsetter. To me, it feels like at the moment, and we still got a little time and more training and post position to be drawn, Mo Donegal fits the profile for me.
And you saw those silks of Godolphin, of course, won it last year. One of the great stretch duels we saw the entire calendar year. Essential Quality out-dueling Hot Rod Charlie, who I think gained in defeat. Part of that just insane hot pace, and still threw down with Essential Quality, who came at him from off the pace in that spectacular stretch duel. It's going to be great this year because we're, for the first time in, 3 years, we're going to have a true crowd on hand.
Yeah, going back to Tiz the Law winning the Belmont in that very quiet, eerily quiet, empty grandstand here at Belmont.
Back to the 7th here at Belmont, this 1-turn mile. Got a long shot outside in Dark Storm. With more on this Son of Flatter, let's go to Maggie.
Well, I have company. I have my partner in crime, my mini-me, Miss Grace, with me here to talk about this 7th race. But talking about number 7, Dark Storm, we talk about it a lot on the show. Richie as well. Different horses do better in different barns. And Rob Atras is a trainer whose horses consistently just look the part time and time again. But Dark Storm, and I talked to him about this, for whatever reason, didn't react well to his program. And he said, I've tried everything. I just cannot get this horse to look right. And he actually, for whatever reason, looks like the good Dark Storm, now second time out for the Cantor Mossy barn. And he didn't run great last time, but he ran a bit of an improved race. He just kind of stayed on. But I think with a potential speed matchup, who knows what actually will happen out there. It's hard to predict paces here in New York oftentimes, but it does feel as though there's enough pace where it could set up favorably for Dark Storm, who at least from watching him physically, get the hint that he might be rounding back into form, guys.
I want to know how Grace's analyst skills are, Maggie. We got to put her to the test soon.
Come here. Who do you like in this race? I don't know. You don't know? Come on, you're supposed to be my protege. Say Dylan. Now she's shy, guys. She does have Dylan Davis's son here with her. So I would have to say that maybe Trevor McCarthy, Dylan Davis kind of route.
We'll work on it, but I still see the potential. And Dylan Davis leading the way in the jockey standings right now with a win today as well. He's got 24 at the meet. And Dylan will be on the 6, No Burn.
Yeah, Dylan's riding just in terrific form and confidence. Key. His confidence has really risen. His maturity, he's really matured. And his preparation. You can see the discipline involved, and that comes with maturity. And his son, Michael, quite the little golfer. He takes golf lessons. He hits the ball straight, and he hits it far.
I like that haircut, too. I think Dad stole it from him.
Looks so much like Dylan, right?
Oh, yeah. Dylan has completely taken his career to the next level ever since he has come back from injury. We talk about it so much on this program. It's been so fun to watch. There he is on the 6, about to load in on New Bern, but coming off the first riding title of his career, that Aqueduct Winter Meet, just 27 years old. Now he's leading the standings here at Belmont. He's 4 up on Irad Ortiz Jr.
And again, making all the right moves. Even the races, sometimes riders, the race they lose show you more about how good they're riding. Just getting beat in the last race, but putting that Marcassi charge on the lead.
Meanwhile, it's the 4, Chris and Dave. Kendrick Carmouche, the old 9-year-old, trying to win for the 18th time in his career. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. It's Chris and Dave going out for the lead. No Burn is on the outside, and Wentz down at the rail, and Musical America is moving up. So it's 4 of them across the track for the early lead. Dark Storm races in 5th. Then it's Lost in Rome. And the trailer is Supreme Aura in 7th as they move up the backstretch. It's No Burn and Wentz, and the 2 of them hook up here. The 2 of them have opened up 3 lengths on Musical America and Chris and Dave. And then it's another 4 back to Lost in Rome, followed by Dark Storm and Supreme Aura, opening quarter mile, 23 and 1/5 seconds. No Burn on the outside now takes the lead from Wentz. It's No Burn in front, getting clear by a length. Wentz dropping back at the rail. Musical America's in between horses. Chris and Dave is on the outside. It is No Burn who has the lead here. The half mile in 46 seconds. Just in behind, Musical America. And on the outside, Chris and Dave. Now it's a big break, 7 lengths or so, back to Wentz, along with a Lost in Rome. As they hit the quarter pole, it is No Burn with the lead, 3/4 up in 1:10. No Burn is in front. Then Chris and Dave running in second, and Musical America next in third. No Burn has a 4-length lead. Chris and Dave giving chase in second. And then farther back, it is Musical America in third. No Burn, no problem today. And it's a double for Dylan. No Burn the winner. Chris and Dave was second, then Musical America and Supreme Aura.
A little Grace been hanging out with the right company. There's Dylan's son again. 2-win day for Dad. He loves it. Meet leading 25 victories at the meet. And No Burn, this horse just 8 days ago ran the race of his life against a much softer group. 12,000 claiming, jumps up to 32. And Mickey had a battle with Wentz on the front end. That horse nowhere late. Plenty left in the tank in the stretch.
You know, but again, going back to what we were talking about, Dylan Davis and the confidence level, he wasn't going to take anything away from his horse that came easy, and he allowed his horse to stride out. And I think sometimes riders overthink Belmont Park, and they think they've got to save more. Horse gets in a good rhythm at Belmont. They continue on, No Burn. The old adage years ago, Greg, when horses were good, run them. And that was the case here. 8 days in fine form, run them right back, get the money, No Burn. Smooth as could be the last 16th of a mile.
We don't see it a lot anymore coming back this quick, but this horse run him right back when he's in the form of his life. He's now 3 for 4 at Belmont, 2 wins now in 8 days. Impressive. And Dylan Davis, again, his 2nd win on this Sunday afternoon card.
Yeah, we saw a very happy Michael Davis, his son, celebrating Pop's big win, and always nice when the kids get involved.
I know you spent a lot of time with Dylan. Does his son want to follow in Dad's footsteps?
Wants to be a golfer.
Does he?
You got to see this kid hit the ball.
Try and get a shot of it before this meet's over. We're going to take a timeout. Our Sunday feature is still to come. That's a Paradise Creek next on the turf. No Burn, 2 wins in just 8-day span. We'll be back with prices next.
handicap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Grace Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS1. Good to have you with us on a gorgeous Sunday on Memorial Day weekend here in Elmont, New York. Dylan Davis, 25th winner of the meet. Now about No Burn, this 4-year-old. 3 consecutive victories. We mentioned the 2 wins now 8 days apart. Wins for non-winners at 3 lifetime. Wins for $12,000 and then jumps up and wins for $32,000 today. And this was a good group for a $32,000 claiming race.
It really was a solid group, and you know, he took it to them. Had speed, kept going, beat your favorite Chris and Dave, who chased gallantly throughout. But when the horses are good, that's when you run them. When they show you they're a little tired, you back off. It's not cookie cutter. You know, it's not that every horse responds well to running once a month or once every 5 weeks. Some horses like the workload.
And to battle with the one Wentz early on like this, it wasn't shaping up like it was going to be No Burns Day.
I'd say Ruben Silvera has been consistently aggressive, particularly when he's in a position like from the inside. Helps you handicapping a little bit when you have a rider that you can kind of count on what he's going to do.
Late pick 5 follow along started with an 11-1 shot, debuting on the grass, surprising a lot of people to kick off the sequence. And we got 2 legs remaining, including our Sunday feature, that Paradise Creek, still to come. Right now it's back to Churchill Downs. 8th race, 6 furlongs, non-winners at 2 lifetime in this spot. And this post parade happened a few moments ago. The 8 is out in here, so keep that in mind. Here's Bourbon Talking for Kevin Fletcher.
Yeah, 1 for 1 on dirt. Had been running on synthetic. Good race last time.
Part of a pair of runners for Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, Smokin' Willie.
Comes out of a very strong race. Was a well-beaten third, but a fast race.
Peter Miller hasn't sent out a horse since November 28th, so this is the first one back, and he said when he did come back, he wanted to have a Gary Barber horse to do it.
Well, he's got a Gary Barber horse with a complete makeover. First-time gelding, first-time Lasix.
The owner that supported him for over 15 years in this business. My crazy neighbor, Ian Wilkes. Trainer doesn't win a lot first time out. This horse did for him.
And bodes well for his future going forward. Burning Hunk of Love, the 5, looking very sharp on the racetrack. Should be a part of this pace.
Yeah, for Alstall, he finished ahead of Smokin' Willie on the dirt last time out. Momentous, trained by Todd Pletcher. Very good debut and then struggled in his second start.
Yeah, don't know what happened last time. Was favored in the same condition. First race was good at Fairgrounds.
And Raymond, this was an impressive maiden win last start. All kinds of trouble, steadied early as you see the 8 coming out of the race. That's why he will not be in this one. That's him going back to the barn. But Raymond, $1 million son of Into Mischief. and a key race. Second and third runners behind him. They both came back to win. And that beginning for him, he was able to overcome it. He's a 2-1 favorite. Let's go to Paul LaDuca, Gary Stevens for more in the 8th.
Yeah, and I think that's why he's taking a lot of money here, especially being by Team Pauline, who was a Black-Eyed Susan winner. So they played $1 million for this gelding. Did not run well at Saratoga first time, came out next time and ran a bang-up race at Oakland Park and came from way out of it, Gary. Can he come from way out of it today? Now, the second and third place finishers came out of that race and have come back to win.
Well, you know, Paul, you say he came from way off of it. They went 21 and change, 21 and 3 that day, and he was only 4 lengths off the lead. So he's got enough early speed to be in the right spot. And with the scratch of the 8 now on the outside, and I think that Julien Le Peru can stalk Steve Asmussen's other horse, the 2-horse Smokin' Willie. He is fast. He's probably the fastest early speed. He and the 3-horse Respect the Coat. So I think he's going to get a good trip. I don't think he's going to be far away.
Well, something you never see on the form is the 5 in here, Albert Stahl, 0 for 26. He's a heck of a trainer. And the 4, My Crazy Neighbor, who won first time out for Ian Wilkes. But when you look at the 5, Burnin' Hunk of Love, 2 second-place finishes, a win. Does Albert Stahl get his first win at this meet? And is this a hunch play, Gary?
It's a hunch play for me. I like 4 horses in here. I like the 3, the 4, the 5, and the 7, but I just observed something. They just finished the Indy 500. I'm a huge fan of motorsports as well as horse racing. I love speed, owned by A.J. Foyt, the only driver to have won 4 Indianapolis 500s. And today, it's Memorial Day weekend. They just finished the race. Marcus Ericsson, the Swede, won the Indy 500. I had the last race off, and I was able to watch the end of it. It was exciting, and I'm going with A.J. Foyt and Al Stahl with Burnin' Hunk of Love.
Yeah, but listen, Greg, he's loved this horse from the beginning since we've got here. He turned on the race as soon as we got to Churchill Downs. So it's all A.J. Foyt owned as well, Burnin' Hunk of Love. And another horse in here, I think we need to... The 3 horse in here for Peter Miller. Peter Miller's a guy out of California. This horse for Gary Barber, and a horse that we really don't know what to do with, but I always go with Gary Barber. Gary loves to bet his horses. If they're live on the tote board, they're usually live on the racetrack. This horse is not taking much money.
No, he's not taking a lot of money, but I'll tell you, like we talked about before, they had a chance to run this horse anywhere they wanted. He broke his maiden for Maiden 75. He's running him in the allowance condition. I think we got to go to Travis Stone.
Yeah, let's go to Travis Stone as we, hopefully you're still alive. Race number 8 here from Churchill Downs, 6 furlongs, allowance, non-winners at 2 lifetime.
Check his tattoo.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Smokin' Willie breaks on top. Burnin' Hunk of Love is there. So too My Crazy Neighbor and Raymond on the outside. The scramble is on early. It's Smokin' Willie, My Crazy Neighbor, Burnin' Hunk of Love. Raymond backs off to settle in 4th. Respect the Code advancing inside from 5th. Momentous hustled along while 6th, and Bourbon Talking is the trailer. Down the backstretch run, Smokin' Willie takes over as they hit the far turn, opens up a length and a half, and a lively quarter in 21 and 2. Here comes Burnin' Hunk of Love, ratcheting up the pressure now with 3 furlongs to go. My Crazy Neighbor couldn't keep up. Raymond comes up on the outside while Respect the Code comes through toward the rail. Momentous and Bourbon Talking at the back. At the quarter pole, Burnin' Hunk of Love and Smokin' Willie head-to-head off the turn. Raymond is not far behind in 3rd. The rest with work to do. Coming to the final furlong, Burnin' Hunk of Love and Smokin' Willie in a tussle past the 8th pole. Smokin' Willie digs in. Burnin' Hunk of Love's not backing down. Nose back in front there. Smokin' Willie, Burnin' Hunk of Love, Burnin' Hunk of Love, and Smokin' Willie. Photo! Inseparable on the wire, Smokin' Willie or Burnin' Hunk of Love. Raymond was 3rd.
Well, it would be appropriate on Indy 500 day if it's Burnin' Hunk of Love, owned in part by A.J. Foyt. We'll see if he got it. Smokin' Willie right there as well, the 2, the 5. Brian Hernandez Jr. on the inside with the 2. Colby Hernandez outside with the 5.
Yeah, brothers battling down to the wire. Colby Hernandez seemed like got a little bit more at a burning hunk of love as we come down the wire. We'll keep an eye on their noses up and down on the line. It's very, very close.
Photo finish here in the 8th. We will wait for the photo. If it's Smokin' Willie, see the price disparity here in a moment coming up. He was 7-2. Burning Hunk of Love was 5-1. And when you're involved in these kind of stretch tools as a rider, Mig, what are you doing to try and get a little extra out of your horse?
Just trying to find something else to give it a little bit of element of surprise, whether it's changing your crop from one hand to another, changing your hold. You know, you'll holler at your horse, you'll whistle, you'll smooch, you're so involved in the rhythm of the horse. And it almost looked like that Colby kind of went down a little bit, trying to get a little closer to Smokin' Willie to get his horse to fight a little bit more. But this was a terrific horse race. The 5 did get his nose down on the line in front over Smokin' Willie. It's got to be fun beating your brother in a photo.
So owned by the man who was named co-driver of the century by the Associated Press on Indy 500 Day. He won 4 of them. Gary told you Marcus Ericsson, he won it earlier today. That was seen over on Fox. Burnin' Hunk of Love. Al Stahl does end that offer at the meet. Good for him. Outstanding trainer. Too good to be offer and gets that first win of the meet. Colby Hernandez aboard at 5-1. Price is coming up for you. Back in New York, our feature coming up next. Paradise Creek, 7 furlongs on the turf, and Big Invasion. Christophe Clement, his 3-year-old son, a Declaration Award, trying to win his 4th in a row, going further than he has gone yet, the 7 furlongs.
It's By My Standards and spinoff By My Standards, the win the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won the New Orleans Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oakland Handicap. By My Standards attack. Rushing By My Standards to the wire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS1. Thanks for being with us. Got the feature to come on this Sunday card. And the Paradise Creek, 7 furlongs on the turf here in New York. And we showed you Big Invasion, or talked about him anyway, going to break, trying to win his 4th in a row coming up. 9-5 on the board. Christophe Clement sent out his filly Dairy Nane in the female version of this race the other day. 7 furlongs, maybe not what she wants to do. What do you think about Big Invasion going 7 furlongs?
Well, Big Invasion showed a new dimension last time, first time on the Joel Rosario, where he raided off the pace in the William Walker. Took a little bit of a funny step. Seemed like he got in a little tight and shied a bit going into the far turn, but he sat comfortably in behind horses and he finished strongly. So I think that bodes well for him trying the 7 furlongs. He certainly has a pedigree, being by declaration of war out of a Curlin mare that says he should get more ground. And the fact that he showed that ability to rate last time, I think really helps his chances to get the 7/8.
So Big Invasion, the 9-5 favorite. Meanwhile, Todd Pletcher's Chanceau will have the rail. That's the one on your screen. He'll cut back in distance. Said downstairs to Maggie.
Well, let's take a look at both of those horses first off the bat here, Greg, in this at Paradise Creek. And I'm actually on the favorable end of the favorite, getting the 7 furlongs. Big Invasion in here, number 4, as he just has the right disposition to. As Meg brought up, he has the pedigree. He is built more like a sprinting type, but like I said, he has the right running style and the right demeanor. He's very laid back. He's very classy. He seems like a very intelligent horse that listens to his rider's cues and knows when it's go time. And I think he could be very effective in this spot here, going the 7/8. I like the progression that this horse has portrayed. As we'll move on to number 1, Chanceau, who's actually turning back in distance. Now, he might not be able to control here with the presence of number 5, Carpe's Dream, but physically, I can say that I do like the turn back. He has actually developed into a very good-looking horse. This is the first time I'm seeing him since he was a 2-year-old. He's just that much more athletic and a big hind end on him, but he's more compact. So getting back to the 7/8, turning back from that Woodhaven, which was a contentious field, I think makes sense for him if he can prove that he can rate. There's some interesting horses coming in from Europe. Maritime Wings. He comes back going the 7, which he looks as though he's effective at. I'm just a little concerned about the layoff as Joseph O'Brien brings him in here. He's well turned out, just maybe a little soft around the edges. But, Greg, I'm really excited to see what these 2 outside horses can do.
Yeah, I think we all are. And there is the Joseph O'Brien runner, State's debut, of course, the son of one of the greatest trainers in the history of this sport, Aidan O'Brien. John Velasquez will be aboard.
Yeah, and interesting. This horse ships over here for this, and Joseph O'Brien, terrific rider, too.
Interesting spot for this one to show up in. We're going to switch things over on our program to FS2. That's where you can catch us coming up. Coming up next on FS1, NASCAR Race Day. Charlotte will be back on FS1 at 5 Eastern time, but flip on over to FS2 to continue America's Day at the Races. Welcome to those just joining us on FS2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You've joined us just in time at the start of our Sunday feature on a gorgeous day here in Elmont, New York. It is the Paradise Creek 7 furlongs on the turf. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori. Some very interesting storylines in here, including the rematch. Yesterday it was the 3-year-old filly's turn. Today it's the boys. And yesterday it was Wesley Ward, Charty Party, getting the better of Christophe Clement's Daring Ain. These 2 trainers matched up again today.
Yeah, and it feels like Christophe Clement with Big Invasion, I think, has a little bit of the edge because this horse showed a rating component to his style last time and finished very strongly. We know Wesley Ward is very good with, young horses, but he hadn't had this horse early in his career. This horse started in Europe, gets here now, has kept very good company in Europe, though.
And there will be blinkers, by the way, on Asymmetric for that State's debut. Glad to have you with us here on Memorial Day weekend. And if you're just tuning in, don't forget we're going to be back with you tomorrow with special coverage beginning at 12:30 Eastern Time on FS2, and an important day for the New York bred program. Here's our post-parade for our feature, and Chanceau cutting back in distance for Todd Pletcher begins it off.
Yeah, and I like the turn back for him. He comes off a race at the Woodhaven where he led until inside the 8th pole.
We'll see if he can get the lead or not. We mentioned the 5 with some speed as well, but he's did go gate to wire in his debut sprinting. High front, Jonathan Thomas.
Comes out of a race where he faced older horses and a very tough older horse in Yes and Yes, and he comported himself quite nicely.
Back-to-back stake wins in 3 in a row for Big Invasion.
I just love the versatility he showed last time. Rating from off the pace was in a bit tight, overcame adversity, and finished strongly.
First time of him going beyond 5.5 furlongs. Carpe's Dream. He's quick. He's coming off the bench. His 3-year-old debut coming up with Dylan Davis.
Full disclosure, I'm friends with his owner, very good friends with his owner, Jess Iglesias. Have been by the barn. This horse has really grown up a lot from 2 to 3. We could see a better version of him, but it is a first start off the bench. Maybe he'll need one.
Joseph O'Brien bringing a horse from overseas here, Maritime Wings. He has the Hall of Famer John Velasquez aboard.
Yeah, interesting move bringing this horse here, Joseph O'Brien. We know the O'Briens have never been bashful about shipping around the world to find spots for their horses.
And a group winner, Group 1, placed as well overseas. Asymmetric, moving to the Wesley Ward barn for the state's debut.
I mean, this horse has kept very, very good company over in Europe, has run well. His first time stretching to 7 furlongs, too, as he's had a steady diet of 6 furlong races.
Should be a good one here. This Paradise Creek, our feature, named after a horse who won over $3.4 million in his career. 4-time Grade 1 winner. You can play this race by getting signed up and started with Naira Bet. You'll get a $25 free bet in the Belmont Stakes coming up on June 11th, that third and final leg of the Triple Crown, plus that $200 deposit match bonus at sign up when you punch in Belmont 25 at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app. So there again are currents going back and forth between the 4 and the 7, but Big Invasion, the 4, currently the favorite. Can he make it 4 consecutive wins, 3 straight stakes wins? Joel Rosario will be aboard. He was aboard in the William Walker as well at Churchill.
Again, wound up behind horses. Looked like he projected to be the main speed that day, but he settled into those quiet, magical Joel Rosario hands and was able to sift out to the clear. Saved all the ground, came out incrementally, didn't angle out, loses no momentum, and finished strongly. A very nice performance.
So 9-5, and good that Joel was aboard him. Got to know him a little bit last time out. He is on quite a roll, but we'll see if he's up to the task of the 7 furlong distance and the task of what looked like 2 very intriguing imports, including Asymmetric, now debuting for the Wesley Ward barn.
Yeah, I mean, again, the company this horse has kept is very strong. He's Grade 1 placed. One thing to consider, too, though, Greg, this is a horse that has only raced on straightaways. He's never raced around a turn. Now, he's been training in North America, so he's trained around turns, but he's never actually raced around a turn. I just think it's something that you have to factor in and look at in your handicapping. He is confronting something he's never confronted before, but he has kept very, very strong company. And you think about Wesley Ward, Greg, all the success he's had shipping horses to Europe, success at Royal Ascot. It leads to people in Europe paying attention and sending him horses from that side of the pond here. He's really made an international splash.
He's changed the game in a lot of respects with not yet people now considering going to Ascot as well, but he has made quite an impact donning the top hat as well.
Well, we see Bobby Flay's going to take his homebred Pizza Bianca, his Breeders' Cup champion, to Royal Ascot, and Bobby talked about the experience and how much it means and that horses could take you to these amazing, wonderful adventures. Sometimes it's not all about winning and losing. It's about enjoying the love of the sport, the game, and the experiences that you can have.
Yeah, well put. Let's head down to Maggie Wolfendale for more on our feature on this Sunday card.
And that's so true, Meg. I mean, Barbara Banke, who has had the horses, the young horses with Wesley Ward, goes every year to Royal Ascot and really makes a big trip of it. So I can hear and second what Bobby Flay is saying about just the whole experience, and obviously wishing Pizza Bianca the best of luck as she could be effective, though Asymmetric has faced some very good horses in England. I mean, Perfect Power, he before those 2 races showing on the form against Asymmetric, he won the Grade 2 Norfolk at Royal Ascot as well, Group 2, I should say. So, in other words, Asymmetric, as Meg was saying, has faced some very tough company, and he has gone to favoritism. My problem with him is that he's yet to go beyond 6 furlongs, and he looks like a 6 furlong horse, if not shorter. And He's just very compact. These other horses have a little bit of stretch to their frame, and he's going to have to do it coming back off of a layoff. He looks fairly fit, honestly, for Wesley Ward, whose horses sometimes they just look a little bit on the softer side. Not that that necessarily means they can't win. This guy does look fit enough, so I'm pleased with that and confident with that. It's just, is he going to be able to see it out here? Now, Wesley has talked that he's looking for this horse to have cover as he breaks from the outside and puts those shortcut blinkers on. He wants this guy to have cover and run the races similar to what he had in England, which they did take place over a straightaway. Obviously, this horse has been working down in Kentucky and Keeneland and Churchill around turns, so it's not going to be a problem. I'm just going to take the wait-and-see approach. I think the 7's a tall task for him coming back off the bench. Now, a quick note with number 2, High Front. He's a horse that has had trouble at the gate. Now, last time he broke from the outside and he leapt up at the start in that A, other than against older horses, back on May 5th. They put what's called the Monty Roberts blanket on him. It's a blanket that just covers their hindquarters, makes them feel a little bit more secure, and doesn't allow them to feel the gate and the pressure of the gate. And they actually just hold on to it, so when they break, it comes off. So it kind of caught him by surprise, according to Jonathan Thomas last time out. He's schooled more with it, and he's hoping that this guy can finally just have a bit more of a quiet and more professional break. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. There he is, 6-1. Monty Roberts, of course, known as the Horse Whisperer. Tell us more about that blanket.
Yeah, so it just like Maggie said, it's like a security blanket. So it goes around the horse, and they feel much more secure, safe. They're not hitting up against the gate, getting goosey, sitting down. What they then do is they tie the blanket to the back of the starting gate stalls, to the back gates, the back doors. The rider will have to clear the blanket from behind his legs. So when a horse breaks, their first step, their hind end drops. They basically drop out from under the blanket and go forward, and the blanket stays stuck to the tailgate. It really works. She used to write a very good filly named Song of Africa for John Kimmel, and what a difference it made in her career. She was never going to make it as a racehorse until they worked with her with that blanket. And Monty Roberts, known as the Horse Whisperer, I think he would agree with me when I say, no, he's a horse listener.
Well, this starting gate crew, they know all these idiosyncrasies of all these runners by the time they spend with them in the morning. And that's why that piece of equipment is there on High Front, who won the debut, showing better speed than anyone going 5 furlongs. We'll see if he can do that today, if he can be the quick of the quick. Obviously, Carte-Bay's Dream, the 5, the 1 Chanceau, both want to be forward as well. It's our Sunday feature, Paradise Creek, and a good group. Big invasion for Christophe Clement IV, trying to make it 4 consecutive wins and 3 consecutive stakes victories. John Imbrial, the call.
Stall door opened up on the 4. Closed and once again set for the start. And they're off. Asymmetric broke sharply from the extreme outside. Now Chanceau moves up down at the rail, and the two of them are heads apart, with High Front sitting in 3rd. Then Big Invasion next in 4th, followed by Carte-Bay's Dream, and Maritime Wings is the trailer in 6th as Asymmetric steps away here to open up a 5-length lead. Chanceau running in 2nd, and then High Front in 3rd, followed by Big Invasion, Carte-Bay's Dream, and Maritime Wings. The opening quarter, 21 4/5 seconds. Asymmetric on top here by 4.5 lengths. Chanceau is in pursuit in 2nd as the 3-year-olds go around the far turn. It is Asymmetric. The lead is down to 2.5 lengths. Chanceau racing in 2nd. Then High Front. Big Invasion begins to pick it up on the outside. Then Carte-Bay's Dream. Maritime Wings continues to trail as the field comes for the head of the stretch. The half mile in 45 seconds. It is Asymmetric. Here is Chanceau. And here is High Front, and on the outside, Big Invasion as they come down for the 8th pole. It is still Asymmetric. Far outside, Big Invasion now kicking in. Here is Big Invasion to take the lead from Asymmetric. It is Big Invasion running a big race today, winning it from off the pace under Joel Rosario. And Big Invasion won by 3.5. And the final time for the 7 furlongs, 1 minute 20 and 1/5 seconds.
Not far off the track record. It was yesterday that Wesley Ward got the better of Christophe Clement in the Soaring Softly. Today, Clement returns the favor.
Man, Big Invasion was very good and, settled so nicely again. Asymmetric basically ran off. This horse was running off the first quarter of a mile with Irad Ortiz, went 21-4, going 7 furlongs, and was running through the bridle. You could see he wasn't settling at all. They might want to rethink even the short cut blinkers they have on him, but Big Invasion's just a very good horse and showed that 7 furlongs is no problem, particularly with his versatile running style.
4 consecutive wins, 3 of them stakes victories. And by the look of this horse and how he finished up, do you think a mile's well within reason?
I think a mile's very well within his scope, particularly the way he uses himself and waits on his rider's cues. All good horses possess speed. It's how they learn to meet out that speed, how they dole it out and waiting for a rider's cues. And obviously, Big Invasion is a stellar student.
Well, we talked earlier back when we were on FS1 about how good Joel Rosario is, especially in these turf sprints. We've seen him win a couple this afternoon. And he takes the feature here, the Paradise Creek on Big Invasion. He had a lot underneath him in this one. Nice son of Declaration Award for Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, Christophe Clement, and the reigning Eclipse Award winning rider. We'll be back with the prices and the nightcap still ahead from Belmont after this.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on FS2, program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Other networks, of course, with us across the country as well. Thanks for stopping in. We go back to Churchill, race 9. Next, and to close out, late double ahead here, I should say. Mile and a 16th on the turf here. Entry-level allowance. Here's Gambling Cat, Marquesi.
A Gambling Cat ran in an off the turf for last time. Turf races are all good. Should be forwardly placed from the inside.
Printer's Rose will be the turf debut.
Races on synthetic are okay. Sometimes that translates well. Definitely has a pedigree that would point out turf.
Ian Wilkes with this 4-year-old daughter of Flincher Off since June of last year.
Yeah, long layoff. Ian Wilkes, trainer that tends to race his horses into condition.
That's a huge price. Was 4-1 morning line on the 3. Azu, a big number at 17-1.
Yeah, I thought had a little bit of a trip last time. Could have been a bit closer.
Fairchild, 12-1. Speightstown filly.
Yeah, comes out of a stake. Also a long layoff for this one.
I broke her maiden at Keeneland on the turf last year as a 3-year-old. Texas Shuffle, 7-2, and tried to do it gate to wire off the bench last start.
Yeah, always a tough test, particularly off the bench. Should improve with that effort.
Over to the Shug McGahee barn from his son. Berate for Shug as well.
Another horse that won on synthetic and should equate well to getting on the turf.
Blazing Star, Brian Lynch, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, rained off last time, put a line through that race. Do you lean on that European form? Didn't run at the best racetracks over there.
Flown, major player. This is the horse to beat right now. Tyler Gaffleone for Brendan Walsh.
Major player, faced very good horses last year, came back with a real nice return, getting beat a nose.
And graded stakes placed in her career. And then Flirting Bridge has faced some monsters over in Europe and is group placed.
Yeah, and this horse has really faced much better competition over there. Interesting, we saw Symmetric get run off with here out in the clear. Does this horse need cover, and does the outside post maybe hinder that process?
4-1 from the outside post, the state's debut. Julien Leperoux will ride. Let's go to Paula Duca and Gary Stevens for more.
Yeah, guys, this is a very, very contentious race here of 10 runners. And Gary and I have sort of narrowed it down to 4 runners in here, 6, 8, 9, and 10. We'll start with the 6 and the 9. They come out of the same race, Texas Shuffle and Flown. Texas Shuffle that day, Gary, went to the front end, was off a little bit of the layoff. She got a little bit tired. Flown put the blinkers on for the second time in her career and just missed.
Yeah, and Texas Shuffle, though, second time off the layoff here today, shortening up from 1.8 miles to 1.16 miles today. 16th of a mile shorter, was in front at that 16th mile call in her last race. I'm liking her a little bit today.
Yeah, and Flown seems like she likes to run here like all Brendan Walsh runners. It seems like all the Brendan Walsh runners like it here at Churchill Downs. Now let's get to the 10 horse in here. This is a very interesting horse. This is a horse that right now is 4-1, was taking some money. Not many times do you see a horse come over from Europe that is 0 for 8 on the turf, was 150-1 in a grade 1, and the only other really good race, or the one win, was on the synthetic.
Yeah, and this filly, I mean, she was prices in all these big races. She was actually in what would be called, it wasn't even a listed race. It was a cheaper race, and she went off at 5-1 that day. Didn't show up again. I'm gonna give her a race to watch here today.
I'm with you. And the last horse we're going to mention, guys, is taking a ton of money on the board, is the 8 in here, Blazing Star. If you look at her PPs back in Europe, she's always gone to the front end. Now, there's not a ton of pace in her. Looks like Texas Shuffle might go to the front. But Blazing Star, I know you've heard some things in the morning, Gary.
Yeah, I talked to Brian Lynch yesterday. He actually just got her in his barn. He's had to work with her over this track. It was a nice work. But Blazing Star has been on the lead in most of her starts. I think she's going to flash some speed. And he said she trained very forwardly. First time for Brian Lynch. He went 2 for 2 yesterday. He's been on fire here of late.
Yeah, and Brian usually puts a lot of speeds into his horses, Wolfie.
Indeed he does. We saw that in the nightcap yesterday at a horse moving turf to dirt who blitzed out of the gate, got to the front, and went gate to wire. Looked very impressive. 9-5, though, here. Flown. Tyler Gaffleone, Brendan Walsh with the 9. And off the resume, certainly the one to beat.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Turf racing's about trips, though. It's got to get into that first turn in good shape and get to save a little bit of ground someplace.
And the intriguing runner, Flirting Bridge, that state's debut from the same barn for Brendan Walsh as the favorite. Julien Leperoux rides from that outside post, the 10. Let's go to Travis Stone. Here's race 9 from Churchill.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Texas Shuffle mid-pack berate is there. Blazing Star comes on. Flown tucks in behind them. Gambling Cat down toward the rail. But it's Blazing Star who steps out to lead. Berate's trying to pull back off the pace to stalk from second. Blazing Star the leader. Berate in a bit tight there, backs off. Texas Shuffle comes on 3 wide up into third. Gambling Cat between Nurses fourth, and then it's LA Fort down inside fifth. Flown comes away sixth. Izu 3 lengths farther back in seventh. Fairchild is eighth. Printers Rose in ninth, and Flirting Bridge the trailer in 10th. 8 lengths off the lead. Turning to the backstretch run, a manageable opening quarter in 23 and 3. And it's Blazing Star the leader by a precise length. Berate is stalking second. Gambling Cat is in the clear, moving up into third. LA Fort down inside, saving ground to the far turn fourth. Texas Shuffles back into fifth with 4 furlongs to go. Flown is sixth and 5 lengths off the lead as they move for the far turn. And then it is Printers Row down inside, starting to advance. Fairchild is 3 wide. Izu second to last, and Flirting Bridge is at the back. So round the far turn, Berate is coming after Blazing Star. And Berate has taken the lead now. LA Fort comes off the rail from third. Texas Shuffle is there. Flown's in some heavy traffic, angling to the far outside. Flirting Bridge is 9 or 10 wide off the turn. Anyone's race, top of the stretch. Here comes Flirting Bridge. Flirting Bridge was closer to the outside rail, but is now in front. Flown fights on from second. Fairchild is late on the scene. LA Fort is fourth and toward the rail, but Flirting Bridge with an eye-catching move there and rambles home. 5 lengths on the wire. Flown photos with Fairchild for second and third, and LA Fort was fourth.
This was one of the most impressive performances we have seen all day. Look how wide. Widest of all Flirting Bridges, was last early on in this race and wins for fun against this group.
As wide as you can come. Travis Stone said it correctly, closer to the outside rail than the inside rail. The other Brandon Walsh trainee took a bad step there at the 16th hole, swapped back to her left lead and stumbled basically, and still might have preserved second. But wow, what a performance by Flirting Bridge. If Julian Leperoux wanted to be, he could be a wrestler. He put the sleeper hold on her out of the gate, dropped back to last. When he angled to the clear, she inhaled the field in a Razi-esque performance.
Something to behold. Yeah, that's a filly who'd been forward with her successful efforts overseas. Back in our feature, Paradise Creek at Belmont. Big invasion yet again. 4 consecutive victories. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here with the winning team of today's Paradise Creek. Big invasion. Joel Rosario, Christophe Clement teaming up. And Joel, you rode this guy last time to a win down at Churchill, going the 5.5. When you rode him that day, did he give you the impression that he'd be a horse that could handle a stretch out to the 7 furlongs?
I mean, it looked like, that day he was kind of a little bit on the, bridle, just like always, Christophe did a really good job. He really relaxed for me today, and he came with a nice run at the end. So
you're incredibly confident. What does this guy feel like underneath of you?
I mean, he feels really great. I mean, he break out of there. It looked like those 2 couple horses, they're going to kind of take the lead and just let it be happy, just like Christophe said, thanks to Christophe for always giving me the opportunity.
Yeah, you guys have been such a great team throughout these past few years. And Christophe, this is a horse with a lot of talent, and you've kind of handled him in a gradual way. Do you think he is a horse that could handle a mile?
I don't know. I'm not sure I can to worry about that. We know, I just talked to Joel. I think he's doing great from 5 to 7. That maybe let's try to keep him this year around 5 to 7. And hopefully he'll be around next year. Maybe we'll stretch him. He's got so much natural speed. I don't know how much do we have to push the speed to go a mile at the moment. He's a very good horse. I'm thrilled. Very grateful to Mr. Reeves. Life is good.
He seems like a very classy and intelligent horse, too.
I think so. I mean, he's, he was a bit immature early on, and he could be a bit strong. Joel got him to completely switch off today, which was impressive because he really finished so well today. It's fun. Let's enjoy it for a few days, and we'll go from there.
Well, congratulations to you both. And as always, teamwork making the dream work with Big Invasion in this Paradise Creek. Guys?
Those same 2 connections. Thank you, Maggie. And there you see the silks of Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. But Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario, they won earlier with Voodoo Zip. So a couple of wins in these turf sprints. And Big Invasion now, obviously on this nice win streak here, but it seems like options in terms of what spots they want to find for him.
I think the options have opened up because of his learning to rate. Joel Rosario getting to switch off. And it's just interesting the way Christophe Clement trains his horses. suits exactly the way Joel Rosario likes to ride his horses, and that's why they are such a good combination. They just understand each other's philosophy and approach going into races. When you get a horse that possesses the kind of speed that Big Invasion possesses and get them to switch off and use it when you want it, whew, that's when you get a real good horse.
And, I mean, you're seeing a rider right now in Joel Rosario, obviously the first Eclipse Award of his career he's coming off of, but maybe the best rider in the country, just named the outstanding rider at the height of his powers.
Oh, absolutely. I think in his prime, there's a window for every rider where they're at their best physically and they're at their best mentally. They see a race in slow motion, and their physical capabilities are their best. They're their strongest. They're fittest. They're not banged up. They're not eaten up by injuries. For your very best riders, that window's open even longer. Jerry Bailey, to me, was the rider that was in his prime longer than any other rider. Angel Cordero, to me, maybe the greatest rider I've rode with. His prime maybe wasn't as long as Jerry Bailey's. Great riders.
It's been fun to watch. We get to watch them on a daily basis here in New York. We're saying goodbye to those watching on FS2. We're going to go kick back over to FS1 with continuing coverage, including the nightcap from Belmont, right after this.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns to Belmont Park June 9th through 11th. This year is packed with world-class horse racing and entertainment, headlined by a live performance by the New York Bee Gees, presented by Mohegan Sun on Friday, June 10th, and world-famous DJ Paulie D on Belmont Stakes Day, Saturday, June 11th. From Secretariat to American Pharoah, the test of the champion is home to the most memorable moments in sports. Are you ready to strike rich this year at the Belmont Stakes? Tickets are now on sale at BelmontStakes.com.
Welcome to those rejoining us, or if you happen to be just joining us on FS1. You're watching America's Day at the Race. This program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It has been one of the most gorgeous days of the year out here on the East Coast in Elmont, New York. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori. We have the nightcap coming up here at Belmont. We have another race ahead as well under the Twin Spires out at Churchill Downs, and it's that time. We're 13 days away to start talking Belmont Stakes, the test of the champion.
Yeah, very exciting. I mean, a little bit different this year. The Kentucky Derby winner skips the Preakness winner skipping the Belmont, but I think we're going to have a full, very competitive field and an amazing undercard.
Derby winner skipping that Preakness, as you mentioned, will be back on June 11th. And this is the field that potentially is going to line up against. No runners will have competed in all three legs of the Triple Crown this year. You look at that group, Mig. Who do you think has the best chance to win this mile-and-a-half test of the champion?
I really feel like Mo Donegal fits the profile. He's got a trainer in Todd Pletcher that puts so many miles into horse, so much foundation into horse. He's had great success in the Belmont Stakes. This is a horse that was unlucky in the Kentucky Derby, and he never takes a backward step. He's always going forward. I think the mile and a half is very well within his scope.
We're going to, on this program tomorrow, have a chance to see the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, work between races 5 and 6. So we'll have that live for you on the program. The more you've seen from this horse post-Derby and that win, second biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Derby, does it make you think maybe it's just a horse who's really come around and maybe loves that racetrack and it was less of a fluke?
I'm starting to be more and more of that opinion, that this is a horse that just started to change and develop and get good. These are young horses. Some of them are not even really 3 years old. Officially, all thoroughbreds turn a year older January 1st. But their actual birthday might not be until after the Kentucky Derby. They're not even a true 3-year-old yet. So here's a horse that just developed. You know, the kid that's the best athlete starting high school is not always the best athlete coming out of high school. They develop and change at different stages, just like human beings.
Be fun to see if he can reproduce that kind of performance he gave everybody in the Kentucky Derby at 80-1. Rich Strike, he will be back, sat out the Preakness. Connections felt just mentally, I think more than anything, he's at his best when he has a little more time between races. So he'll have that 5 weeks between races. You can play the Belmont Stakes, get a $25 free bet in the Belmont Stakes, plus a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there for new members. Belmont 25. Go to NYRaBets.com or download the NYRaBets app to play all the action we bring you, including that third and final leg of the Triple Crown. 9th next to close out this card here in New York. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf. $35,000 claiming race. So everybody up for sale in this race. It's for horses who have not won 3 lifetime.
This is, I think, the toughest race of the card to handicap. I mean, I just thought there were so many ways you can go, Greg.
Well, here is Frontman to kick things off. 7-2 morning line. He's 6-1 right now.
And a horse that caught a wicked pace last time, gets a good inside post, that configuration on the inner turf, mile and a 16th, inside post key.
Bingo Johnny's only had 1 try on the turf. It was sprinting. He did not show a lot.
He did not, and he's going to have to show vastly more to be competitive here.
One of the best turf riders certainly on this circuit. Jose Lezcano will be aboard Corkman for Bruce Levine, turf debut.
Yeah, for Jay Provenzano, who just always has such a good eye. He's a knack for claiming horses that improve with surface switches. Bruce Levine, very capable trainer.
Not yet Charlie, 3-year-old son of Fed Biz. Rudy Rodriguez sends out.
2 races on the turf leave a lot to be desired for a horse that's taking money. I don't see it. Do you?
The 2 turf starts have not inspired a lot of confidence. Flavian Pratt, he is on 6- for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Last time he was on the grass, he was a winner.
Yeah, he's run well on turf. He's run well on synthetic. His Bayer speed figures are in line. It gets Flavian Pratt, who's certainly made a nice impression his first weeks riding here in New York full-time.
Meets leading rider Dylan Davis, looking for his 3rd on today's card.
Yeah, Dante's Fire, Mike Maker, mile and a 16th. He's more of a closing type. He's going to have to work out a trip.
Grecian Farrell comes in from Maryland. Last time he was on the grass, he was a winner from way out of it.
Another one that would like to see some pace up front. Rudy Rodriguez certainly having a strong Belmont stand.
And 11-1 on the outside. Forever Wicked, who has had 2 tries on turf and has not hit the board.
Yeah, and then also compounded with that outside post on the inner turf that just is a difficult post to begin with. This horse hasn't shown a lot on grass.
Yeah, this about as difficult as it gets, right, if you're outside on the inner turf at a mile and a 16th, because you start basically right on the beginning of a turn.
Yeah, and you're basically starting towards the outside rail of the main turf course. You're going to run over the main course right into like a dogleg turn to the left on the inner turf course. I like inside posts. It elevates horses. Now, a horse still has to be good enough to win. I think Frontman has helped with an inside post out of the horses that are contenders. Corkman, it looks okay if he handles the turf. He's drawn towards the inside.
And you brought up Not Yet Charlie. What does everyone see with this horse? Maybe it's the fact that it's a horse who has speed, has an aggressive rider in Luis Saez, who maybe can try and take it to this group early.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's what it is. Just speed's always dangerous, but his 2 turf races, albeit turf sprints, leave a lot to be desired, I think.
Meanwhile, here's our favorite. So here's 6-. Todd Pletcher, Flavian Pratt, Rapoli Stable Silks, 2-1 on the board right now. Last time he was on the turf, it was at Gulfstream, March 20th. And he was able to beat an 8-horse field at 8-1 odds.
Yeah, and I like the way he traveled. I mean, he's in the bridle. He was able to kind of split the field, come out to the outside. He was hard ridden. Now, this was for claiming 20. Maybe people think, well, he's moving up to 35. Everything's kind of relative, too, to where the bottom is for certain races on different circuits. If our bottom's 10, a $5,000 bottom someplace else might be just as tough. We get to the bottom, that's as low as you can go.
Well, he'd like to see a little bit of pace to try and set it up for him as well. With more on 6 Minus and the rest of this group, let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
I think that's a great assessment and a great way to look at it, Mig, as far as the class and the seemingly jump up in class with 6 Minus really isn't there. I think he fits well with this group, but I know it doesn't appear that he has that much early pace, but this guy's sharp. Flavien Prat gave him a huge warm-up, really let him bowl along down the stretch and around the turn to the backside. As you can see, he's still on his toes, and Flavien can be aggressive, especially when it comes to turf racing. So I'm not going to be surprised when this guy, not that he's going to be in the lead, but he's sitting a bit closer. And two, it just feels as though horses coming from South Florida always show a bit more speed here at Belmont. It just kind of translates to being a bit quicker here at the Big Sandy, even though we're not on the turf, or dirt, excuse me. Number 4, Corkman. I was talking to Jay Provenzano, Flying P Stable, in the paddock, and he obviously has reclaimed this horse a couple times. And he says he's a bit frustrating because he looks so good and shows a lot of ability, but we're just looking for something to wake him up a bit here. Now, he does not have an abundance of turf pedigree. Being by Curlin, 2 siblings have tried the turf on the bottom side with no wins. But I will give him the benefit of the doubt because physically it looks as though he could handle it. He's got that slacker pasture and that flatter foot to him. And he's just a very long, rangy horse with a fairly fluid action. So I'm not going to be surprised when he can step up and handle it well. Then my pick in here is going to be number 7, Dante's Fire, the New York bred. We last saw him on the main track, rained off that day. Yeah, it's a little bit of a suspicious layoff. Obviously, in the middle of turf season, we don't see him again in 2021, but he comes back looking incredibly fit. I think this is the right spot for him, the right distance as well, and he just looks ready to go. So I'm going to take a little bit of a stab with him, but do think that the favorite is very dangerous, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. And Meg, I want to go back to the 5 for just a moment. You look at this group, and with the exception of the 5 who's stretching out, there is zero speed in this race. Could this potentially say that these connections just be saying, look, he hasn't run that good the first couple of times on the turf sprinting. Let's get him to a race where he can stretch out. And especially here with the configuration we talked about, if he can open up, we see some of those races on the inner turf at Saratoga over the summer where we see those wide margins early. Could we potentially see that here?
We very well could, and speed's always dangerous, particularly in a race devoid of speed. Horses get out there by themselves, they get in a good rhythm, they get comfortable, their breathing's regulated, and they get brave. You know, I ran track in school. When I got an easy lead, boy, I thought I was King Kong. If I had to chase somebody, it wasn't quite as good.
No, it can be be a little frustrating trying to run someone down. We'll see if those are the tactics with Not Yet Charlie and the aggressive Luis Saez. Meanwhile, Frontman will have the rail. Trevor McCarthy, Mercan Cantermasi is a 2-time winner on the grass, and that's where you're going to wind up?
Yeah, I like the inside draw. I like the way Trevor's been riding. He's been aggressive from the inside. This horse can, I think, find himself maybe right in behind horses in that coveted kind of pocket trip. And the Cantermasi barn has come to life. Their horses have been running well. They won a race earlier in the card with Trevor. I don't trust the favorite completely, and I was looking for an alternative. I always kind of gravitate to the inside, particularly on the inner turf.
And with Frontman, we'll see what happens. I don't think anyone would be really a huge surprise in this race. But the last win, it was a yielding turf at Saratoga. He's been at this level the last 3 starts. Beat 21 lengths, 7th, beat No, he's beat 3 1/4, but a non-factor, and then beat 12 1/4 last out.
Yeah, last time it was, off the layoff. He's a 5-year-old horse. Sometimes they need a run to really get to their optimum fitness. And look at the pace that, he wound up kind of, I thought, middle moved a bit. They were 22-1, 45. He went from 12 lengths off the pace to 4 lengths off the pace in a single call. That's a middle move. And that's a kind of a hidden trip in the context of a fast-paced race.
Meanwhile, Dante's Fire, we told you Dylan Davis looking for number 3 on the 7. Mike Maker, always dangerous, especially when he's in a turf race with all the success he's had. This horse has won at Belmont. He won against New York bred A Other Than with one of the best numbers anybody in this field's ever run. Now, that's going a little ways back.
So it's fair to say that Dante's Fire gets the hot riding Dylan Davis.
He did it again, everybody. They're endless from the MIG. Looking for his 3rd win on the turf. There's the 7 stepping in. 5-year-old by Temple City. Nightcap from New York. We still have the nightcap ahead from Churchill Downs as well. John Imbrial with the call.
And Forever Wicked.
Let's go upstairs.
They're all in line. And they're off. Slow beginning for number 10, Forever Wicked. From the inside, front man was away well. Bingo John is right there. And now moving up is Not Yet Charlie. Not Yet Charlie takes the lead. Bingo John and 6 Minus are right together, 2nd and 3rd. Grecian Farrow on the outside runs in 4th, and front man is now back running in 5th. It's 3 lengths to Dante's Fire in 6th, and then another 4 to the 2 trailers, Corkman and Forever Wicked. Opening quarter mile in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Not Yet Charlie, the leader here by a length, with 6 Minus right there in 2nd, and on the inside is Bingo John in 3rd. Alongside is Grecian Farrow. Then it's a length and a half back to a front man who's in 5th position. Another 2.5. Corkman has moved up a couple of spots on the outside. Down at the rail is Dante's Fire. Forever Wicked continues to trail after a half in 48 and 1. Not Yet Charlie, still showing the way here. It's Not Yet Charlie, 3/4 of a length. 6 Minus runs in 2nd. Grecian Farrow is in 3rd now with Bingo John down at the rail and in 4th. And the front man as they race midway around the turn. It is Not Yet Charlie by a half length. 6 Minus. And on the outside, Grecian Farrow. And then comes Bingo John down at the rail, and alongside is a front man as they head for home. 3/4 and 1, 12 and 2. 6 Minus right alongside of Not Yet Charlie, and front man is now coming on the extreme outside is Corkman. Then comes Dante's Fire, who's gaining ground down towards the rail. Here is front man to get to the front in deep stretch. It's front man with the lead, and front man is the winner over 6 Minus, and it's a photo for 2nd, Dante's Fire or Corkman.
Well, Not Yet Charlie setting that pace as we expected, but he had no response in the stretch. Front man getting by the favorite. 6 Minus for the win. Good call, Mick.
It just worked out a beautiful trip under Trevor McCarthy, who did everything picture perfect right. Used that inside post to his advantage, bounced out aggressive, held his position into the turn, backed off, sat the pocket trip, followed the favorite 6 Minus, and that's what turf racing is about, following live cover. Find your fullback, you're the halfback, follow through the hole, and he came out into the stretch, and inside post, good ride. Mertcan Kentermachi doing a really good job, and 2nd win of the day for Trevor and Mertcan.
A family affair with that barn. Good to see them get a victory here, and I believe the 7, Dante's Fire under Dylan Davis, just up for 3rd. It was close. Looks like 167. Front man, though, at 4-1 to close things out in New York. We still have the nightcap ahead from Churchill Downs. We'll be back with more America's Day at the Races right after this. Stay with us.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's
Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away on the Red Bull.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on FS1. Nightcap in the books here at Belmont Park. Frontman, 2-win afternoon for that rider, Trevor McCarthy. Teams up with trainer Merkan Cantermasi, Krakow Racing, and a 5-year-old son of Pioneer of the Nile. Gets his 3rd win on the grass.
And this is what wins turf races, staying disciplined, staying inside, looking for the horse to follow. You don't want to tip out too soon. You want to be going to the right when the race is going forward. He looks up, he sees your favorite in front of him, 6- with Flavian Pratty. He's, okay, I know this horse is going to carry me through. Eases out to the clear, doesn't angle out, sifts out to the clear, has plenty of horse left because he saved ground and he saved horse, finishes strong, gets it done with a nice ride, and frontman very well met, second off the layoff for Merkan Cantermasi, a family that does a tremendous job.
Talk about the strides, too. 2-win day for McCarthy that he has made since he's come back to New York.
Well, I mean, he's just really showed that he belongs. He tried to ride out in California, small horse population, things didn't work out. Came back, had a tremendous Aqueduct meeting. And listen, he had a tumble last week, hurt his back, had to take a few days off, lost some winners. These are the rides that put you back in the forefront of people's minds. They go, you know what? Unperturbed, unfazed by that fall, and look how he rides, saves ground, patient, strong finisher. That's what you want in a rider.
Carry over in the pick 6 to Memorial Day of over $73,000. And here's what the late pick 5 comes back. Just over $1,470 with 3 horses there in the middle. Pretty easy to find. That tough one, it was a tough one. Boston Tea Party, a first-time starter that there was not a lot of turf pedigree there, wins the debut in that race. Churchill Downs, their nightcap is next. 50,000 claiming sprint, 6 furlongs. Tyler Gaffleone, Mike Maker off the claim with the 1 to beat. Blue Kentucky, looking for the 3rd win of his career when we come back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th left has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day of the Races on FS1, other networks across the country. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Run Happy. He was so fun to watch when he was on the racetrack. Never lost in his career while sprinting. Now standing at Claiborne Farm. Churchill going to close out their Sunday program with a 6-furlong sprint, $50,000 claiming race, and that is the 6-5 favorite. Blue Kentucky, Mike Maker, and Tyler Gaffleone. Paul, team up. Let's go to Paul Duca.
Yeah, you just knew this horse was going to get played, Maker and Gaffleone. But the horse did come off a very good race for Wayne Catalano. A good second-place finish at Keeneland. We'll show you that replay. I thought he chased very, very well to the wire. He just lost to Zip and Gigi. Now, when you look at the tote board right now, it's basically between the 2, Blue Kentucky, and the 8, Pray for Peace. But are they going to knock heads in here? Because they both do have some early speed. There is some pace in this race. Can Blue Kentucky lay off the pace and win from here with Tyler Gaffleone? And can Pray for Peace win from off the pace? Because Pray for Peace was very, very good, the 8 last time, after bottling at the start and getting to the front end and winning. And I thought the key was winning at 6.5 furlongs, now cutting back to 6. So I really thought this race was 2-8. And to go back to the last race, what a breathtaking move by the 10-horse Flirting Bridge. I wanted to note, too, that was Julian Leperoux's 1,000th win here at Churchill Downs. Pretty amazing, too, as well, that a third of his wins, he's got over 2,100-some-odd wins. 1,000 of them have come here at Churchill. And don't forget tomorrow, guys, the winning colors, Grade 3, race number 8, and the defending champion, Sconson, will make her 5-year-old debut, and she's going to be the one to beat tomorrow on Memorial Day.
All right, Paulie, yeah, we look forward to that. Sconson 6-5 for Greg Foley on the morning line tomorrow, making her 5-year-old return to the race. She's been brilliant at Churchill. 4 wins in 7 starts.
Yeah, love when horses show an affinity for certain racetracks. We see that a lot. We change meets, something to pay attention to. See a lot of horses that excel in Saratoga, something to always keep an eye on.
Even money now on Blue Kentucky, beaten favorite. Last time out, that was at Keeneland at 7/8. Shortening up to 6 today. Of course, Mike Maker, tremendous off the claim. And this horse has shown the speed to be able to be the one in front, go gate to wire. But if that's the game plan, as Paulie said, there's other speed in here.
Yeah, but maybe he works out that pocket trip. You always got to come out running. Don't come out with too much of a preconceived notion, because you come out thinking, well, I'm going to lay 3rd, and you wind up 7th.
By the way, Hatch, huge long shot. Dirt debut last time out, got a huge number. We'll see if he can back it up again. We're set for the nightcap from Churchill. Here's Travis Stone.
In the gate. And they're off. Big Boss Ben. Good beginning. Red Labels hustled hard. Pray for Peace is there. And Pure Panic on the far outside. Red Label, though, racing for the lead. Opens up to lead by a length. Pray for Peace and Pure Panic on the chase, 2nd and 3rd. Swift Tap advancing inside 4th. Big Boss Ben is back into 5th by 2. Hatch is racing in 6th. Blue Kentucky is 8 lengths off the lead and is just ahead of Turns and Conditions, the trailer. A wild opening quarter, though, in 21-2. Long shot, Red Label skitters round the far turn in control, 3 furlongs out. Pray for Peace is hard on the chase in second. Pure Panic 3 wide third. Swift Tap is covered up inside fourth. Only 2 lengths behind there. And then it's Big Boss Ben. Blue Kentucky is finding his best stride now with turns and conditions. Hatch cuts the corner off the turn. At the top of the stretch, Pray for Peace pounces on Red Label. Swift Tap switches out. Blue Kentucky continues to close. Turns and conditions is there. Hatch was stopped. Had to veer inside. Final 16th. Pray for Peace kicked away. Pray for Peace by 4 on the wire. Swift Tap managed second. Blue Kentucky settles for third. Turns and conditions was fourth. It's tight for fifth among Red Label, Big Boss Ben, and Pure Panic.
You really got to pay attention to anything Chris Hartman sends out. He's been on a tear. Pray for Peace, Mitch Murrill, and back-to-back wins now for this horse, and at Churchill as well.
A second win for Mitch Merrill on today's card, and he rode both horses in very similar fashion. I like the way he's nursing horses along. He's not going all in, turning for home. They pay you for one post, the finishing post, not the 8th pole. It's not NASCAR. You don't get paid for laps, leading at different junctures. You get paid for leading at the wire. And I like the way Mitchell Murrow's been building horses into that crescendo, that finish, where when he was a younger rider, sometimes maybe he'd go a little early for home. I like the confidence I'm seeing in this young man riding extremely well.
This horse, plenty left in the tank. You see him striding out with some efficiency here. 3rd win from 10 starts. It's on a Liam's map.
Love the demeanor. Look at his ears pinned, reaching out, head reaching for the wire. This horse was really running and enjoying what he was doing.
He has gotten very good. It's a horse who's been really effective, too, and runs similar numbers on the grass. Be a fun horse to have for these connections. They have a lot of options with him.
Yeah, nice when a horse is that versatile. Doesn't need a particular surface, doesn't need a particular style. He's fast enough to put himself in the race, but he doesn't need the lead. That's a jockey's dream.
And, you know, Paul brought it up, too, and I think we should mention it briefly as well. That performance, we saw a race earlier from Flirting Bridge, one of the most exciting performances we've seen, I think, in some time, what he produced in his States debut.
Was last early, angled 10 or 12 wide into the stretch, and then inhaled the field onto bigger and better things.
Looking forward to seeing him come back and what kind of company he is going to tackle. Meanwhile, here's what we have lined up on Memorial Day. We'll back at 12:30 Eastern Time on FS2 on Big Apple Showcase Day. Always a fun afternoon. The Mike Lee, the Kingston, obviously the premier races on that card. And, you know, you rode in a lot of these days. What does it mean to the New York program?
I love these days. It's an opportunity for all of the breeders, whether they're big breeders like Barry and Cheryl Schwartz or Chester and Mary Bowman, or smaller breeders who are doing their backyard, and they're all so proud of their product, and rightfully so.
So we will see a 12:30 Eastern start time with Big Apple Showcase Day tomorrow on FS2 on Memorial Day. In the Paradise Creek, big invasion on a monster roll for Christophe Clement. Joel Rosario aboard for the win for Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. 4 straight wins, 3 consecutive stakes. And here it is again, Flirting Bridge. What a U.S. debut. Last early, widest of everyone, and goes on to win for fun in the feature at Churchill. Hope you enjoyed it, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow on FS2.